Good morning, everyone. The hearing session is part of the joint examination of the Welland and Hatfield local plan and the East Herts district plan. This session is the only joint session, two separate plans. I'm Christine Thorby. I've been appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this examination and to make a report to East Hertfordshire District Council. Mel Middleton is appointed by the Secretary of State to hold the examination and to make a report to Welland and Hatfield Council. I think you probably all met the Programme Officer, Louise St John Howe. If you have any queries about the examination, please contact Louise. If you have a mobile phone, this is the point where I'm going to ask to make sure that you have switched it off. I am going to ask about the fire escape or what we do in the event of an emergency. I'm just going to ask somebody from the council to explain, please. Yes, if someone could just explain what we do in the case of an emergency, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, ma'am. The exit is at the rear, or in the event of a fire being at the rear, then you can go through the council chamber and out to the front of the building. We're not expecting a fire drill this morning, so if the alarm goes off, it will be a real alarm. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I ask everyone to sign the attendance sheet, please, so we have a list of people who have attended today. Turning now to the hearing is not a planning appeal, nor is it an inquiry into objections. The purpose of the hearing is to assess the legal compliance and soundness of the plan. Therefore, the sessions focus on the matters that we wish to hear more about, having read all the relevant documents, the representations and responses. The form of the hearing is that of a structured discussion, which we shall lead. We will go through each matter of the matters and issues and invite people to contribute to the discussion. Mr. Middleton is going to introduce the morning sessions, and I'm going to introduce the afternoon sessions. Please don't read anything into which one of us asks the questions, which is just through the distribution of work. We would welcome comments and questions from any of you as the discussion progresses. But it's very important, in the interest of fairness, that you only contribute to the discussion on matters where you have submitted responses. It's helpful if you can frame your comments today by including any necessary changes. It's preferable for any changes in terms of soundness to be suggested by the council or representatives or by those involved in its implementation rather than by us, although this may happen. Just a bit of information about the examination. Sorry if you've all heard this before. In line with national policy, the starting point for the examination is the assumption that the Council has submitted what it considers to be a sound plan. Those seeking changes must demonstrate why it is unsound. The examination itself starts with the submission of the plan and ends with the submission of the reports, which is likely to contain main modifications. In this case, there will be two reports, clearly two separate plans, and I'll come on to that in a moment. The Council is not bound to adopt the plan. If it chooses not to do so, the plan then has no effective status. Where modifications or changes are to be made, we will need to ensure that the rights of interested parties are not prejudiced by recommendations on matters which perhaps would take them by surprise. Therefore, these will need to be the subject of public consultation, and where appropriate, modifications may also need to be covered by a revised sustainability appraisal. This morning, we will start, as set out on the timetable, with the green corridor, the green belt. We're then going to hear the green corridor and ecology together, then on to minerals, other environmental considerations and sustainable location. We'll have a few minutes break between each of those, and we'll explain as we go along which session is coming next, just so that we can arrange the table for speakers, those who want to speak for particular topics, and also if you've made your position and you want to go, then clearly you can. This afternoon we'll have heritage, retail, gypsy and travellers and implementation. We have two plans. The East Hertfordshire District Plan is a considerable way ahead of the Welland and Hatfield local plan, and so we will have a final discussion on the process. The interdependency of the allocations is something I need to be clear about. We both do. What the implications are if there are significant modifications proposed to either on one part or the other. So that's something I want you to bear in mind that we will come back to at the end, but you're welcome to put forward your views if it concerns the particular topic that you're talking about. If you want to make your views known on those issues, that would be fine. Also, when you are speaking and giving your representation, if it is solely related to one borough or the other, please can you say so. We're very clear about your representation, exactly what it involves and exactly where you are wanting us to look, and both boroughs or one borough individually. In terms of timing, as I said, we'll have some short breaks while we arrange the tables, and we might have a slightly longer coffee break in the morning. We'll aim to have lunch about 1, and we'll see how we get on with our topics, starting again about 2. Are there any questions at this stage just about how the hearing will be run? Okay. So we're going to start now with the Greenbelt session. And I'm going to see.
Now,
yes.
I don't have a I don't have a query about how the day is going to be run, and thank you for explaining that. And I'm also very conscious of the fact that we've got a lot to get through today. Yes, but I don't want to raise one point that I think will affect quite a few people in the room, and it relates to waste, which we'll come to some way through the day. And it relates to the sharing of information and allowing us all a fair opportunity to participate in this very important session. I don't know whether you spotted this, ma'am or sir, but sometime during the course of yesterday afternoon or evening, there appeared on the examination website a document from Welland Hatfield entitled Local Plan Examination, Birchall Garden Suburb, Coal Green Site, Welland Garden City, Environmental Health Officer Position Statement, 24th of October 1917. Sorry, 2017.
Sorry,
that really would be out of date, wouldn't it? That really would be out of date.
Could you just repeat the date
yes,
for me?
24th of October 2017, by Mr. Tim Croot, and various professional qualifications set out, Chartered Environmental Health Officer, with the reference EX59B. This is a document which appears to have been in existence for 3 months. It relates directly to some of the questions that you and your colleague have asked in relation to the waste tip on the site. It suggests that other work has been going on. It has 9 appendices which have not been put on to the examination website, including a third-party review of the work that's been undertaken by Tarmac. I raise this, ma'am, because there are a number of people in this room who've been very concerned about this particular topic for a considerable period of time. We certainly have been writing to the Council regularly, and on the examination list there are letters from the estate October last year, November of last year, asking for everything to be placed into the public domain that is relevant to this part of the examination. Yes. And we've only just seen this, and we regard that as really considerably less than satisfactory. We've had no answer to the letters we wrote in October and November at all. So this suddenly appears with a date 3 months ago, yesterday afternoon, evening, without its appendices. I'm very anxious that we can make progress with this very important issue today, but I'd like at least to make this application to you, that you should not close this part of your examinations until parties have had an opportunity to read, digest and reflect on this new material with its appendices, and that you should at least keep your minds open to the possibility that you may need to reopen this part of the examinations.
Right.
I make that application with considerable regret, but I think it's the right application to make in the circumstances, bearing in mind the great concern in relation to this subject and the fact we've been pressing for months for more information of this very exact nature.
But Mr. Hill, the document that you are concerned with is EX59B, and it's that document that is the particular document that you're concerned about.
Yes, and obviously, ma'am, you'll see if you've turned inside, you'll see that it has, to page 4 of 17, it has 9 appendices which were not placed on the examination website, but which we would like to see. I have raised this very briefly with my own friend acting for the council, and he's going to take instructions on it. But it seems to me you can't have a report like this and make sense of it without its appendices.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. What we'll do is we will discuss that. Are you happy for that to be over lunchtime? We'll look at the document, we'll have the opportunity to look and to come back to you with a final view on that.
Of course I am.
I take your point.
I imagine it's as fresh to you as it is to everyone else in the room.
We'll have a look and we will come back to you on that. Mr. Davis.
Yeah, just to add to the point made there, this appeared to us yesterday as a response to a Freedom of Information request we made to the Council about a month ago.
Right.
So in conjunction with the response coming back and this document being attached to that response, it also then appeared on the evidence base. But we had made the FOI request because we weren't aware of this.
I'll stop you there, Mr. Davis. It's the same point.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. We will look at that, understand the implications, and make a view on whether we need to hold that open for you to look at it and make any further comments orally. We'll go through that after lunch, if we may. We'll come back. Will you be here?
Yes, ma'am, I will. I think I'm due to introduce the session on waste.
Okay. Oh, yes, you definitely will be here. We can't do it without you. Right, okay. So, I shall leave that there. So we'll come on to the green belts. Everybody here, am I correct in saying that we are set up for the green belt? Okay, I just need to be set up for the green belt, if you could hold on. We haven't got much space up here, and perhaps, is Louise here?
Yes, I'm here.
Perhaps we might have another table in the break. Idea having one's document. Right.
Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Good morning. We sent out a set of issues and questions, which I'm sure you've all got and you've all responded to. The purpose of this first session is to have a basic discussion as to what people's views are vis-à-vis the removal of land from the Greenbelt in this location. Can I remind you all that government places great importance on greenbelts, that to actually remove land from greenbelts for development there has to be exceptional circumstances. And also remind you that those exceptional circumstances have really got to be clearly set out. And the exceptional circumstances are not borough-wide exceptional circumstances, or they're not only borough-wide exceptional circumstances. Certainly as far as Welwyn Hatfield was concerned, and I'm pretty sure as far as East Arts was concerned, it has been in principle accepted that because of the acute pressure need for land for development, for housing in particular, then there are exceptional circumstances, in inverted commas. But that doesn't mean to say it's open season on the Greenbelt, that you can put development anywhere, and in locational terms, each of the different locations at least has to be justified. That, you know, you have to prove that there are exceptional circumstances in the context of that location. It's not just a matter of saying, well, the borough's short of land, therefore, as I say, the Greenbelt doesn't matter. It certainly does matter. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Vita of CPRE, is she here? Oh, right. She's in the circle seats. Right. She's going to introduce it, basically just to sort of set the scene as to what the basic issues that people have raised. Then we'll move on from there. Have you switched your microphone on? Okay.
Okay. From my review of the participant statements on the matter of Greenbelt, there are some very specific comments, for example, about the partial blocking of the Green Corridor and the connection of new housing to existing housing areas, described as either hanging or perhaps wholly unconnected. But there are 5 main criticisms, I think, levelled by the participants against the allocation. Number 1, that exceptional circumstances are not identified. East Herts and Welwyn Hatfield argue there's an acute need and that the lack of land on which to build sustainable development are the reasons for the exceptional circumstances for this allocation. Number 2, the lack of evidence that both councils have worked together, including different conclusions drawn from their Greenbelt reviews, and the lack of master planning that's been undertaken, although the land promoter argues that master planning is not necessary. Number 3, the excessive scale of the Greenbelt release, particularly compared to the number of homes proposed. The weakening of the Greenbelt boundary is number 4, and the 5th one, the urbanising impact, which according to the land promoters agents can be solved with buffers and bunds, despite some of the land identified for buffers not being in their client's control. So finally, all the Greenbelt purposes are mentioned in the participant statements as being contravened by the Birchall Garden Suburb allocation, of which I seem to have managed to find 6. That's checking sprawl, preventing coalescence, safeguarding the countryside, preserving the setting of Welwyn Garden City, assisting in urban regeneration, and maintaining the settlement pattern. So I think the question is, does the site allocation have such an impact on Greenbelt purposes and cause such harm that it outweighs other considerations? And could exceptional circumstances exist in this situation where so much harm has been identified? And from CPRE Hertfordshire's perspective, we believe that the harm to the Greenbelt outweighs the need in relation to the Birchall Garden Suburb site allocation.
From the Welwyn Hatfield perspective, the majority of the sites that have been proposed for release in the local plan do make either a significant or a partial contribution to the Greenbelt. So it is not possible to come anywhere close to meeting the need for housing without there being harm to the Greenbelt, and that is something that I think we set out in our topic paper. when we produced our site selection background paper, we went through the advantages and disadvantages of sites. We looked at the impact on the greenbelt. We looked at the impact on the greenbelt boundary. But then we also considered benefits of sites coming forward. We looked at the results of the sustainability appraisal. And in this case, the site had more sustainability advantages than disadvantages. We considered the results of whether there are any particular strategic advantages to a site coming forward. And in this case, this is a large site which is going to make a significant contribution to housing land supply in both Welwyn Hatfield and indeed in East Herts. It has the benefit of being large enough to be able to provide a much needed secondary school, and there is no other site in Welwyn Garden City or adjoining Welwyn Garden City which is large enough to make that provision. So to conclude, essentially the benefits were felt to outweigh the harm to the greenbelt.
Can we have a response from East Herts on the same point, please?
So without wanting to repeat everything that Mrs Tiley says, it's the same process for East Herts. We undertook a considerable comprehensive study of the greenbelt and pretty much all of our sites, except for a handful within Bishop Stortford, were identified as having a low suitability just in pure greenbelt terms. I think the important position that East Herts has set out all along is that the greenbelt review is just one part of the, if you think of an acetate of layers compiled together on the evidence base, which it is one part of the consideration in terms of finding a suitable site. And it's an important part, but as Mrs Tiley says, the view of East Herts is that it also provides a scale of development that can bring all the alternative benefits that we would not see through an incremental, smaller release of greenbelt around the district. So that's a position that East Herts has taken and has led to the key principles of the urban extensions and the development strategy within East Herts, is that the scale of the release, if we are to release greenbelt, which was a very difficult decision for the councils to make, it has to be of a scale that you will get those benefits that come with development.
That being said then, are you suggesting that despite the fact that in East Herts' case this area's got a low suitability, in Hatfield's case the area scores relatively high in greenbelt terms, that the areas that, if you like, are below this site in the greenbelt pecking order just don't score well on all the other sustainability issues? Is that what we're meant to accept?
Yes, sir. This site obviously makes an important contribution to sustainable development in terms of its ability to make provision for infrastructure to accommodate this scale of growth. But indeed, sir, there are very few sites which are lower in the pecking order in terms of greenbelt release. Yes, we considered this was significant in terms of encroachment into the countryside. It does also contribute to the other purposes. But as I said previously, there are very few sites in Welwyn Hatfield which don't contribute to a greenbelt purpose, and they would not result in a sustainable pattern of development in terms of coming up with an alternative distribution strategy.
Okay. Mr Harley?
Mr Harley. I'd like to make one small but important point about the greenbelt. This is no ordinary greenbelt. This is a special greenbelt. This was the first greenbelt, and that's where we get the term greenbelt from. So I think in exceptional circumstances we have to be extremely exceptional to erode this greenbelt. My colleague Kate Harwood will expand on this point later. Thank you.
I don't. Oh, have anyone else with tolerance up? Does no one else wish to contribute? You have a question? Okay.
Yes, a point made by a number of representatives was about the sort of cross-boundary decisions that took place. So were they the same? Did you look at the Greenbelt in the same way? How have you arrived at those conclusions, separately or together? Could just, Ms. Pearce, will you respond to that for me, please?
So we both did Greenbelt reviews. The methodologies were slightly different, but in terms of their principal objective, they were the same, which is to identify land within the Greenbelt and identify the scope and purposes of those particular areas. So we had a number of meetings, site visits, many hours on the phone and in the same room, where we looked at Greenbelt boundaries and we looked at the differences and the similarities between the two reviews. And we were both comfortable with the decisions that we came to with regards to the site allocation in its principles, and then with regards to the detailed site boundary that we are now looking at within both local plans.
Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. It might be worth just looking back in time slightly as to how this came about. In 2012, the Council adopted a housing target of 7,200 homes, of which it said it could build 6,800 within the borough, and it would look for duty to cooperate with adjoining authorities to supply the other 400. That was in September. The National Planning Policy Framework had only been in operation for 6 months at that time, but the evidence that was available to the Council at that time was pretty thin. As matters moved on, about 2 years or so later in 2014-2015 of that order, the Council recognised that it had a higher need for housing in its borough. And looking at the hierarchy of the borough, the two towns of Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City were the first tier settlements, and then we have the 4 large villages. And we had expected the Council to then look at expanding its sites around those urban areas, particularly sites that are physically attached to those urban areas and with all the services and facilities that were available. But instead the Council selected the site, what was known as WGC5 at the time, and subsequently has become SDS2. And I think our point here is that there hasn't been a sequential approach to this. There's been an alternative strategy within the Council to avoid certain areas. Now we say that
Explain to me, can you explain that point in terms of the Greenbelt?
Yes, I can. The issue is to the harm to the green belt, and if we look at the sites that are around the urban areas, they have all, or by and large, have scored causing less harm to the green belt, and logically are connected to urban areas at present. And many of the sites are very well enclosed in terms of visibility and other harmful effects that are measured in greenbelt terms. So they're not the sites I'm referring to around the urban areas in both the towns and the villages, the 4 large villages. And excuse me, and frankly that's all the Council has in terms of its hierarchy, because after that the villages are either small villages or washed over villages. So with every sympathy to the Council for the task that it faces, the fact still remained that there is a hierarchy of the towns and villages in the borough. And if you look at the locations of those settlements, there is far less harm, we say, to many of the sites around the existing urban areas. And we have advanced on many occasions that, just for example, there are sites around the 4 large villages that could contribute between 750 and 1,000 homes in each village. That's a very substantial number. It's between 3,000 and 4,000 homes. Instead, the Council's allocated sites for only 700 homes throughout all 4 villages. So there's a lost opportunity which has not been properly explored, and the Council hasn't approached this in a logical or sequential way, either from its evidence base or from its strategy. So that would be one point that I would quickly make. And the second point would be that there's a very large area of land, urban open land, which is also being included for release in the green belt. And you may come to that later, but I would just make the point now that we don't see the logic of having to release very large areas of land which will remain open from the green belt. Where are the exceptional circumstances for that purpose? So those were the 2 points I'd like to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hill?
Thank you very much, sir. Just sticking for the time being with the first question and exceptional circumstances, you will see from our reps that we take the view that you should, as inspectors, be considering the scale of the release and what you get for your pain. And the point that we've made, that you're talking here about over 300 hectares, over 800 acres, with an average output in terms of housing of 8 dwellings per hectare. And we say there's a very, very great deal of pain involved for proportionately slight gain, and you should be factoring in that scale and looking to the councils for a very strong case indeed if you're going to support that level of release.
Thank you, sir. Just a question about evidence base. Not clear what is the evidence base for the council's assessment and the allocation and the evidence that the benefits exceed the harm, given the many questions you've rightly raised in the matters regarding those impacts. And I didn't see it in the statements, and I haven't seen it yet, as to what is the evidence that behind their conclusion. Can the council respond to that, please?
Just in response to Mr. Perkins' point about sites around the villages having less impact on the green belt than this particular site, just to say that sites which were not included around the villages were rejected on infrastructure grounds. Now, that is a point that we will be revisiting, as the inspector has asked us to look at those matters again. But the reason for rejecting them was to do with the lack of infrastructure provision and not for any other reason. So it wasn't that Welwyn Garden City 5 or SDS2 was preferred in preference to those sites around the villages. It was that this is a suitable site, and those sites were considered to be unsuitable, not individually, but because of the lack of infrastructure in those settlements. Just coming on to the density point, the low density referred to, that's a gross density figure rather than a net density figure. And if you look at the developable areas, the density is equivalent to other strategic sites that have been brought forward in the plan.
Can I just ask you what that density is? Or what is that?
It's in the region of 25 dwellings per hectare.
Mr. Winterskill, sir. David Locke Associates for Tarmac. Okay. See that? Not sure it'll stay up there, but have to leave it there for now. Yes, thank you, sir. Just to clarify the point about density, the net residential density for the site is approximately 30 to the hectare, which is completely consistent with large-scale urban extensions up and down the country, completely standard density. And really building on what Mrs. Tiley was saying in response to Mr. Hill, it's not just about residential units per amount of greenbelt lost. It's a much broader calculation that's needed. Birchall Garden Suburb is delivering so much more than housing, as you know, as you've heard. It's delivering a very large informal parkland. It's delivering a secondary school. It's not just about housing. So that's a false calculation, the number of residential units per greenbelt land lost. It's the whole development that's relevant, including all of its green infrastructure.
Could we just return to a point about the evidence base? Could we have an answer to that point, please? From both councils.
Yes. Well, the evidence base I would consider as extensive. We have a whole library full of documents which support the proposals in the local plan. The evidence base is summarised for Welwyn Hatfield in the Housing Site Selection background paper, which draws on the various studies which have been commissioned by the council to inform its assessment. That includes the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment. It includes the Greenbelt reviews, the two studies done, Stage 1, Stage 2. Includes the Strategic Flood Risk Assessment and a number of other evidence from the County Council on education requirements. So a number of studies which are referenced in that document.
For East Hartsmar, we have similarly a comprehensive evidence base, which includes the Greenbelt Review, obviously, and a housing land availability assessment, a SHMAR, also employment studies. We also have, importantly, a sustainability appraisal, which looks at the alternative approaches to Greenbelt releases and the underpinning development strategy in the district.
In terms of where you looked at the weight to be attached to the harm to the Greenbelt, where is the evidence base for that?
So the council, for the sake of the audience here, the council prepared a topic paper on Greenbelt, which was TPA 003 in the East Harts Evidence Library. That looked at the assessment of the weight of Greenbelt and the importance of Greenbelt, and then summed up how the authority had come to its decisions with regards to releasing Greenbelt land to meet its housing needs.
Mr. O'Leary.
Thank you. Just a brief comment on behalf of the parish, which covers basically the East Harts part of the allocation. The inspector summed it up quite clearly at the beginning there that the parish were quite encouraged by the Greenbelt Review because it showed the low suitability of some of the sites in East Harts in terms of development. And the flip side of that is, of course, that it serves Greenbelt purposes very well. And that is very clear in terms of its openness and its potential for coalescence between Welwyn Garden City and the local small villages that we have, and obviously the wider gap between Hertford and Welwyn Garden City. This other premise that the necessity is driven by this being the only possible site for a school seems to me slightly flawed and an imperfect argument. We would expect that there are options and provisions and contingencies that Welwyn Hatfield has or East Harts have made for the provision of schools, and are not wholly reliant on the release of a Greenbelt site. And it seems a slightly sort of odd provision to make that, and we'll come to it later on the implementation matters, that this is an absolute necessity driven by a school strategy alone.
Ms. Talley would like to come back on that. Is this site driven by the school, and following on from that, does the school necessarily need to be, the secondary school I presume he's talking about, need to be within this development?
Well, the County Council did commission a piece of work to look at where there were opportunities for new secondary school provision in Welwyn Garden City. This is the only deliverable site that was identified as part of that work. So we're not aware of any other opportunities for new schools. The urban area is quite constrained. Development opportunities within the urban areas have been brought forward as housing allocations, but nevertheless none of them are large enough for a secondary school. The County Council would be looking for approximately 15 hectares of land for an 8th form entry secondary school. So inevitably we're talking about a Greenbelt location. Indeed, one of the existing secondary schools in Welwyn Garden City is also in the Greenbelt. When you look at Welwyn Garden City itself and opportunities to expand Welwyn Garden City, it is quite constrained. To the south, there is a very narrow gap between Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield. To the west, you've got the A1M, you've got got the Welwyn City Conservation Area, and then you've got Brocket Park, Historic Park and Garden. To the northwest, you've got an SSI, so that actually there are very few opportunities to expand Welwyn Garden City, and expanding to the east or southeast, northeast is probably the least constrained in terms of opportunities.
On that point of the school, I mean, does anybody disagree with what she said, that effectively if you were looking for 15 hectares of land in the context of Welwyn Hatfield, certainly, there isn't really an opportunity other than going into the greenbelt somewhere, not necessarily here, but you have to go into the greenbelt.
I don't think evidence has been presented on that point. So I can't answer it. I mean, I haven't seen any evidence that says the options contingencies have sequentially came to this conclusion, but
well, you live here, I don't, but I mean, I can't identify a 15 hectare site within the urban areas. I'm to say, it doesn't necessarily have to be this site, although Ms Tyler has given you reasons why it has to be. But 15 hectares of land is a lot of land, and other than parks, open spaces, etc., I wouldn't have thought there would be that amount of land anywhere within the urban areas. Did you want to say something, Mr Davies?
Yeah, just on the subject of school provision, there is actually a piece of land that was set aside for education, which in fact used to be a school, and is still there, but is not used as a school today, sort of on the edge of the site in the commons. So I just wanted to point out that that site does exist and is still there, although it's not a functioning school at the moment, but the area that it's on is, it's a significant piece of land.
That's a former primary school
right,
site.
Yeah.
It's a site which was actually promoted by the County Council for housing development. It's the one site, I think, around Welwyn Garden City which was found not to be suitable to allocate, really, because it currently has some, it's a valuable community use at the moment operating from the site, and alternative provision for those community uses hasn't been found, but it would be too small for a secondary school. It could be considered as a site for a primary school, which is what it formerly was.
Okay. Mr Hill?
So just on that on that point, on the school issue, of course, the school side of things is on the East Hart side of the boundary, but so far as the Welwyn Hatfield side is concerned, there is, of course, the secondary school site at New Barn Field that I imagine you've had referred to you before, owned by the County Council, part of its estate, and not currently in use. You might want to take that in on one of your site inspections.
Can you say that again?
Yes, the site's called New Barn Field. And
I think New Barn Field's been looked at for the extra secondary school. That was the reason why they couldn't have any more development, because there weren't enough school places, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, New Barnfield is, as I'm sure you're aware, currently a waste allocation in the waste local plan. We are holding discussions with the County Council to see if it could be released in order to accommodate additional growth over and above what's currently set in the local plan. That site is to the south of Hatfield, so wouldn't serve Welwyn Garden City very well.
So my other point, which was the one I wanted to just come back on very briefly in relation to the density. Of course, I'm not suggesting there's anything exceptional about the net residential figures. That wasn't the point. The point, as I'm sure you'll be aware, is that the Hertfordshire Greenbelt is going to take an 800-acre hit as a result of Birchall Garden Suburb, and a very large part of that is parkland. Normally, if you want a large park, you wouldn't take the land out of the greenbelt. You would leave it in the greenbelt. And the only reason it's coming out of the greenbelt is because the housing areas are dispersed in such an odd way that you can't really do anything else but take all the parkland out of the greenbelt to get a reasonably continuous new boundary. And I would say, so you need to take that into account and take the scale of the loss, including the parkland, into account when considering your exceptional circumstances.
All right, well, let's take that point a bit further. I mean, certainly advice on greenbelts suggests that one of the principal purposes is to prevent urban sprawl. if you look at any of the sort of layout plans, notional ones that have been produced for this site, I mean, I'm looking at appendix, I think it's appendix 5 of the tarmac evidence. There does seem to be an isolated area of development close to the junction of the A414 and Birchall Lane, and then just a sort of, if you like, an extension to the existing area of Welling Garden City in the vicinity of the Commons and Hollywell Hyde Fishing Lake, but then that just sort of gradually extends as an almost tentacle. I mean, how is that, if you like, restricting urban sprawl?
Can I also add to that the part of in East Herts, which also is like a little below the isolated part. So if we could include that, please, as well.
Before you move on to urban sprawl, there's two of us that have actually had our things up. Me and Ian. Okay. It's just a small point, really, and it's about the first two of the issues. And we feel very much that this site's been pushed forward by the land promoter, who's had an aspiration for building on it for at least 10 years. And I feel the council have tried really hard to make it fit. But in terms of both boroughs, I still don't think that they have highlighted the specific exceptional circumstances for this site, and more concentrated on the fact that it is available. That's my point, really.
In terms of the process, clearly there are two separate reports, and so the exceptional circumstances will have to be justified in both cases. So that's just the process.
Mr. Wintersgill?
Thank you, sir. Yes, if I can help you on the questions that both of you asked about the logic for the configuration of Birchall Garden Suburb. Very important to view it.
Mr. Wintersgill, what I am going to say is this: it's very important that the council defends their plan.
Yes, of course.
I understand your position. I think if there are questions that we can answer, but the form that it's in, I'm expecting the council to explain, if that helps.
Yes, of course. I'm happy to go after the councils if that's helpful.
Okay.
If you prefer to hear from the councils first.
Yes. Just well, we were going to, before we moved on to the form that they were in, we were just asking whether there are any questions, anybody else who wanted to contribute. So then if we could move on to that as the next point.
Yeah.
Yes. And I think we started asking the questions about the form, and this is particularly to do with the green belt, and whether, because they are in Welling, they're sort of set along the bottom of the boundary, and in East Hertfordshire they're there is a contiguous part, but then there is also an isolated part, and whether that means that because of the way they've been set out, there has to be a greater release of land. So where was that in your consideration of how much land needed to come out of the green belt? Did you consider, and if so, where, the nature and the form of that development that it was going to take, and then compare that to how much green belt would be needed? Did you look at a denser development closer to the boundaries? How did you look at that? And this is particularly to do with your green belt considerations. So it's where that fitted into the process and how you went about considering that. So if we start with Welwyn, if that's okay, Ms. Pearce. Ms. Tyler.
Well, the density assumptions for the site were informed by the assessment in the HELA, and we took into account impact on adjoining wildlife sites, the local nature reserve, and also aspirations that both the community and members had for development to replicate the character of Welwyn Garden City. So we weren't, it was very important both to members and I think the local community that any new development should be very much in the style of Welwyn Garden City, and whilst you might be able to accommodate slightly higher densities than perhaps the original housing in Welwyn Garden City, it shouldn't be so high that it would be totally different in character. So there was an overall aspiration that densities shouldn't be too high in this particular location. In terms of its urban form and the scale of it, the council did, in the previous round of consultation, consider the option of a smaller allocation, just the part to the north. At that time there was uncertainty about the level of contamination in the southern part of the site, and other impacts, but further analysis of the evidence reassured the council in terms of the contamination on the southern part of the site, and no doubt we'll come on to that later on this afternoon. In terms of the scale of development, because we're looking at providing primary school, then two-form entry primary school is the preferred scale or size of site for the county council. One-form entry primary schools don't work very well. So having, certainly on the Welwyn Garden City side, development in the order of 1,000 dwellings was considered to be preferable, more sustainable, and the existence, I suppose, of the landfill has certainly influenced the layout of development, as indeed do constraints on any site, and this is one factor which has had to be taken into account.
Ms. Pearce, sorry, do you want to come back? Go on. You hear Ms. Pearce first, please.
Okay, so with regards to the East Harts element of the site, one thing which was very much at the forefront of our minds when we was looking at the site, and indeed when we did a site visit, or a number of site visits on the site, was about the need to make sure that there were defensible boundaries. What we don't have on this site is a great big wall or road right across the site, which would make any other form of boundary logical. What we do have is the A414 and Pansanger Lane, which are very clear boundaries, physical features which are permanent in nature. And so they were ideally located in terms of making that defensible boundary. Within the site, obviously, you have the existing employment area at the Eco Aggregate site, and when you look at the form of urban development along the B195, the bit which sticks out at the moment in the illustrative master plan which has been presented, actually when that employment area is taken into account, is actually forms a contiguous urban stretch along the B195, both north and south of that road. So it doesn't necessarily stick out in that respect. What we also need to bear in mind is that we are actually at the beginning of the master planning process for this site, and what we have is clearly identifiable areas where they could be developable land. There's not least to say that that will be the final form of the development once all that has been taken into account moving forward, should the site get allocated. So there are clear defensible boundaries, and that is was the forefront of our minds when we was looking at the site.
Putting the defensible boundaries to one side and going back to urban sprawl, I don't see how development adjacent to the A14 in East Harts, south of Birchall Lane, is actually contiguous with the employment site. You've got Henry Wood in between. I mean, you're not proposing you're going to clear that, are you? It's part of your master planning, or are you?
No, but in terms of its the visual appearance along that road, when you're leaving the A414 at the junction and driving westwards along the B195, you will have development on either side of you, and so therefore there will be a contiguous urban form along that stretch. But again, I reiterate that there will be several rounds of master planning to be undertaken, and the final form of development will be very much determined by that stage.
Yeah, the form of development, though, is not quite the same as the principle, is it?
The principle of the boundary is the important part in this respect. There is no space kind of to... If you use the woodland, for example, as a boundary, there is nothing south of Henry Wood which you would use as a definable feature. You have the urban open land which is proposed. But as I say, there will be lots for determination for the master planning side of things.
I mean, I'm presuming that other people would argue that you would use Henry Wood, and that would then enable you to incorporate what's called parkland. Let's forget it's a tip, and that you wouldn't be denuding the green belt to the extent that you otherwise are.
What I think that's probably. Sorry, I think the point you're making is a fair point, but obviously that would result in far fewer dwellings, which again then impacts on the delivery of infrastructure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just a small point, and I know we move on to ecology, but Ms Tyler has just said that in their taking into account Birchall Garden Suburb and the positioning, that they considered the impacts on the local nature reserve, and we move on to that. There are no reports or evidence that of any surveys that they have taken that into account at all. No, it was just that point on her answer.
Can I ask, well, for both authorities, in terms of the form that it takes and the amount of greenbelt land, we had a discussion when I was doing the East Hertfordshire hearing sessions about, and East Hertfordshire's position was that they took the minimum amount of land possible for all the other sites that we've looked at. Took the absolute minimum to provide the housing and to provide the necessary infrastructure and any other development that was necessary to support it. But this site does seem to incorporate a lot of green space into it. So I do want to go back to the point about where was the consideration in terms of the amount of greenbelt land that was taken out, and the amount of green space that would be left in that site, and moving the housing towards the boundary of the town so that it's more compact. Was that something you looked at? So if you could just explain to me how you did that.
So we spent many hours wandering around the site and looked at the various boundaries. And what we also had to take into account was the need to have an area of open land against the edge of Pansanger Park, the use of the hedgerows and the tree belts and the woodlands within the site as well. We looked at all those different elements when we was looking at the site. What we would have on the East Arts element is a loss of 300 houses as a minimum if we were to take the part just to the north of the B195. I think Mrs. Tyler will be able to explain the urban open land and the difference in the policy designation there as well. But it did form part of the decisions when we was looking at the site. But as I say, there is still a lot to be determined with regards to what the site will look like and what parts of the site will come forward. And within that site, there's obviously a lot of scope for different type of development and different urban form as a result of it. But it was very much taken into account when we looked at it. What we have here is a clear number of limitations with regards to what is developable, and what isn't developable. And in East Arts, yes, we have taken the line that we are trying to reduce the site as much as possible in terms of its greenbelt release. And the difficulty with this site is that we also need to provide a very large secondary school, which would serve both this development and the existing town too. And where that is located within the site was basically driven by the need to have a buffer on the outer edge of the site to deal with heritage issues. So again, by building up all the different barriers and limitations with what's developable on the site and where certain land uses need to go, we were left with a kind of the greenbelt edge and the amount of land that would be required to be released for this site in its entirety.
Do you want to say something?
Yes, I was just going to add, in terms of consideration about the urban open, what we have designated as urban open land, which is the former landfill area. In 2015, when we carried out consultation on sites, we included a question about whether areas such as this should be included in the green belt or whether perhaps they should be designated as urban open land. So that is something that we considered at that point. The responses we got back were split, but the majority were in favour of its designation as urban open land, which would just give it a bit more flexibility for its use and for recreational purposes than for its designation as green belt. And in the end, I think it was a sort of finely balanced decision, but the view was taken that the A414 would provide a very strong boundary, and that its the openness would be protected by an urban open land designation.
Going back to the point that this is really, they're only notional ideas, and at the end of the day the development could be completely different. To what extent, it's maybe a matter for tarmac, is there actually ability to build houses other than as shown on this plan? Short of demolishing woodland or building on tipped areas.
Yes, thank you. If I can help you on that, the ability is very limited. So the parameter plan and the illustrated master plan, which are appended to our statements, those are, well, that is the only sensible, feasible way of developing the sites. As both Mrs. Tiley and Mrs. Pearce alluded to, the site does have considerations, constraints that need to be fully respected. The landfill, of course, significant areas of woodland that we have respected through the parameter plan, through the master plan. So options are very limited. Very important, though, to view the scheme as an integrated, holistic, sustainable urban extension. Very important not to be overly constrained by administrative boundaries. Very important to fully respect genuine constraints, but not to be overly constrained by council administrative boundaries. This has always been conceived as an integrated, sustainable urban extension, planned holistically, master planned holistically, and what you see in the parameter plan and the illustrative master plan is very much the fruit of actually 10 years of master planning effort. So the options are very limited.
So in reality, it's this or a lower quantum of dwellings. This being what's on your notional layouts. Yeah? Is that a reasonable assessment?
Sorry, I didn't quite follow you.
In reality,
yes,
it's either a layout very similar to your notional layouts that you've submitted,
yes,
or it's fewer dwellings.
Yes, that would be fair.
Okay. I mean, can I ask you, wearing my sort of waste planner's hat, have you looked at the possibilities of developing parts of what was notionally the sort of tipped area? I mean, my experience is that certainly in terms of quarry extraction, which I presume this historically was, they very rarely actually extract from the entire site. There's usually sort of perimeter areas that aren't touched, and there's usually quite often working and stockpiled areas that don't get touched. Have you actually investigated to the extent to which the notionally tipped area has actually physically been tipped? And is there any scope for any more development within there?
We have indeed, sir. I think Mr. Banner Perry is much better qualified to speak to you on that. I shall bring him forward now if that helps.
Yeah, sure.
Good morning. Yes, we have a fairly good idea of the boundary of the tipped area from the various ground investigations that have been undertaken since the mid-70s onwards. And clearly there's a large area that has been excavated and tipped over the years. We've taken a precautionary approach in that we don't want to build on a landfill because there are obviously additional risks involved. Obviously additional abnormal costs and complications with foundations. Most of the properties, if we built on there, would probably have to be on a piled foundation, which obviously increase the abnormal costs, but it's also creating potential pathways for any contaminants that are in the landfill to migrate out from it. So I think in summary, yes, we have considered it. We've got a fairly good idea of the extent of the landfill, and for them reasons we would prefer not to build on the landfill.
And does the actual landfill extend completely over what is effectively a sort of boundary of a tip around field boundaries?
It doesn't effectively come right up to the very edge as on that plan. There's obviously a battered area where when they dug the hole they would have had battered slopes, and then that's been filled. So it doesn't actually come smack bang right up to the edge. But I think there's probably a minimal area that we would want to build on there for the reasons I've given.
So do I go away from this with the conclusion that really you wouldn't actually get significant numbers of additional dwellings within the areas of the tip when it came to a detailed investigation?
I think that would be a fair comment.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Davies up on top.
Very briefly on that point. Having spent all but 6 months of my life looking across the landfill site, I've seen a large proportion of what was landfill there, and they didn't leave much there that they did. To the extent that the eastbound carriageway of the A414 is actually built on compacted rubbish.
All right.
Okay.
That's how tight they went to the boundaries.
Okay. The other Mr. Davies?
Yes, thank you. You said partly what I was going to say as well, having spent most of my life being familiar with that site. I would also, just looking at the map provided as Appendix 5 by Gascoigne Cecil, which I've got in front of me here, it shows almost sort of two pincers coming out from the garden city, which is coloured in red. The garden city is obviously it's 98 years old. It's had a planned growth, And there was talk before about this being an integrated development, but looking at these two red pincers, it really doesn't look very integrated with the rest of the town.
Can I ask you just to focus on the green belt for the moment?
Yep.
We're addressing that in other sessions. So.
Well, the point I was really making is this, and coming back to the landfill area then. The proposal at the moment is for an area of development on the north of the site and the south of the site. The south of the site, you'll be aware, will slopes upwards. So if you're coming along the 414 from terms of the green belt area slopes upwards. So you would be able it would be visible from the road because the road slopes up the hill where the landfill took place and the landfill rose over the years. And I too, like the other Mr. Davison, am very familiar with that centre part of the site and the contamination, which we'll come on to later with the waste there. But I guess the point I really wanted to make was the shape of this development, if the green belt is taken, is going to unbalance the shape of the town and it won't be integrated with the rest of the town very well.
Going on from the point you just raised about, if you like, the views from the A414, I'm sure the councils will say that they've recently revised the proposals and are putting a screening bund in. If you read the tarmac statements, they're talking about a buffer 50 to 80 metres wide, comprised of a bund, with planting on it, but also swales and areas of woodland, even areas of farmland. Now, 50 to 80 metres wide is not what, excuse me, is shown on the revised plan by a long way. What is it? Is it something that's 50 to 80 metres wide and, if you like, has got some depth to do something with, or is it the area that's notably shown on that plan, which is probably less than half that width?
Well, the precise width of the landscape buffer area along the A414 has yet to be defined. We felt very much that that was a matter for the supplementary planning document and master planning document. We've accepted the principle that well, indeed, the original strategy diagram did have a landscape strip, but in response to concerns from Historic England, the width of the buffer has been increased, but we do feel the precise details would be a matter for the supplementary planning document and don't sort of impact on the principle of the allocation as such.
Doesn't the allocation, though, need to know what the impact of development is going to be, and aren't the two scenarios somewhat different?
Well, do we need to have more information in the plan itself about the nature of the buffer?
I suppose the two authorities felt that this was a detailed matter which could be left to the supplementary planning document. Clearly, if you consider it's a modification that needs to be made, we would go away and give some thought to that.
I mean, it's affecting other issues as well as the green belt, like heritage, etc., etc. But in some instances, you can, if you like, have screening bunds and other mitigation measures which effectively do screen it. And I mean, I think it is a characteristic of Welwyn Garden City that by and large, choose where you're driving, you don't really know it's there, especially if you go along the A414. And some mitigation would probably achieve that, another mitigation wouldn't, and it then starts to have a bearing on, if you like, the countryside aspect of this part of the A414 from the Greenbelt perspective, but it also then starts to impact upon views from heritage assets, etc. as well.
I think in my recollection of discussions when we were out on site with Historic England and East Herts was that consideration was given to having a similar buffer in terms of width to the existing hedgerow to the west of the site. There is quite a well-established hedgerow, shrubs, trees, planting belt to the west of that, and that's what was being looked at. But I think it was felt that we didn't want to be overly prescriptive at this stage and would want to look at that matter in more detail. I think there's also likely to be, because of noise issues, a need for some sort of noise band along that edge to protect residential properties from the noise from the A414. And again, I think that was a matter that we just wanted to look at in detail when we prepared the supplementary planning document.
I think it would be helpful to explain in both plans exactly what the purpose of that buffer is, which you've just set out. So the buffer has to do X, Y, and Z, and then you can examine whatever comes in against that at whatever width or size it might be. But you need to define exactly what that as a buffer will do wherever you've shown it, so you have something to assess it against rather than a buffer. So that would encompass a number of matters that we're going to discuss, but just as a principle, and in terms of the buffer, wherever they are throughout the plan, it's probably in your interest to set out exactly what you want from the buffer. So whatever comes in, you can say, no, it doesn't do that, or yes, it does, rather than specify the exact size.
Yeah, can I just remind you that policy SP19, the policy itself, it does say the master plan, which will be informed by the strategy diagram. So, the strategy diagram is a base for it, and I'd put it to you that it's, not appropriate to be suggesting residential development in certain areas if residential development isn't going to go there, or other areas where it's not to go. And similarly, if you're notationally showing what's meant to be a landscape barrier, then that ought to be, again, it ought to be indicated as to the sort of proportions of that landscape barrier, and they need to be reasonably accurate. If you don't want to do that, then really you shouldn't be advancing the sort of plan that's in figure 12 of the local plan in the detail that it's got.
Is there anything that anyone else wants to say about the buffers? Mr. Hill? Sorry, Mr. Sorry, I said Mr. Hill. I know that you've had yours up for a long time, but we'll come to you. Okay. Yes, Mr. Eggleston.
These gentlemen walked on the landfill site for 6 months. I actually played on it in the 60s. There were no batters. The site, particularly along Holwell-Hyde Lane, actually was steep slopes. There were no fences and certainly no batters. Just a little bit of history.
Mr. Hill?
Yes, so just really two rather miscellaneous points. We do want to say something about the extent and effect of the buffer as now proposed, but I was proposing, if you'll allow me, to come back to that when we come to heritage and the views from the south. Yeah. And then the only other point, which is really a footnote, my thunder has to some degree already been stolen by my colleague to the left, but I would invite you to look at Appendix 5 to our statement on for this part of the examination, if you have it within reach. It's the one that has that as a front cover, and there are a series of appendices bound into the back. I think it's quite a useful plan to have within reach for the remainder of the day, where we've sought to plot the existing urban form of Welwyn Garden City and to overlay onto that the form of the development proposed both on the East Herts and the Welwyn Hatfield sides of the boundary, using the then available master plan material. So that, if that's, I would like to refer to that at a later stage, but just wanted to be sure that you had that within reach.
Okay, thank you. Go on, Mr. Meadowcroft.
Thank you very much. It may be helpful to impart some of the reasons for the width of the corridor that we've been proposing, the buffer.
The width of the buffer.
Yeah. It forms part of an integral green infrastructure corridor, presented one of them through the development, adjoining the A414, and the width has been defined in principle through a sequence of surface water, ecological and landscape studies. So it can demonstrate that that margin, that buffer, can meet the requirements of providing a good, strong boundary additional to the A414 in terms of green belt, and to be capable of screening a very large proportion of that development through the accommodation of a woodland on that same buffer. And it would be capable of allowing people and wildlife to travel along it. And that width was described through a series of tests.
I think that goes back to my point about setting out what it is that you want from the buffer, so that whatever comes in, you can assess it against that.
Okay.
You haven't got anybody else?
No, but I did want to go back
Yeah,
to
sure.
the point, which was that this is an urban extension. That's the way it's set out, and that's the East Harts and Welland and Hatfield side together. It's an urban extension, is what we're looking at, including the development of the housing and all the other associated development. And so, just in terms of the green belt, so we're back to this exceptional circumstances in the green belt. That is the way that you want us to consider it. That it's as a whole. And that it relies on all that land to provide you with the number of homes and the associated facilities. Is that correct? Okay. Just want to be clear. I think we're going to be returning to some of these points later in other ways. Anything else on the?
Shall we move on?
The green belt? Do you have any more questions you want to ask?
No.
No. Perhaps we ought to just have a 5 minutes in case not everyone wants to take part in the session.
Okay, well, if nobody else wants to raise anything, we'll move on to Green Corridor and ecology. I'm going to take them together, but that doesn't mean to say they need to get intermixed too much. I want to really start with ecology and move on to Green Corridor, because I think it probably falls better that way. But we need to probably break for 5 minutes while we play musical chairs.
Yeah, we're very short of space.
Totally. That's me. Yep.
I've got this little thing here, but that's not going to help you.
I'm sorry?
I've got this.
Oh, you're the now, yes. No, I can manage the floor. Better go and get. That's going. Maybe I'll find a coffee break. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Anyway, yeah, right.
Fine.
Yeah, that's working. Turn it on.
Hold on, let me put it in for you.
I think it works.
These are the two new
Oh.
ones.
Might work.
You've got one. You've got them in.
Yeah, mine, I don't need mine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, please do.
Hello? Yeah. It's fine.
I think
Am I in your way?
No. Could we prefer to make a start, please? Everyone sit down. We're going to talk about ecology and the green corridor, beginning with ecology. Can I just say that going back to what Christine and myself are about is the soundness of the plan. And in the context of ecology, there is certain guidance set out in the National Planning Policy Framework. But at the end of the day, it's a balancing act between the need for development and the harm, if there is any harm, to wildlife, and the mitigation measures that can be put in place effectively to alleviate that. And the framework talks about actually net gains to biodiversity. We need to be satisfied that whatever is in the plan about Birchall Garden Suburb is capable of achieving that. But we can't be going into minute detail about things. There obviously are other regulations and legislation protecting certain species that, again, the Council has to have regard to when it comes to a detailed consideration of proposals. But unless it's something that we can be satisfied that it is so important that it has to override everything else, then again, I think we're down to the mitigation stage, not the stage of saying, well, if you like, this is a stop the plan consideration. So with that, can I just ask Mr. Oakenfold to introduce the ecology aspects of what we're talking about?
Madam Inspector, sir, thank you for asking me to introduce Matter 3 on ecology. My submissions to the hearing today show clear and robust ecological data that link several wildlife sites within the Green Corridor that is being discussed today. These include multiple protected species and species and habitats of principal importance that must be considered by the NERC Act 2006. The species data I refer to has been confirmed in a desktop study independently commissioned by Hartingford-Bury Parish Council that can be found in the documents library for this hearing. National Planning Policy Framework is quite clear that development must provide net ecological gain, and both councils and developer must clearly demonstrate this. The developer has not considered all 158 species listed in the Parish Council report, and this is a direct result of failing to carry out a scoping study to the Chartered Institute of Ecology and Environmental Management Standards by not engaging all key stakeholders at the outset of master planning, which has ultimately led to limited species and habitat assessment. The limited species assessments have provided data. Some is questionable as to their conclusions. They discuss mitigation in part, but they do not provide multiple impact assessment for a site and surrounding countryside, which will be questioned in full in any environmental impact assessment as required by the NPPF. While there has been an attempt to assess important wildlife sites within the development boundary and to rationalise some connectivity, no attempt has been made to evaluate direct or indirect impacts outside the development footprint. A crucial omission and example is the Commons LNR owned by Welwyn Hatfield Council. It directly abuts the proposed Birchall Garden suburb boundary and has been omitted from any assessment or survey by the developer, which is somewhat odd given that its statutory protection as an LNR and Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council's duty under the NERC Act as the owner to protect it from adverse development, including its connectivity to the wider landscape. In accepting the developer's flawed ecological evaluation, both councils have failed to complete the appropriate and required level of ecological evaluation in advance of allocating Birchall Garden sites for housing in the local plans. The ecological evidence presented by Tarmac is inadequate in its paucity, and therefore the councils cannot ensure their duties under the NERC Act can be fulfilled or demonstrated. Both councils suggest the effects of development south east of Welwyn Garden City has been fully considered, yet still admit that more work is needed to consider the effects on ecology. This suggests the conclusion has been reached before the full question has been asked or answered. Both councils have been made aware of ecological concerns over a number of years. Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council from 2009 by myself. This finally culminated in a meeting on the 25th of August 2016 at the request of the Central Hertfordshire Green Corridor Group, with both councils and local plan leaders present. They asked, will the ecology issues raised at the meeting affect allocation of Birchall Garden Suburb? My reply was yes, and neither council have chose to respond to that to date. I'll finish. There was put on the documents yesterday a statement of common ground by both councils, the developer and Hertfordshire County Council, referring to the ecology. It says basically that there's still work in progress. They haven't determined the findings relating to habitats and species, and they say it will inform the planning of the site. And where necessary, further mitigation measures shall be adopted to ensure the potential impacts upon protected species. My point is that they should have determined that at this point. Even discussing a bund as their corridor through the development, barn owls are predated by cars. So I finished. The authors of this statement that was produced yesterday confirm that the surveys are incomplete. They imply that negative biodiversity is a possibility, and that you, sir, have said that that is a consideration if it outweighs the need for the housing. They say that sites of high ecological value will be protected, yet they have not considered or surveyed local nature reserves, including Stanbury Reed Marsh that is linked to the Commons Local Nature Reserve. And I won't go into all the species, but I just refer to dormouse, great crested newt, barn owl and turtle dove, including 40 other species of principal importance. They admit that they do not know the potential impacts and plan to remediate at an appropriate stage. This is the appropriate stage to ensure that the site is deliverable on ecological grounds. Finally, it is easy to talk the correct ecological terminology, but deliverability is another matter. Thank you.
Would the councils like to respond to that? I mean, particularly, the point that you don't know whether or not this site is deliverable in ecological terms without causing unnecessary harm.
I'll respond first, and then Mrs. Pearce can add to anything that I don't cover. I think in dealing with ecology, the planning process has two clear stages when you're dealing with an allocated site. There's the evidence that's required for a local plan, which has to be proportionate to its allocation. And then there is the consideration at the planning application side and a whole host of legislation relating to environmental impact assessments. And environmental impact assessments, which are much more detailed, will look at the detailed impacts of a specific proposal is carried out at the planning application stage. The NPPF in paragraphs 165 onwards talks about the level of evidence that is appropriate for a local plan, and it's clear when you look at those paragraphs that the evidence is fairly high level and talks about source material being from river basin management plans, that work should take place with local nature partnerships, and also sustainability appraisal, which meets the requirements of the European Directive on Strategic Environmental Assessment. All of that work has taken place. The data that was used to inform the report carried out by the Central Hearts Green Corridor Group, that data is all publicly available. The councils have access to the Hertfordshire Environmental Record Centre, which is a source of information. And indeed, the planning practice guidance refers to local record centres as providing important sources of information on ecology in an area. So those sources of information have all informed the council's assessment of the impact that development is likely to have on sites of wildlife site value. It is also taken into account the NPPF requirement to give greater priority to sites of international and national importance, and it has looked at the requirements in policy for mitigation, the mitigation hierarchy, and borne that in mind when considering what is the appropriate level of protection to be provided for sites of wildlife importance. You'll note from the strategy diagram that the woodland areas all have a buffer against them, and I believe Natural England's recommended distance is about 15 metres, so the intention there is to protect those wildlife sites. A wider green corridor is proposed to adjoin the lower half of the nature reserve because that is grassland and needs a greater extent a greater area in order to protect the habitat there. So account has certainly been taken of potential impacts. Account has been taken that mitigation should be achievable within the site for the majority of impacts, and where that is not possible, the council's recognised that we might need to look for off-site compensation. That is all in accordance with national policy.
Okay. Do you want
Thank you. I think the only thing I would like to add is that with regards to the next steps of any site allocation moving towards a detailed plan and a detailed planning proposal, is that there will always be changes that can occur within that stage of the planning application, where you would look at the detailed mitigation that would be required depending on whereabouts in the site development would be, what the type of land use would be, whether it's a low form of density or a higher form of density. So the reference in the Statement of Common Ground to further evidence being required comes down to that stage where we're looking at the very detail of location, type and use of those particular areas, and that in relation to the proximity to sites of different types as well. So the reference to further evidence will be as normally required for any plan application stage.
The fundamental part of actually assessing ecology on the site is in the first scoping report, which informs what surveys are required. That from the outset was not fully complete. Key stakeholders were missed out, which were at the time, which were the Badger Group, the BAT Group, the Commons with Nature Watch that actually manage the site for Welwyn Hatfield Council, and the people that hold the significant database. Complete data sets aren't carried by the Herts Biological Record Centre. And although Tarmac did go to the Herts Bird Club, they hold records of sightings of birds, whereas studies within the corridor show that there is a link between the Commons Local Nature Reserve, the landfill site, Stanborough, Reed Marsh and surrounding farmland, and that is key. That data is key to actually assessing whether the arable is important for housing or it's important for wildlife. Housing is definitely needed, but there are other considerations to be made, and 20 years of farmland bird study that was omitted from the Tarmac original study, original scoping study, is key to that arable landscape. You talk about the master plan and how the Commons, I will talk about the Commons because that is adjacent to the boundary, but we can link species. But Tarmac's master plan has changed over the years, and at present, at first it went into private land, which is next to Hole High Farm. The present one actually comes off as a triangle and reduces to around 20 metres that will have a road and people going through it. That isn't a wildlife corridor. Going to a wildlife corridor that they talk now of being the 414, the biggest predator of barn owls is actually cars, and you do not direct wildlife along a major road. There are two pairs of barn owls, which one has been looked at by Tarmac, which breed at Birchall Farm, but both those pairs of barn owls need 40 hectares each to actually supply the food for any chicks that they raise. Tarmac have not discussed anything with local stakeholders that would have told them that the barn owls at the Commons breed, and those barn owls actually use the landfill site. They will go along the corridor. They do not go through houses, and particularly a 20-metre strip that it will reduce to where there is cars.
Mr. Oakenfold, can I just stop you because you're getting into
too much detail.
But your point is about the information that the council
They
relied
haven't.
on.
They haven't
Yes.
taken enough
So
information.
Can we
Yeah.
hear a response on that,
Yeah.
please?
And I'd just interject as well, look, we're not looking at Tarmac's scheme. It's the council's responsibility to look at the wildlife implications of what they're proposing. And at the moment, they're proposing that the area should be comprehensively developed. Yes, there's a master plan, and that obviously has to indicate in broad principles what's going to happen. But at the end of the day, we're not here to judge Tarmac's scheme, and we're not here to judge what Tarmac should or should not have done in preparation for what I presume is eventually going to be a planning application.
So, can I just say my apologies, but actually on ecology, the only way, just to make one point, and I won't talk about species, was the farmland birds and the barnhouse. That is just two of the species. So, but you know, I won't sort of bring up further detail.
No, we understand the point that you're
Yeah.
making, and
Yeah.
so that's what we want the response on, please. If we start with Welland and Hatfield, please.
My understanding is Ecology have certainly reviewed the evidence submitted by Tarmac. My understanding is that
What we want to know is about your allocation and the plan, the most recent plan, and how the information has influenced that, and whether the information was sufficient. So it's about the evidence base again, and how that influenced the conclusions that you came to, and the way in which the development is distributed across the site.
thank you. I was responding really to the criticism of the evidence. Well, I think I've already said that the evidence base that was available to the council related to the data held by the local record centre, also information on ecological network mapping that had been produced for the councils by, I believe it was the Local Nature Partnership, identifying areas which were of particular importance and areas of less importance to ecology. That has influenced the strategy diagram in terms of proposed mitigation, in terms of buffers adjoining woodland areas, in terms of the location of the green corridor. That is all intended to protect those assets of wildlife importance and to mitigate any potential harm, and also to offer opportunities for enhancement of biodiversity along those green corridors.
Piers, did you want to add anything?
No, obviously we use the same evidence. We benefit in Hertfordshire that we do have the Ecological Record Service and Herts Ecology as key advisors in that respect.
Mr. Seaman?
Yes, thank you. I think we'd like to raise the issue about the procedures in the gathering of the baseline, in which the councils have suggested that this is a deliverable plan. There's no suggestion. There was some response to your questions that the baseline was gathered in cooperation with the Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust and Hertfordshire Ecology. But there's no suggestion in your evidence actually how that procedure was undertaken, because it is our concern that the baseline that was collected, in which you're basing the deliverability of this scheme, is inadequate. Not only because of the lack of the scope in which the baseline was gathered. Is that something you can respond to, please?
In terms of Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust and Herts Ecology's involvement, they manage the designation of wildlife sites. They update local planning authorities on an annual basis.
Can I stop you there, because you talked about lack of scope, and so I want you to explain to me what you mean by lack of scope. And then I want to put that question back.
I appreciate the comment that we're not dealing with the detail at this stage, and in planning terms we've got the EIA process, the Ecological Impact Assessment process of any scheme that goes forward. But it is still about demonstrating deliverability in biodiversity terms, because the legislation makes that very clear, and therefore it isn't, in our opinion, good enough just to say we know where the sites are, we're not going to build on these designated sites. Biodiversity is much broader than that, and the NPPF makes it very clear that it is much broader than that. And so the scope is how far ranging was the net cast, not in terms of looking the direct impacts of the development on known sites, but looking at the corridor as a whole, indirect impacts on sites and habitat species outside the direct development footprint.
The point that I want to pursue there is about deliverability, because we've had, I think you're just going to get the same response in terms of the scope and the material that was looked at. So it's about deliverability and whether anything could pop up because it hasn't been looked at, which is your point, which then might prevent the deliverability of that allocation or any part of it coming forward. And so I'm going to ask both councils to explain that to me, whether how have you looked at the deliverability of this site against what might be necessary or what the impacts might be, whether the mitigation can take place? How have you assessed all of that in looking at whether these sites are deliverable just from the point of view of ecology?
Well, Hearts Ecology advise local planning authorities, and we've very much sought their advice in shaping the plan. We also clearly consult on proposals in the local plan, and various groups have been consulted over the development of both plans, and we do take into account any comments that we've received. We've not been advised by any sort of ecology group that there is anything which would prevent development going forward. The advice we've received is that it should be perfectly possible to mitigate those impacts, and where it isn't possible to mitigate those impacts on site, that off-site compensation could be delivered.
Ms. Pearce, do you have anything to add?
Nothing really further to add. I mean, as Mr. Tiley says, we do, as I say, we have the benefit of all the evidence that we have from the Ecological Records Centre. As Mr. Tiley also says, that's updated on an annual basis, and we receive ratification reports with regards to that. And the advice that we sought from the very beginning of our plan-making process, right back to our supporting document, was that initial sieve of sites which have proximity to designated and indeed non-designated sites of ecological interest, and we kind of shortlist it down from that respect. So the process is the same for both authorities in terms of looking at the potential impacts. We're aware of the species, the habitats that are within proximity to the site, and indeed within the site boundaries as well, and that's all informed, as Mr. Tiley says, the strategy diagram, where we look at buffers, where we look at mitigation, and we're also proposing a change to the policy which makes that much more explicit with regards to those pieces of evidence shaping the MOS plan moving forward.
Mr. Seaman, Mr. Oakenfull, you've heard what they say. Is there anything that you think certainly is not mitigatable in this at the end of the day? Come on.
Sorry. Well, to be quite honest, I'm not so sure we can say that. If the baseline studies to start with have not been comprehensively carried out, I can't agree that, yes, they're looking at the sites, but the net in policy terms is not wide enough, and therefore I don't think we're in a position to say, oh yes, we can mitigate everything that might come up. It's about making informed decisions on the baseline to start with, not going into the nitty-gritty that's going to be dealt with at the EIA stage.
that they can mitigate.
Could we hear from Mr. Webb, please?
Good morning. Without heading into too much specific detail, I think from my experience of being involved in this kind of planning process, I believe, following on from the Council's comments, I think this site in particular has had a lot more study undertaking than would normally be associated with the local plan stage that we're at the current time. I believe they've taken a fairly high level of regard to the information that's available, and with respect to the Birchall Garden Suburb site, the master plan has been designed mindful of the habitats that are present, whether they're designated or not. So it's actually incorporating and protecting areas which aren't formally identified, and it's also taking on board consideration of species protected and otherwise that have been assessed through detailed survey within the site itself, as would normally be the case for such schemes at a more advanced stage in planning.
Thank you. Could we look at what's taken place between the councils in terms of movement, in terms of ecology, interrelationship between those sites? Can you explain how you have addressed that? Obviously, I know you've been working together and you've produced a statement of common ground, but it's the detail and it's sort of background evidence that we're looking for, and how that influenced the allocation.
Well, we share the same evidence base because that exists on a Hertfordshire-wide context, so it's common to both authorities. You'll notice from the strategy diagram that in fact we have wildlife sites which straddle the boundary between East Herts and Welwyn Hatfield, and in drawing up the strategy diagram we looked at where there were wildlife sites, where there was information on areas of wildlife value, what areas needed to be protected, the best route for the green corridor in terms of offering opportunities to enhance biodiversity, but also to protect the Commons Nature Reserve. So that was a joint process, a shared evidence base and a shared strategy diagram.
Can
I just say that, please, if you've made the point already about the evidence base.
This point is that there are no reports that you've carried out any studies. There is no data to actually show that you can prove that. Can you prove that they've looked at the connection through the corridor of wildlife sites? If you do not know the species are actually that you are trying to protect, then you cannot make a generalisation on that you can plan to protect it.
No, as I said earlier, it's a Hertfordshire-wide evidence base. The network mapping that was produced by the Local Nature Partnership, I think Herts and Middlesex Wildlife Trust, were very influential in producing the network mapping. That exists across Hertfordshire, so it's for the whole site and beyond the site as well. Yes, sir.
No, it can't do. If you're looking at Hertfordshire as a whole, there are different species. You need to look at what species are dependent on the local wildlife sites, and the studies that personally and others that have carried out on farmland birds link Stanborough reed marsh to the commons. Farmland birds do not fly over housing estates. In 40 years I've never had a reed bunting or a yellowhammer come to a feeder.
Mr. Oakenfold, you have
Yeah,
I understand the point. Different species.
Can I just say that one of the points that the council heavily weigh their defence on is that they talk about off-site compensation. The landfill site itself may be a bad thing in waste terms, but actually as an ecological asset, it is one of the prime areas where mammals and birds are recorded. You do not have 10 species of raptors and 4 of those that breed on a site if it is not ecologically diverse. And the council, in accepting the thought that this would be used as a recreation site, actually, whether it be 200 hectares, is creating negative biodiversity, and you need to assess that within the plan.
I'm not quite sure where you're coming from there. If you're going to put 7,000 people around this tip-cum country park, even if you do nothing, people are going to go there in much larger numbers than go there now.
I agree, but actually they are the indirect impacts that you need to assess on a wildlife site. It has never been, and there are colleagues in here that will say that a landfill site can be created anywhere, but you need to still assess the biodiversity level that that site provides when you're assessing the overall impact on the landscape. And that hasn't been considered. That has been guessed that it can be mitigated for, but actually on wildlife terms you are taking out probably more habitat than you're ever going to put back, and unless that is assessed within the plan, then I think that isn't acceptable.
But isn't that a given? As I say, if you do nothing, if you just leave it as it is, people will go there, and the more people that go there, the more impact there'll be on the wildlife.
But that is the whole point. It is, but it's being put as a make weight to build the houses, and if you're not assessing those houses initially and the impacts on it, then you're not fully assessing it probably goes in circles really. So that's probably all I can make on that point. But the other thing that I said is that a lot of what is being used as backup for this is off-site compensation. There is no compensation if you build over all the arable landscape. If all of your land is used up, you're then left to ask local landowners to supply that, if that is not done. And one of the references that actually I read in the response to you was that they were thinking that the Lee Valley Park could make a contribution to that. That is not even in Hertfordshire. We can't be moving biodiversity wholesale. If it's deemed that there is no it outweighs the need for the housing, then that would be fine to try and come up with some sort of plan. But I don't believe that you can look biodiversity offsetting, which is actually what we're talking about, is not actually national policy. It is all in trial anyway. So particularly East Herts have put it in their policy, and they are depending on that to create the mitigation. And unless they can prove that, I believe the impact on biodiversity is too great.
So are you saying that residential development of any significance shouldn't take place here because of the impact on wildlife? Or are you saying that it can take place, but the way they're proposing to mitigate it on the scheme they've notionally put forward is not the right scheme?
I believe, and I have said since 2009, that the impacts are too great. But having said that, there has been no assessment. If you do not look at the baseline, you can't make those judgments. So it all falls back to the council have relied on. Quite honestly, as an ecologist, I would look at bats, badgers and great-crested newts, but we're looking at more diverse. We're looking at 158 species that have to be recognised within the NERC legislation, and that hasn't been done at this stage.
Can we turn to Mr. Harley?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'd just like to make a point. I've heard on several occasions now that Hearts Middlesex Wildlife Trust were giving some advice to Hatfield Borough Council, East Hearts, and also to Tarmac. Now, it seems to me that I'm not aware of it, but I don't believe there's been any formal submission by Hearts Middlesex Wildlife Trust to actually provide any support to these comments. I'm aware from a direct comment from Hearts Middlesex Wildlife Trust that they have raised no in-principle objections to this whole site. I find that rather surprising, given that the fact that they've not formally written into you to actually give that, and each of the three parties are using them as evidence.
Yeah. Thank you. Got a question and concerns about the offsetting and the claims of net biodiversity gain. As an environmental economist, I'm in principle in favour intuitively of offsetting, but I don't think it stacks up in this case because, one, there is the lack, as Mr. Seaman has said, of any evidence of the baseline situation and the assessment of the indirect impacts of the proposed allocation. And on that basis, how do you do the net bit? And also, there is no evidence of what would be the gains. Where are they? What's their nature? What's their significance? How do they... You said at the start rightly that it's a balancing act. I don't see any balance at all. I don't see anything on either side to show and demonstrate substantively that we've got net gain here.
Could we move on to then the mitigation?
Yeah,
and,
sure.
And how you determine whether or not there is net gain? If I could ask Ms. Pearce.
So part of the point of net gain, it depends. I'll come back to the reference to master planning. Depends on what goes where and what that form is going to be. And the council's joint statement says that offsetting would be the least preferable approach to dealing with mitigation, because not least it's most difficult to actually achieve, because you are going to be reliant on landowners, most of which would probably be objecting to the site as a whole.
Can I just ask you about how you have gone about considering that? So the background evidence and the justification. So where is your consideration of mitigation, whether it's possible, whether it can be on the site or off the site? How have you gone about considering that?
So that comes down to how we produce the strategy diagram. As we've already said, we looked at all the constraints, we looked at the limitations on the site, and we looked at where the most appropriate buffers and mitigation would need to be. So for woodland, for example, it would be either replacement planting or buffer planting. It could be changing management of particular sites. With regards to the open land, in the centre of the site, there is no proposed development on that site. And one of the proposed mitigations would be, again, management of that site, whether it's grazing or setting aside areas of restriction. Again, that will come down to the specifics of the EIA approach in due course. But obviously, we have acknowledged within the strategy diagram that there are places where you would need landscape buffering, and through the proposed changes to the policy, that will come through in due course in the actual design of the site. I think it's also important to note that we have within both local plans comprehensive policies on wildlife, on habitats and species, and on the duties to conserve biodiversity and to create net gains where possible. And that's a key strategy underpinning this particular proposal. It's the avoidance of the impacts where they are designated and non-designated sites, the introduction of mitigation where necessary, and as I say, the least preferable would be off-site. Obviously, as we move through the design of the site and the actual design and layout, then those things will become apparent. If it is required off-site for a particular species or particular habitat, then that's the information that will be determined at that stage.
Mr. Dodds, did you want to say something?
Thank you, sir. The question was asked as to what our input to the process has been. and we have made extensive comments.
Mr. Dodds, really interested in the soundness of the plan.
Yep.
So it's to do with. Can you just keep your comments to that?
Okay, so
Rather than a
we've
process,
inputted into policy, and if the policy is applied, we believe that should secure net gains to biodiversity.
It's actually for the council to explain that. I know you've had your name taken.
Okay.
You want to respond, but it is just about the council, the justification, the soundness of the plan.
Okay.
Mr. Webb?
Just to follow up what the council have said with regards to the approach to biodiversity offsetting or no net loss calculations, the general approach to adopting this biodiversity no net loss approach is to basically make it a large incentive to retain the good bits, for want of a better phrase. So it's about keeping the stuff that's the higher value habitats. That's exactly what the council have been looking at in terms of the designated sites, and then the tier beneath that with regard to priority habitats as per the Hertfordshire ecological network mapping. And then with the retention of those, you've got the opportunity to enhance those habitats to get an uplift and manage those habitats which currently have no long-term management commitment for nature conservation. And then within the built development itself, there's a lot of new green infrastructure which adds greater variety and diversity to areas that are not necessarily of great importance at the current time in terms of their habitat structure.
I think we do have to move the discussion on a bit. Mr. Hill, you've had your...
Thank you, Ma'am. I had a point in relation to what I would call Matter 2 and the Green Corridor. I don't want to jump in too early if you're still on Matter 3. You're on Matter 3, so no, that's fine, sir.
Just a quickie. Sorry, I lost my voice. The discussion, the previous intervention was largely about habitats, and I think it needs to be extended to not only the areas, but actually the impacts of those areas. And I think Mr. Seaman's point about indirect impacts is fundamental, and you can't make that assessment unless you've looked at the whole impact across the whole corridor. Thank you.
You can't, without doing, the figures, you cannot put other wildlife into sites which are ecologically diverse and say you've got a net gain.
I think we're really going into the detail of the implementation of this site. Can I ask Mr. Fisher to broaden this and introduce the concerns about the Green Corridor, which has got functions far wider than wildlife?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yeah, I've been through the various statements made on the Green Corridor matter, and there are various claims made by the councils which are hotly disputed by others, and I'll highlight what I think are the three issues, and I'll be as brief as I can. First one is the overarching question of how do the councils in their local plans with respect to Birchall Garden Suburb implement the objectives of the Green Corridor. They claim they do, but then they say that it will be decided through the preparation of a Green Corridor SPD, but there's no details, and it's unclear as to exactly what that means. And Tarmac themselves question the applicability of a need for an SPD and the delay that would cause. And then there's stringent criticisms of that claim in terms that it wouldn't result in a meaningful and coherent Green Corridor, and also whether it would, particularly in relation to East Herts, the extent to which they've actually taken that into account and covered the Green Corridor in their plan, and concerns by Aurora about whether this fits the aims of MPPF paragraph 114. Moving on, your good question 7 raised a number of comments which centre around the question of how wide and how long should the Green Corridor be. The councils and Tarmac stress the provision of green links supporting a range of interconnected wildlife habitats and routes for recreation purposes. But this is strongly contested by others who consider that the green links are much too narrow and need to be much bigger. Now, there's a query as to exactly what those green links are and what the paths are, and it's not clear exactly what was being proposed. And also, there are doubts about the viability of the allocation, and we'll come on to that later in Matter 11. But that raises questions about the deliverability of those promises and whether that will actually be achieved. Now, to our assessment, you need to assess the whole impacts of and the ecosystem services in the Green Corridor to be able to assess what would be the width and nature of it. And that fits with latest thinking by DEFRA and leading academics. Now, I did a quick diagram this morning, which I can show you, of the Green Corridor and some of those services, which I can provide for you if you want, that show how you need to overlay those services to show what would be an appropriate width and Green Corridor, and also how those could be affected to determine the appropriate balanced decision. And I can show that to you if you want. It affects not only ecology, but there's other aspects, such as flood risk management. You then move on to the final question, which is what are the implications of the proposed allocation for the Green Corridor? And the councils and Tarmac claim it would have a positive impact in terms of recreation opportunities and yield a net biodiversity gain. Those are hotly contested in that people think it would harm the Green Corridor and it would obstruct the Green Corridor. We've just had a long discussion about the claims about the net biodiversity gain, so I won't go into that again. But there are significant issues on other aspects of the services, notably impacts on flood risk management, impacts on pollinators and orchards. So there's a wide variety of impacts there, which, to all intents and purposes, do not look to have been adequately assessed and considered in the plan as it stands at the moment. Thank you.
Are your concerns about the ecological aspects of the Green Corridor? Are they about, if you like, the human aspects as well?
Yes.
I mean, at the moment, there's presumably no, human ability to go across this area.
There is limits.
Other than north-south.
There are limits, and you'll look at that in Matter 6 on the sustainable location questions. And I would question twofold. One is, yes, there are limits, and they need to be improved. Is this the best way of doing it? There are other ways that you could improve those recreation and network paths without putting this obstruction in the Green Corridor.
I mean, at the moment, the notional plan for the area shows a fairly wide green swathe going through the Welling Hatfield part of the site, and ending up going north, presumably through Birchall Wood. Are you saying that's totally inappropriate?
I'm saying it's. I just have to look at the map again. I'm saying it's not inappropriate, but actually I haven't seen. And if you look at the actual tarmac's appendix, it doesn't actually show any connected paths going through to Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield. So
yeah, well, we're not examining the tarmac's appendices. We're
Sure.
not, here's a Section 78 appeal, suggesting, determining whether the tarmac scheme should get planning permission or not. We're here looking at a local plan allocation which has a plan attached to it with certain parameters on it, one of which is a green swathe that basically goes in an arc from the Commons through to Panzanger Park.
In terms of your comment about balance, I would say, one, you're right that there is an importance on the recreation and improved connection, but the damage and the impacts that you get from losing that rough grassland, which my ecology colleagues like Keith can tell you much more about than I can, has wider impacts, and that you could, you could achieve those recreational benefits and achieve the ecology without damaging that rough grazeland.
All right, how would you do it?
You could have, well, there are footpaths that go across at the moment. So it is possible to have footpaths across rough grazeland.
Can I make a point that if there is you need to set out in the plan what you want from the green corridor. You need to be very clear about what it is going to achieve, rather than just being a green corridor. Nobody knows what's going to happen or what to assess it against. And I appreciate that you said there might be an SPD, but you have got this site coming forward. I know we're going to come on to implementation, but you have got this in the first, some of it in the first 5 years of your plan. So you need to consider whether the allocation in itself sets out enough information for you to determine an application that will meet the needs or will comply with whatever you want from the green corridor. So it's much better to get the information in now about what you want from that green corridor, what you're expecting it to achieve, all the linkages through, the different types of habitats that are necessary to allow linkages through. It's not that you need precise detail about which species or about, but the general principle, so that you can then have something to assess it against, and any scheme that comes forward you will expect to provide that. So that is a way of dealing with those issues, that you set out the principles, as with the buffer and anything else that has a purpose but that is not explained in detail, that you just set out the principles of what you're expecting any scheme to achieve. I know you have other policies which you will apply as well, your development management policies, and I've already looked at East Harts, but it does, where there's a lack of information, Mr. Fisher's picking up, there's a lack of information, then, I'm repeating myself. I know you've understood the point I'm making. Mr. Hill?
Yes, sure. Thank you very much. I think there is a little confusion here, and I think it's understandable. I just try to flush it out, if I might, by means of a question to the Council through yourselves. And I think it rises from the fact that a lot of the documentation before the parties does rely upon a tarmac-generated layout, but nonetheless that's fed into other documents, examination documents, such as the CGIs, upon which the Council relies. And what I'd just like to ask is this. Ms. Tiley referred to it as a shared strategy diagram. She'd been working with tarmac, and it had been a shared strategy diagram. Over the last 6 months, all the documents showing the detail of the site that have come out have shown something like the front page of the CGIs that we'll come on to later on today, with a very narrow thread rather than a corridor along the line of a stream. And that is replicated in the layout that is appended to the tarmac submissions. Could I ask, why is it that the Council has relied upon and allowed to enter the public domain a series of plans and assessments which don't reflect the strategy diagram, that don't reflect the green corridor as they seem to want it to come forward.
I'm going to stop that question because it has to be about soundness of the plan. It has to be about what is on the plan and what the plan is seeking to achieve. And I understand that you are talking about Tarmac and their plans that have influenced it, and they have and suggesting that the council have the green, or implying that because it is on Tarmac's plan, it might be acceptable in terms of a green corridor. And I don't want that. And speaking from
the only reason I raised the point, the only reason I raised it, I totally understand. We don't. This isn't a Section 78. We don't want to be going down the road. But if part of the evidence base is relying upon the tarmac layout rather than the strategy diagram, then you need to be aware of that.
Well, I think I'd make it very clear that we don't accept that the tarmac scheme is before us in any way. The green corridor has to be looked at as to what is on the plan and what is in the plans. And I think our point on that is clear, that it needs to be, the plan needs to be very clear about what it's going to achieve. Now, if and when Tarmac submits an application and it comes in a form that doesn't achieve those things, that's down to the council, as you know.
Absolutely, no, I understand that entirely. But the point I make, which I think is a
understand
fair one, that some of the evidence base in front of you is relying upon the tarmac layout, not the council strategy diagram.
Yes, that shouldn't be the case.
Yeah, I mean, we're not relying on the tarmac's evidence, you know, and we're not examining the tarmac's evidence. We're examining this effectively.
Yes, I think we've made our point, Mr. Hill, and understood yours. And council understand what we're expecting of them in terms of the green corridor and what it has to achieve.
I entirely understand that. I mean, it's confusing for us looking at the documentation which is being relied upon in other parts of the examination, which show a layout that doesn't accord with the strategy diagram.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point, and we would ask the council to look at that because the evidence has to be related to the plan. But that's no need for a response. Mr. O'Leary?
Yes, thank you. Just a very short point. It was a response to Mr. Middleton's question about how else would the Green Corridor be achieved. The Central Hearts Green Corridor group, of which the Parish Council is a supporting member, is flourishing around this very topic. And there's already work underway with Herts Local Access Forum, with Hertfordshire County Rights of Way, with Public Health, with landowners across the corridor, and already there's been Section 106 agreements achieved at the Panzinger Park end of the corridor to enhance access that starts to bring that corridor alive. So it is very much achievable in terms of delivery of a green corridor without the necessity for Birchall Garden Suburb as a development, which, as people have said, could actually block and impede the corridor.
All right. Well, assuming that Birchall's Garden Suburb does go ahead in some form or other, Mr. Fisher can probably, start answering this. Is the location or the approximate location as put on the master plan in the local plan, is that the appropriate location for it, or should it go somewhere else? Are there disadvantages for it going where the council have indicated?
If I just make some comments and then the powers that be can make that decision. I think there are significant issues and impacts that are associated with the current proposed allocation in terms of, on the one hand, the impacts of it on the ecology which we've been into, but also looking at alternative ways of dealing with that and enhancing the green corridor. Now, I've been thinking about your comment before, and I support what Mr. O'Leary's just said. We actually have tried to set this out in this diagram, which I can give you if you want. And it shows you how you could develop paths across the green corridor which would safeguard and have the ecological benefits and actually have better recreation benefits. So those are fundamental benefits of looking at the alternatives. Now,
alternatives in terms of where it's going?
Alternatives of how you protect and enhance the green corridor.
Okay, so the location...
Well, we're not on about enhancing it. It's really, a green corridor is going across this site, approximately in this location. So what I'm trying to tease out of you is what the council have suggested the most appropriate route for it. Or is it better to the north, nearer to the existing urban area, or to the south, nearer to the A414? Or have you not thought about it? I mean, if you haven't, then no point telling me. Yeah, I mean, did the council consider different options? How did it how did it end up being where it's suggested?
One of the objectives we were trying to achieve was to connect areas of nature conservation value to ensure there was a continuous corridor. So that meant there were key locations that needed to be connected. With the Commons Nature Reserve being the starting point, it was felt important to protect that area and to have an area of open space. Then looking at where there were footpaths already in existence across the site, and the location of other wildlife sites, and that very much influenced the shape of it.
Do you want to come back?
Yeah, the only thing I'd say is that you wouldn't have the parkland, you'd have it back to its natural state and providing the benefits it does, which can be associated and compatible with recreation opportunities, is what I'm saying. And looking at the developments, they seem to have significant barriers on the type that, on the ecological side, that are significant, and those need to be taken into account.
But you think it's feasible, roughly as the council are suggesting?
I'm not questioning feasibility, I'm questioning impacts. I think the impacts are significant. I'll leave feasibility to some other people, if I may.
So you're basically with Mr. Oakenfold that the whole scheme should not happen because of the need for a green corridor?
We're not anti-development. We're just concerned that the impacts of this proposed allocation haven't been adequately assessed, and there are claims being made to it that are not justified, and that alternative means of achieving those benefits are there and haven't been properly assessed and pursued.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tease out of you. What are the alternatives?
Well, I would say you keep that rough grassland over that former landfill site and you don't convert it into...
But that's a detailed implementation matter, isn't it? It's not for us to start telling the council, you know, what sort of grass to use on a reclaimed tip, and you know, whether it's natural or whether they put football pitches on or whatever. I mean, that's down the line somewhere.
Can we hear from Mr. Dodd?
Sorry, yeah.
Thank you. I think it would be helpful for the expectations of people with the plan going forward if those widths for the corridor, particularly where they connect to the north and the south, were stipulated, because I know it's talking about detailed matters, but the tarmac plan would indicate something other than seems to be indicated on the strategy diagrams. So I think that would be very helpful, which supports your point you made earlier.
I just, I find it a bit bizarre that the council always fall back on the protection of the Commons Nature Reserve. Whether we can't use the tarmac master plan, that is actually what we can comment on, and there is housing directly up to the boundary of the Commons Nature Reserve. If I remember, like I said earlier, there's a small corridor that comes off, which isn't suitable for wildlife, for the species that we're considering. And if I remember correctly, the green arrow that was originally the green snake doesn't cross through the commons. It is to the south and the east.
Mr. Oakenfold, I don't want to go into tarmac plan at all, because that is the plan that will appear.
Yeah,
that's the one
but actually,
that we're examining.
Yeah, just the point is that they are considering that in the aspect that it is completely enclosed with housing. They fall back on the commons as being what they're protecting. It's not actually being protected.
So is it your case then that it's enclosed by housing, and it's better if it's moved further away from the housing then, maybe to the south?
I don't know. On the original, that is one of the plans that have come out. But on the original one, the green arrow came along the 414, and then it went up through the site. It wasn't quite in its position that it is now. I mean, actually, a green corridor, what we should define is that the green corridor provides for not only wildlife, it provides for people. And whether you determine a corridor of 10 metres or 200 metres, you have to, and I go back to, you have to understand the species. And that hasn't been done. But the most important thing is that as human beings we interact with wildlife. It is the key thing, and how we exist. Whether you give people, we won't go to the tarmac, but their estimates of what they would mitigate for as 10 metres along a river and what have you. People need to interact with wildlife, and to do that they need open land. They can't interact in an alleyway.
This goes back to my point about the council setting out what that green corridor, the purpose of it, what they're expecting it to achieve. So, Mr. Webb, it's not necessary for you to defend the tarmac scheme in any way, because that's not. We don't want that to be the focus. So, Mr. Hill.
Thank you, ma'am. It's just returning to the issue that was raised a few moments ago about where it might sit. I simply refer you back to the estate's earlier representations, which we've been making for a good number of years, that the green corridor sits most naturally to the southern part of the site, to the north of the A414. So the sweep of open land runs on from the commons west to east, and that is a corridor which should serve both wildlife and human interests. And you will, I'm sure, be aware that the proposal for development on the land that we would want to see as a green corridor is only a year or two old. I mean, that was not part of the original proposal for Birchall at all. This has only been advanced by the council in 2016 for the first time. So at that point, the area that we'd always envisaged as part of the green corridor was suddenly obliterated with the southern tentacle of development to the north of the A414.
Well, on that final point, can I ask Welling Hatfield Council basically just to have a rethink about it all? I'm not saying necessarily change things, but do have a rethink. Is what you've proposed the most appropriate place for the green corridor? And as Mrs. Thorsby said, you do need to beef up the policy in terms of what exactly it's trying to provide.
Yes, just on that, there is some wording actually in another policy in terms of strategic green infrastructure, which does set out some high-level objectives. I think what we could perhaps do is look at what the role of the green corridor is within Birchall Garden Suburb to clarify that.
Well, both policies need to be singing from the same hymn sheet.
Indeed, sir. Yes.
Yeah.
I think there is a point about that, but we'll. We've raised it, so we'll leave that to you to look at.
All right. So, no one else. We'll move on to talk about minerals, which may well be quite short.
Well, we'll see who wants to take part in that, actually.
Do we need? Yeah, we need to have a reshuffle, don't we? Not very many, are there? No. I might go to the loo actually while we. We're going to move on to discuss minerals. I'm not sure how long it will be. Since the questions were sent out, County Council and the District Councils have had discussions, and effectively there's been a suggested modification to the policy whereby certain areas of sand and gravel, I think if I'm right, someone correct me if I'm not, largely to the west of Birchall Wood in East Herts District, will be mandatory extracted before there's any residential development. Mr. Perkins was going to introduce it, taking that on board. Can I ask you to do that, please?
Yes, thank you. Could I please start by thanking Julie Greaves from Hertfordshire County Council. We have had correspondence with Herts County Council over the last couple of years, and Miss Greaves has responded not just promptly but in great detail, and I'd like to say in a public forum how helpful that is to us and no doubt to other respondents, so thank you for that. Turning to the mineral issue, we're not here to challenge quality, quantity, viability or any of the matters of that nature. It was simply in respect of policy. The policy SP19 in the local plan appears to be in conflict with paragraphs 142, 143 and 144 of the National Planning Policy Framework, and also in conflict with policies 4 and 5 of the adopted Hertfordshire Minerals Local Plan, where it states, and I'm referring now back to policy SP19, that...
Mr. Perkins, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt you. I assume you'll come on to examining the detailed policies. If I could just ask you to focus it on the allocation, but do make your point.
Well, the point was simply that the policy, and that was the focus of it, suggests that the extraction of minerals should not prejudice housing delivery. And when you read the National Planning Policy Framework and the Mineral Local Plan, the opposite is true, that in fact minerals should not be sterilised and should, wherever possible, be extracted. And I did hear you say that there had been a suggested modification to the wording. I don't know what that modification is, I'm afraid. I hadn't seen it before this morning. So perhaps it might be helpful if that could be given to us by the Council so that we can understand the point, because ultimately it does go to both suitability and, of course, deliverability of the local plan. We would like to ensure a situation where the proper hierarchy of the local plans and the county plans, such that the borough council wouldn't be able to effectively ignore the county council by saying that housing delivery is more important in their eyes than mineral extraction might be in the county's eyes. And I say again, happy to leave those judgments with the county and the borough, but it has to be in the right order.
Can I ask Miss Greaves, is the County Council now content that the amended policy will protect the minerals and the sand and gravel that is viably extractable from this site is capable of being viably extracted?
I haven't seen the wording of the main modification myself either, so I can't comment on whether or not I agree or not disagree with the main modification wording. However, what I would say is that the three authorities have worked together for the last few years, normal duty to cooperate issues and additional meetings with regard to this site and the policy wording, and obviously I'll be given the opportunity to correspond via the consultation process that happens for the main modification. I am satisfied that we've looked at the geology of the area and that the figure proposed to be extracted would be acceptable and also allow for a developable platform for housing to then follow on after mineral was extracted.
Well, can I just ask the district councils what actually is proposed in terms of modifications to the policy?
No, there is no new proposed modification other than the one we have already discussed with the County Council and was set out in the Memorandum of Understanding. Is my understanding anyway.
I apologise, I took from Mr Perkins there was new wording. I'm happy with the wording that we've already discussed.
You are happy with that wording?
Yeah.
All right. So basically that will come forward as a modification. Right. Okay. Before we leave this, I can maybe as tarmac. After the mineral's extracted, is it intended to build houses on the new surface that's created, or will there be importation of inert fill to build the levels back up?
Yes, I can clarify that. There will be no importation, so the surfaces, the platforms created by the extraction will be the development platforms.
So how deep's the mineral, or how thickness is the bed if it's got overburden?
It's a few meters, so it's not a very large amount of extraction. 162,000 is the quantity, 162,000 tons. So it's just a few meters down rather than many meters. I think probably Mrs. Greaves has got the detail on that.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question about deliverability? Has that been considered, restarts, if I could ask you?
If it's with regards to the implementation of the consequent or the subsequent housing development, it has been taken into account. When we were initially looking at this site, a number of scenarios were looked at with regards to the amount of mineral extraction to be undertaken, and one of which extended mineral extraction for 12 years. And obviously that was subsequently reduced down once a further investigation was taken into the viability of the reserve under the ground itself. So therefore that's where the position was taken that the smaller area of land would be appropriate to take forward. And the extraction of that site is now limited to a region of about 6 months. Within the plan-making process and the housing trajectory, particularly within the East Hart strategy, it was always envisaged that the site would take several years before it would come forward for residential anyway. Obviously, the amount of infrastructure and the planning that would go into a scheme of this scale. So we don't envisage any impact on a delay of bringing forward housing on this site. As a lot of that infrastructure can be put in place along with mineral extraction, which would in fact speed up some of the rest of the site coming forward.
Right, I think that concludes that then. Can we move on to other environmental considerations now? If anyone's not taking part in this, maybe you could vacate your seat, and certainly Mr. Davis could come and sit down here. We're going to talk about other environmental considerations in two parts. Firstly, water, and secondly, noise and air quality. The water aspect of it can be subdivided really into flood risk, into capacity in the sewers and the sewage works, and into basically contamination and the ramifications of that. In all three instances, I suppose you could say that with enough money you can sort anything, but there are obviously going to be deliverability aspects around some of it, particularly if you reach thresholds when drainage capacity is unable to take any more development without major infrastructure improvements. So to put forward the general consensus of representations against this, I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to introduce it.
Thank you, sir. The proposed development of Birchall Garden Suburb will bring about a major hydrological change to the landscape. The land has historically been gravel bearing and so has largely drained by infiltration with very low so-called greenfield runoff rates. This is reflected in both proposed development areas by the small and sparse nature of the ditches and brooks on the land. I have significant concerns regarding the impact of the proposed development on both infiltration quantity and quality and on watercourse flow rates. The Welwyn Hatfield SFRA accepts that the area around Birchall Garden suburbs may present difficulties in terms of sustainable drainage. The Welwyn Hatfield portion will struggle to drain by gravity to the Hatfield Hyde Brook, the only natural watercourse draining that area, or at least in part it will, as most of it drains by infiltration and the topography will tend to restrict gravity flow towards Hatfield Hyde Brook. Draining the urban surface water by soakaway would be risky given that the bulk of that site lies within the inner source protection zone of the Essendon pumping station. The alternative being to pump the drainage from the lower parts of the site across to the Hatfield Hyde Brook, which I would suggest is not a particularly sustainable solution. The East Herts portion of the Birchall Garden suburb again largely drains by infiltration to the gravel deposits with moderate runoff into the local ditches in that area. Limiting the post-development runoff rates into those ditches to the current rates will in my experience be very challenging and rely upon large attenuation systems which will take up significant areas of land and require perpetual maintenance if increased flooding further down that catchment is not to be created. All of this will require considerable time in gathering robust hydrological data for this area which, to the best of my knowledge, there is no existing data for, upon which to model and design the drainage scheme for the development. I note that there has been contact with Thames Water Utilities, who are the sewage provider for the area, and that they've indicated that there isn't an absolute constraint in terms of the capacity to treat sewage from the development, both in terms of Mill Green sewage works, which would naturally receive the sewage from the Welwyn Hatfield portion, and Rye House sewage works, which would naturally receive the sewage from the East Herts portion, although there will need to be significant infrastructure works to connect both of those developments into those two sewage works. That's pretty much.
Thank you, sir. I think in the first case, it's important to note that the ability of the flood risk associated with the site has been assessed through the SFRA in both the case of East Herts and Welwyn Hatfield. The result of the SFRA is positive in both cases. In the case of the portion site within Welwyn Hatfield, 98% of the site does fall within flood zone 1, and that strategic flood risk information has supported the site selection process and the allocation process in accordance with the framework. I think that the appropriate opportunity to assess the detailed drainage matters would be the master plan SPD process. I'm aware that the discussions between Tarmac and the Local Flood Risk Authority have already begun as part of the process of preparing that master plan. So that will provide that opportunity there. In respect to sewerage, There has been a consistent dialogue with Thames Water over a number of years regarding potential sewerage constraints relating to not just Birchall Garden Suburb in itself, but also the development proposed across Welwyn Garden City and the catchment as a whole. Those discussions are continuing. The advice we've received from Thames Water is that some level of infrastructure upgrade will be necessary to support the proposed development of Birchall Garden Suburb and also proposed development in the catchment. Thames Water are still advising what the appropriate solution would be. The most recent advice we've received is that the position is not as bad as reported through the 2015 consultation, which are the last substantive comments from Thames Water in the context of the local plan process. So they are currently advised on options. I think it's also worth noting that Tarmac have individually consulted on options relating to the site. They're currently proposing two options which could be delivered without the need to put additional demands upon Rymeads. I think that's it. If there are any further questions in that regard.
If we stick with sewage then.
Sure.
So Rymead's capable of taking everything that would drain to it, which is presumably all of Welwyn Hatfield. Yeah? All right, so Rymead sewage work doesn't need any improvements by Thames Water.
Sorry, just to clarify, not all of Welwyn Hatfield drains to Rymead sewage work. Actually, the borough drains to 5 different sewage treatment works. But my understanding is that the work that's been done by Thames Water indicates that with improvements, Rymeads will be able to cope with this site and indeed other sites, the totality of development from East Hert's neighbouring authorities and the portion of Welwyn Hatfield that drains to Rymeads.
Right, so proportion of Welwyn Hatfield drains somewhere else. Proportion of this site drains in Welwyn Hatfield drains somewhere else.
Sorry, could you repeat that, sir?
A proportion of the part of this site that is in Welwyn Hatfield drains to another sewage works.
No, sir. Sorry.
All right, so it all goes to Rymead. Yeah, and what I'm asking, Rymead has the capacity, providing you can get it there.
Thames, I mean, maybe Mrs. Pearce could provide a bit more detail on this, but Rymead's sewage works, Thames Water have plans to upgrade Rymead's sewage works. There has been, as we've said, ongoing consultation with Thames Water, and indeed we've been party to at least 3 different studies looking at capacity of the sewage works and impact on water environment generally. The first one, I think, was in around about 2009. The latest one is close to being signed off, all of which have looked at the infrastructure implications associated with growth, not just this authority, but other authorities, because you need to take into account not just growth from Welwyn Hatfield or not just from East Herts, but growth coming from other sources as well, because several authorities feed into Rymeads.
Yeah, all right, maybe I should explain where I'm coming from. It's not unusual for developments to come to a standstill because of a requirement for improvements in the capacity of the sewage works to which they drain. Okay? Often there are pinch points when the actual sewers that take the sewage from the site to the sewage works at various points become overloaded, but that's more easily resolved because it's identifiable, and it tends to be the responsibility of whoever's developing the site to pay for the improvements, and they do it. When you're talking about major overhauls, major extensions to sewage works, you're in a different ballpark. Really what I'm trying to find out is, do Rymead, to implement the whole of this development that would drain to Rymead sewage works, would it require extensions to the sewage works, and if so, are they programmed? If not, when they're likely to be programmed?
Yes, so the dialogue with Thames Water is that there is indeed a programme already based on its existing capacity. The advice that we've received is that there is sufficient capacity up to 2026 to deal with the totality of the catchment, and there is, as I say, a programme of works already in place to deal with any ongoing upgrades that are required to the Rymead sewage treatment works itself. So there, and I don't know all the details with the specifics, but it's certain discharges and licences that are required to do that without regards to an actual land take extension, as I believe, but I'm not the expert on that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Davis, you hear where I've been coming from. I mean, do you tend to agree with what the councils are saying?
Firstly, unless the intention is for the 1,200 houses developed to the south of the Birchall Garden Suburb site to be pumped over the catchment into the adjoining development, then it would naturally drain to Mill Green Sewage Works, not to, which is just down the road, rather than to Rymead's Sewage Works.
Right.
And the existing sewage trunk main, there's a pumped sewage trunk main that runs along the A414, carrying sewage from Essendon Village to Mill Green Sewage Works. That's quite constrained in capacity. That could be upgraded, no problem with that, but the creation of 1,200 houses there would be seeking to virtually double the capacity of that pumping main. That we're talking about something bigger than Essendon Village, which is what currently drains to there. So I'm uncertain as to whether the proposal is for that sewage to go to Mill Green Sewage Works, and that Thames Water have given an assurance that they can deal with that within the 5-year timescale that we're being told that area will be developed, or whether that's going to be pumped over into the adjoining catchment to feed to Rymeads.
I think, can I follow a point up about that Mr. Davis has mentioned, which is the feasibility and the deliverability. And Ms. Pearce has said to 2026 there's the scope. I hear what Mr. Davis said about where the sewage is going to be pumped to, but how are you going to deal with the issue of, or how have you dealt with the issue of feasibility, and how are you going to deal with the issue of deliverability over the life of the plan? Generally, utilities will be able to tell you that they're funding for, sometimes it's 5 years, sometimes you won't necessarily have the schemes in the utilities funding plans. So how are you going to deal with that? We obviously need to know about deliverability and feasibility. So this is to do with sewage or drainage in general.
So the advice we've received at the moment from Thames Water is that there isn't anything to their mind that would lead to any insurmountable issues. Obviously, as Mr. Middleton says, yes, you can throw money at something and find a solution. I believe that the dialogue between Tarmac and Thames Water have been fruitful in that respect, and as Mr. Tupple has said, there is already a number of scenarios which are being looked at with regards to being taken forward. The financial side of that obviously has been taken into account, not the specifics of any particular scheme, I might add, but the need to upgrade sewage systems form part of both local plans viability assessments, as would be expected. So we're confident that the issues can be resolved on site or with relevant upgrades in the particular areas that are necessary.
I can't read the bottom of your name, but Mr. Moore, I mean, can you throw some light on this?
In terms of sewage capacity, yes, so keeping specific to Birchall Garden Suburb, all of the drainage will go to Rymeads. So
it will all go there?
That's the advice we've had from Thames Water.
Right.
And Tarmac invested in a sewer impact assessment, significant investment, took a long time to get produced, and Thames Water came back with 2 viable options on our site that would ensure that we weren't reliant upon upgrades at Rymeads. So those upgrades could still occur within our build programme, but if there was an issue where the improvements to Rymeads weren't done in time, we could implement one of our own solutions on our site. And they basically form of creating a storage on our site and pumping stations and holding the flow back to an acceptable level in our own site.
Can I just go back to Ms. Pearce? So in terms of Thames Water's view, that's across the life of the plan. They've looked at that across the life of the plan, and whatever might be necessary. I know you have to do that on the wider scale for all the development that's coming forward, and we've looked at that in previous sessions. Just want to be clear that's across the life of the plan. I'm going to just continue if I may. And the other point that I would make, which I've already done, which I know Mr. Middleton will do later, is looking at what happens if something goes wrong. Is there something in the plan that can cope with that? And that is something that I've already dealt with in East Herts on a bigger picture. What happens if funding doesn't come or something doesn't happen and things aren't delivered? So that is a key issue for all matters where there's reliance on something else. So that's just a sort of general point. But Ms. Pearce, if you could just confirm that it's across the life of the plan. Yes.
Yes, indeed. The advice that we've received is indeed the life of the plan. Obviously, we have a number of neighbouring authorities that are at different timescales with regards to their development coming forward, and that's where the capacities kind of come from, in that development hasn't happened to the extent that the Thames Water had originally expected. So there has been a change in position from Thames Water. As Mr Tudwell says, they had a smaller timescale. Now they've got a longer period of capacity. So they are looking at the cumulative impacts of all of the development and its catchment across the plan period.
Okay, can I go back to Mr. Moore? Did I understand you correctly that you do have contingency plans to put on-site storage? So if you got to a point when you wanted to build houses, Thames Water wouldn't allow you to take extra capacity, particularly I presume they've got combined sewers at storm times. You would put on-site storage even if it was just for a temporary period.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what you do. The long-term, the obvious solution is for there to be capacity at the sewage works. But if that wasn't the case, you can basically put a throated pipe and a storage area at the back of it, so that in times of flood it limits the discharge.
That's correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Can we move on then to talk about... Oh, Mr Davis has got his hand up, sorry. Yeah. Are you disagreeing with what he's saying?
Partly, yeah. I'm just pointing out that if that's the case, given that the southern portion of Birchall Garden Suburb is due to be delivered first, and under the plan is to be completely delivered within the first 5 years of the plan. I thought that was the case. I may have misread then. Sorry, but that presupposes that one of the first critical limiting factors for delivering those houses will be to get a sewage pumping station built there sufficient to serve them all, and pipe work to link that over into the Rymeads catchment. That certainly, to my mind, poses timescale risks, particularly given that unless the sewage is pumped up into Welwyn Garden City and back round into the public mains in Welwyn Garden City, and I doubt whether any of those could receive an extra 1,200 houses without upgrade, then there are issues because there isn't contiguous land ownership right from one side of Birchall Garden Suburb to the other within the Tarmac group. Gascoigne Cecil Estates own a significant strip of land between the two.
I think this goes back to the point about feasibility. Sorry, Mr Davis, did I stop you? Yeah, and feasibility and how you've investigated that. Ms Pearce, is there anything further you want to say on that? No. Ms Tiley, on behalf of... Oh, sorry, is it Mr Tudwell?
Okay, Mr Moore, on the basis of what has just been said about the area in the southeast, the southwest being possibly developed first, and given the proximity of the sewage works close to the A414, why are you not draining some of the development to there?
That's Thames Water's advice and strategies, that they want to improve that treatment works and free up capacity in the existing one.
All right.
So we have to work, we have to work with their advice. Just to be clear on the point just there, the site to the south can get into the sewer within our own land in Birchall Farm on the northern side via highway routes. So delivering a pumping station and laying a rising main is more than feasible within the time periods we're looking to deliver the first few houses. It's not. I don't see that as a concern or constraint at all.
Okay. Mr Hill?
So I just wanted to raise the point that this comes up in our statement, paragraph 70, I think, as to what assessment the Council have made of the potential need to traverse with pipework the areas covered by the former landfill operations, which obviously occupy the whole of the centre of the site.
Do you know the answer to that, Mr. Tiley?
No, I don't believe the council made a specific assessment of that detail.
Have you made an assessment?
Well, sorry, the answer to that is we're not. We won't be crossing the landfill with any deep drainage. So each site will drain to its own pumping station, and then new rising mains will be laid through highway routes up to the existing sewer.
Yeah, I think the key point is about feasibility and deliverability, and taking steps to make sure that if something goes wrong, that other measures, that the plan can take other measures. So, don't want to repeat that, Mr. Hill. Oh, being very keen.
All right, let's move on to contamination. Certainly, Gascoigne Cecil made big play of this. I think reading through some of your survey reports, there definitely is evidence that there is leaching from the existing tip in one way or another. What I'd like to know really is to what extent is that going to have an impact on the establishment of a full sustainable urban drainage system on this site, or is it going to constrain some of it because you don't really want to be washing more leachage into the aquifer, and therefore you're going to have perhaps more balancing ponds and such things than you otherwise might have to, and that will take land.
Can we direct that at the council initially,
well, yeah,
about how they've assessed that? Again, this is about feasibility, deliverability, and looking at contamination of the watercourse.
Okay.
Is it you?
Tarmac has employed a contamination consultant who has prepared a number of reports in support of the allocation.
Well, can I ask you how you assessed it in
Sure.
arriving at the allocation?
Okay, so as part of that, they have conducted some analysis of groundwater, and that does indicate that there are some current impacts on water quality potentially associated with the landfill. I think it has to be made clear up front that the work that has been submitted doesn't comprise a definitive assessment at this stage. What it does do is set out a sort of outline or baseline. So there is an appreciation there will be a need for further detailed work. However, what it does is it identifies that there is some level of groundwater contamination. They have investigated a number of pathways as part of the conceptual site analysis. Acknowledging that there is some level of contamination, we have asked them to identify how that could potentially be remediated.
I'm going to stop you, Mr. Tudborough,
Sure.
because you are talking about a detail of a scheme, and we're talking about the plan and the allocation. So it's about how have you assessed that it's feasible to develop in the numbers and the way in which you have put in your plan in terms of the water supply and contamination to that. So how have you gone about looking at that? What you're telling me is about the technical information that's come along afterwards, which is how you'll assess it in detail, but it's the step back from that, about how you looked at it as part where and how you looked at it as part of the process. And also that involves viability and it involves deliverability. So where do those assessments sit in your background and your justification and your the process of getting to the allocation? So that's what I'd like you to respond to.
If I just respond perhaps on the bigger picture. So the council are, sorry, I have to refer to what the council asked, but the council asked for the submission of evidence on contamination so that it could carry out that assessment. It also consulted the Environment Agency on the findings of that assessment and any concerns that it had, and it also consulted internally our own environmental health department to seek advice relating to any concerns. That information then led to the assessment of the site's suitability for development and the scale of development, which is set out in the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment, which then fed into the site selection document. So, the council specifically asked for evidence to be submitted to it so that we could assess the evidence around contamination and to what extent that was a constraint on development.
Okay. Ms. Pearce, is there anything you want to add?
We worked together on that particular piece of evidence. We consulted the Environment Agency jointly on that.
So where does that get us? In general terms, there isn't a contamination problem, or there is a contamination problem and it's still got to be resolved in one way or
another? There is an element of contamination which will need to be resolved, yes.
And are you confident it can be resolved?
The advice we have received is that the contamination which has been identified in the process to date should be capable of remediation, and that the appropriate way to remediate that will become clearer as more detailed assessments are carried out later in the sort of planning process.
And viability, that might, the funding that might be necessary to carry that out. How and where have you assessed that?
Okie doke. We've been provided with an indicative cost for remediating the site by Tarmac. That figure is broadly consistent with the figure we've used in the viability testing of this site. We did test the viability of this site in support of our civil preliminary draft charging schedule, which generally found the viability of the site to be very good, and we think there will be sort of scope in there to absorb potentially a somewhat higher contamination cost should that be the case.
In terms then of the contamination, is it everywhere around the side of the areas that have been tipped, or is it restricted to certain areas, and if so, where are they?
We're obviously going to come on this afternoon to talk about the broad matters with regards to waste.
Yeah.
So if your question specific...
My question is really about the sort of seepage out into the areas that are going to be developed and the contamination that's occurring.
Did you want to comment on the detail of the
I mean, I would have to defer to Royal who's going on the details of their assessments. My understanding is that the translation of the groundwater, the leachate, is mainly horizontally rather than vertically, and they're sort of continuing to monitoring that as part of an ongoing monitoring programme, with more detail to be delivered as we move forward in the process.
Okay. Mr. Davis had his card up for a while.
By way of background, to help you to understand the situation, the Coal Green landfill site, in the days before hazardous waste regulations received anything going, lots of liquid wastes were discharged into the middle of the site, and there was virtually no record kept of what they accepted. So it's pretty much unknown what materials are in there. Redlands, who were the predecessors of Tarmac at the time, started having problems with leachate getting into the Essendon source protection zone, and created some deep cut-off trenches, along the contour,
Mr.
which they
Davis.
intercepted and pumped. That's pumped to Mill Green Sewage Works, but that's a temporary measure for the landfill site. The impact of how that leachate would be dealt with as part of any development is an entirely separate matter, and will require quite a detailed assessment before you can be confident that you can deal with it.
Okay. The other, Mr. Davis.
Yes. We just, from the Welwyn Garden City Society, we just wanted to comment that we haven't seen any reports that would assure or give any level of assurance that that there are not contaminants and things that are going to leach out from the former landfill site. As we know, the site, as evidence of, the site was in operation from the 1920s up until 1990, and it received an awful lot. Perhaps we'll talk more about that this afternoon. We did have a site visit in the summer with the Environmental Health Officer from the Council to go over it and to explain our concerns. And yesterday, the report from that visit appeared, only yesterday, but it is notable in that we notice at the end of that report, it seems that the Council has commissioned another report which isn't available, LQM report, Land Quality Management. That isn't available as part of the X59 that came out yesterday. That says that or rather the X59 comments on that report saying the report doesn't seem to be clear about the possibility of landfill leachate migration within the purchased water and secondary aquifer, and that this could be impacting water on the surface. And finally it goes on to say further discussion and agreement must be reached with the EA. Now we haven't seen anything of this LQM report that's referenced, because it's referenced but not given.
Can I ask a question? The council both councils have explained that they've looked at this, they've looked at information that has come from Tarmac, and they've looked at the feasibility and the deliverability. Now, Mr. Davis has made the point that you don't necessarily know what is under there, and something might come up at any particular stage. And I think it's just about how you might deal with that. Clearly, it's covered by a number of, it's covered by a whole range of legislation, as we know, and water has to, if it's going to be serving a residential property, we know it has to meet certain criteria, of course. So, again, this is about deliverability and feasibility and the possibility of something coming along that is unexpected. And so I'm just going to ask you how you would deal with that, because I know we've heard from Tarmac, we've heard from the council about reports that they have received, but we know with contamination that sometimes things pop up that you don't expect. So Miss Pearce.
So in order to answer all of that, Mum, the councils are proposing a modification which looks at the remediation strategy. So there'll be an explicit reference within the policy which says that ongoing monitoring will be required, all the relevant legislation will be required, all the tests, and therefore a remediation strategy which has the endorsement of the Environment Agency and the statutory stakeholders will be endorsed before any application can proceed.
Thank you. Do you want to move on to the flooding?
Not finished yet.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, back to Mr. Davis. Are you content that a scheme could be devised to sort whatever is revealed? Might be costly, but it is capable of being resolved.
As you said yourselves, you took the words out of my mouth. I've used many times. Anything's possible at a price.
Okay.
Ultimately, you could dig all of the contaminated material out and send it to another site. But
I'm
the
not
cost
sure
of
that
that would be
viable.
rather more than the development's worth.
Yeah.
There is a large degree of uncertainty, I think, at the moment about the implications of the contamination of the site in terms of groundwater leaching and the potential impact that has on the deliverability of the developments around it.
That's on its own presumably not going to preclude development over the whole of the site, or is it? It's presumably areas around the margins of the tip, yeah?
Yes, it
Or
depends.
is it travelling a long way?
It depends how the surface water drainage infrastructure is designed of the two sites, because once the surface water becomes contaminated, the Environment Agency wouldn't accept you discharging that to the surface water system.
Well, supposing then you do a full SUS scheme and you have all your roof drainage going to groundwater, what does that do to the contamination, or does it not do anything?
That in itself would be a detailed piece of technical work.
Right.
Because it will change the infiltration rates in different places.
Yes.
Which may change the rate of leachate and the directions of the leachate.
Okay. Mr. Hill, you've had your card up for a bit.
So, well, I'm conscious we will come back to some of these points this afternoon when you've got a specific waste session. I think it's matter 10. But I think the question for you is really, how has the Council assessed the risks in this particular set of circumstances? And they are a very particular set of circumstances, because this site is sitting on a principal aquifer, a secondary A aquifer, and just to the north of drinking water abstractions. And that is what I think should lie at the heart of your concerns. The specific set of circumstances here, has enough been done? And it's certainly our position, as we've set out in our reps, that not enough has been done. And I would direct you to paragraph 60 of our reps. And we've taken advice from Wardle Armstrong on this. This isn't just our thoughts. We have taken advice on this from people who know about these matters. They're advising that there's no reference to chemical analysis or description and or characterization of the waste mass, no monitoring of leachates within the waste mass, no monitoring of groundwater within the secondary A or principal aquifers underlying the waste mass. Therefore, unclear how leaching of contaminants from the landfill area has been assessed comprehensively or at all. And there's really nothing before you to reassure you as to those points. The EA are on the sidelines, they're not here. They've hinted the whole site may require to be capped. And that, of course, has its own series of implications. One has to take a view, is it safe to proceed on the material that's before this examination? And we don't think it is. You don't really know what the scale of the problem is, and when you don't know what the scale of the problem is, you don't know what the scale of the solution is and what that solution will cost. So there are real issues for viability and when this all might happen or not.
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you. Again, if I could just take you back a little bit in time. At Regulation 18 consultation, and this actually goes to the point about how the Council arrived at this allocation during its plan-making process. At Regulation 18 consultation, the Council stated in its draft local plan, as it was known then WGC 5, was included in a previous consultation but was not a suitable site, and it then goes on to explain that this was due to uncertainty about contamination caused by landfill on the site. Later in its HELA document in 2016, the Council confirmed that it needed to take into consideration hazardous waste to human health and whether development would result in unavoidable and unacceptable risk to groundwater contamination. And then further in the HELA it says that the Environmental Agency has indicated that there is a risk to the mobilisation of contamination in groundwater and other bodies as a result of development. And then it goes on to say that the landfill area may need to be recapped to facilitate part of the development. It then goes on to say any development of the site would need to avoid mobilisation of contaminants again. And I make the point that these, through that period, these are just questions. There's no answer to any of these questions. They're quite proper questions to raise as part of a plan making and site allocation process, but no answers and no information in the public domain. And then when we get to the submission local plan, under policy SADM 22 and policy SP 19, which provides the context for the delivery of the housing, the policy actually makes no mention about the contamination under the site, the need for investigation or testing, the risk to surface water contamination or mobilisation of contaminants, the management of gas, any necessary remediation or the severe risk that the site might not be deliverable as a result of some or all of those facts. We were told earlier by Tarmac that this site has been 10 years in the planning, and yet we've been through a number of consultations, Regulation 18 and Regulation 19, and to the best of my knowledge there are no reports in the public domain through that period that address these questions to give any comfort whatsoever to those who are responding. But it also begs the question of where has the council taken its comfort from during that period in the actual site allocations. It brings into question whether Regulation 19 consultation, specifically in respect of this site, if not on a broader basis, has actually complied with the requirements to consult with the public, because none of us can comment on the deliverability of this site because the information just simply isn't in our possession. And if the council has had that information in its possession in order to reach the decision you asked, which was how did you get to this allocation, then that begs the question of why has that information not been shared with the public. Thank you.
These are sort of much wider issues. I know we've got a session on waste sort of timetabled for this afternoon.
Yeah.
Which is going to explore some of these. I'm conscious of the time and that we have got another slot, that we might continue to explore this.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Have you got something burning to say, you two?
All I'd like to do is just resume where I started this morning and say we are on to waste again this afternoon.
Yeah.
The council put this report on last night for the first time, 3 months old. I did say this morning, could we have the appendices that make it intelligible? I haven't had anything back. I would like to have those appendices over lunch at least, so I can read them over lunch before we get to waste this afternoon. Could that please be arranged? I asked for it first thing. I asked for it a bit in advance of us actually starting the morning session.
Madam, you'll recall the response that you gave, that you would consider it over the lunchtime adjournment. So we haven't taken any action on it in those circumstances.
I'm so sorry if I wasn't clear. I meant that I would come back on whether we needed to have more time for Mr Hill to look at that and not close the hearing session today. But certainly in terms of getting the information to the parties, if that could be done before within the next half an hour or so, then that would be helpful.
Yeah, very quick question on water. Just follows up from Mr Hill's earlier intervention. A question for the council is whether they've consulted the water operator, Affinity, in their risk assessment and their allocation assessments. Thank you.
Affinity Water were a consultee on the local plan at every stage throughout the preparation of the local plan. I've not raised any objection to this particular site. The Environment Agency were also consulted, and the council received assurances from the Environment Agency after the 2015 consultation that there was no reason in principle why the site couldn't be allocated.
Mr Perry.
Hi. I'd just like to make 2 points. I mean, there's been a lot of issues talked about in the last sort of 15 minutes, which we will come on to in detail when we're talking about the waste issue. But 2 points in particular I think we should make is the comment that the waste tip has not been investigated is just incorrect. We have investigated the shallow soils on the waste tip, and we've assessed the main migration pathways from the waste tip, and we've done that by drilling boreholes around the perimeter of the site. Just because we haven't actually sunk lots of boreholes in the landfill doesn't mean we haven't investigated it. We've based that investigation strategy on a conceptual site model based on the depth study work that we've undertaken. And the other point is there have been lots of investigations. There have been 3 main investigations, and all them reports have been made available to the council and are in the public domain. Thank you.
Let's suppose that there is substantial migration of contaminants from this. That's presumably going to have a knock-on effect in terms of the extent to which you can directly drain rooftops, etc., on houses in vicinity of it into the aquifer, yeah?
Well, yes, I think the point to bear in mind there is the southern part of the site, the southern and western part of the site is not landfill. It is essentially clean.
Yeah.
There is some evidence of contamination in groundwater which is coming from the landfill, and we have an outline mitigation plan in place which will sever that pollutant linkage, and therefore there will be no contamination on the southern part of the site.
Yeah, I'm more concerned of what's going to happen if you can't actually implement a comprehensive sustainable drainage scheme, and you've therefore got to use other methods, presumably piping it into the sewage system, which is going to mean throating it somewhere, having swales, and to what extent is this going to start impacting upon need for land?
Is that easy to say? It's all available within the buffer space when just talking about the coal green area. So we did some infiltration testing on the area, and the higher level, the overburden material on the gravels isn't suitable for infiltration in any event. So in order to get into a material that is suitable for sustainability, you'd have to punch through that initial layer. So we wouldn't propose to do that anyway. So we've come forward. The buffer areas that we're showing have sufficient space to provide on-site surface water attenuation for outfall to the existing watercourse.
But if you're going to have large areas for surface water attenuation, that's large areas that you can't build houses on.
Yes, but all within the buffer space, which has already been allocated for that purpose.
All right, and effectively the contamination then is largely related to Coal Green Lane area?
What the contamination, the leachate that we found is in the deeper soils. It's not on the ground level soils.
Yeah.
So the likelihood of building houses on this area, you're not going to mobilise those existing leachates. And also we are proposing mitigation measures with a cut-off drain that would remove it from the existing route it takes towards the watercourse.
Okay. Mr. Davies?
The only points I had that haven't really been addressed is a question about the sustainable drainage for the proportion of the development that's in East Herts. It's not clear whether that's expected to be drained to groundwater or to the local watercourses, and if it's to the local watercourses, then it won't be possible to scope the scale of the SUD scheme that's required to buffer that runoff without a prolonged period of monitoring of the base flow rates in those watercourses, and has that been undertaken?
Well, there's plenty of data available, the flood risk handbook and etc. that we use to base our calculations upon, which is freely available. The information's available to me anytime I wish to get it. So that's what we've used to do the calculations as standard practice and common. And yeah, that's all. And we have done an assessment of the scheme, looking at where the houses are shown, such that there is sufficient space for the sustainable drainage system.
Mr. Hill, is your...
So all I wanted to say was we seem to have switched to talking about Tarmac's proposals rather than the Council's assessment of the suitability of the site for allocation.
Well, Ms. Pearce, do you want to say anything about how you have, or the information in which you've used to...
As with what we've said before, there is a level of detail which we need, which is proportionate to the plan and allocation stage. We are obviously clearly talking about site specifics and the required mitigation for whatever form and layout of a site will come forward in the future. We're not at that stage yet as the two authorities in terms of determining what a site will look like, and therefore I don't think it's reasonable to expect us to be able to say specifically where the SUDs will be, what the SUDs will look like. What we have set out in the policies is that suitable sustainable drainage will be required, and we will work with the site promoter, with the lead local flood authority, who will be our key guider on that. So that's a level of detail which will come in due course. So yes, we are comfortable that there is the potential to put in sustainable drainage, particularly within the East Herts portion of the site, and the detail of that scheme will come forward. We are keen to make sure that non-engineered solutions are the preferred route. So we're looking at integrating that into green infrastructure where possible, SUDs, swales, attenuation ponds, and maximising the multifunctionality of those sorts of spaces.
Right, can we move on to noise now, unless you've got a burning point to make?
Yes, I just wanted to make a point. It was referenced a short while ago about the Environment Agency being happy with, or potentially happy with things as they stand. We're aware of a letter from the Environment Agency on the 9th of February, which was submitted as an appendix. And I won't go into the whole letter, but they do state just at the beginning, for this development to be acceptable, we would require these following aspects to be identified in detail and discussed in the EIA, as they may have significant environmental impacts. And they go on to list a whole lot of things which I won't go into: groundwater contamination, mineral extraction, etc., etc. So I just wanted to make it clear that according to this letter, they are not saying they're giving it a green light. They're saying there are things that need to be looked at. Yeah. Okay.
Just to come back on that, that is a letter with regards to scoping for the environmental impact assessment and doesn't relate to the proposals in the local plan.
One quick clarification on flood risk. Obviously, the council did produce their strategic flood risk assessments. They also produced their sequential tests for each individual site as well, which would have concluded, as was pointed out earlier, there's sort of 98% available space within flood zone 1, which would be, suitable for the housing numbers and the associated sludge drainage system. It's a fair conclusion to make.
Okay. In the context of noise, given that we're now talking about a amenity belt 50 to 80 metres wide adjacent to the A414, does anybody really want to raise that and air pollution from the A414 as an issue? Or are people content that within such a space, there wouldn't be dwellings built there, so there's not likely to be a noise or an air quality issue to any residential development in the southern part of the site, assuming houses are built in the southern part of the site? Yes. Mr. O'Leary?
Okay, you asked me to lead on this,
Yeah.
so you don't mind if I'll
Not at all.
just spread a little bit. It's common ground that no noise assessments relevant to the effects of all noise sources on the proposed residential development have been completed. Obviously, any noise assessments following appropriate professional guidance should address all sources, and in particular traffic noise at relevant points within the proposed residential area. Obviously, in the absence of those full details and those assessments, the acceptability of the proposed residential environment is not very possible, as are the assessment and feasibilities of any noise mitigation strategies. And it's interesting you should talk about that buffer, because as a parish council, we can offer some experience to inspectors about the A414. The parish council and local residents are already very concerned about the public health effects of road noise from the A414. Local villages at some distance from the A414 are already detrimentally affected by A414 road noise, and they certainly are a further distance than the buffers being talked about. In fact, active discussions have been held with Herts County Council in 2016 and 17 regarding potential noise mitigation measures in the parish. The suggestion that an acceptable residential environment could be provided so close to the A414, and in some areas on elevated ground alongside the A414, is, in our lived experience, unlikely. Bunds and sunken roads are already used within the parish, with little useful effect on the noise emanating from the high-speed A414. It's the high-speed issue is particularly important. The additional development would, of course, increase traffic flows and noise, and therefore noise. In summary, we believe that a decision to allocate this site would be contrary to MPPF 123. Obviously, respondents, not just the parish, are concerned with the reported air pollution measurements and would clearly wish to see pollution levels reducing rather than increasing. So the proximity of Birchall Garden Suburb development to the A414 and the protection of residents in terms of air quality and noise is absolutely a significant concern.
And you're saying that a amenity strip of up to 80 metres is not adequate to actually achieve this?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that could be, you could measure that along the A414 as
Remember,
is.
we're not talking about people sitting in their back gardens in the summer and hearing noise. We're
Understand
talking
that.
about what the statutory regulations are.
Absolutely. Well, without the measures, it's very difficult for
No.
any assessment to be clear, isn't it?
Okay. Mr. Hill?
So yes, we saw in, I think possibly for the first time, in the Council's statement on this matter, paragraph 29C, that the data indicated that air pollution on the A414 at South East Welwyn Garden City has exceeded the legal maximum values for the past 3 years. And of course they hadn't got an AQMA because there aren't sensitive receptors there, because that will change if there are if the southern tentacle comes forward. And of course you've got the primary school sitting at one end of that as well, just over the other side of the buffer, and you've got the A414 to the south, the prevailing wind from the southwest. We are concerned about this, and we think it's yet another argument pointing to the undesirability in particular of the southern tentacle.
Mr. Perkins?
Thank you. I'm concerned about the proximity of the southern area of the site to the Burnside Waste Management Unit. I have a little bit of knowledge about this because my father worked there in his retirement for a period, so I would visit it regularly to collect him or drop him off on occasions. And whilst I have every confidence that BP Mitchell run the site to a very high standard and in compliance with all regulations, it is a very noisy operation. They're crushing concrete, which has noise and dust associated with it. The prevailing wind from the south and southwest has been mentioned.
We'll come to actually the impacts on the operator this afternoon when we've got the waste matter on.
Okay, would you prefer me to come back to those points at that time?
Yes,
of course. Okay.
There'll be people from ICENI representing them here, no doubt saying exactly what you're saying.
I will wait for you to give me the guidance.
Okay.
Was there a point about noise, though? Did you want to?
Yeah, their point about the noise is that they don't want residential developments in close proximity to their client's business, which is what you're saying, really, that it's not a suitable place to put houses because people will be complaining about the noise.
Yes, I mean, it will go slightly beyond that, but I'm happy to pick these points up later.
Yeah, okay. Mr.
Winterskill. Thank you, sir. Yes, can I just refer you to our response to your issues 29 and 30, which are very clear that a full noise and air quality assessment has been undertaken over a 3-year period, so noise measurements 2014, 15 and 17, and air quality measurements as well. And that assessment has found no significant adverse effects. Noise is capable of being mitigated through completely standard mitigation measures, and there's no particular air quality problem either. So it has been assessed, has been monitored, and a non-issue as far as the plan allocation is concerned.
Can we? I think we keep making this point about the tarmac scheme, and then the way in which the councils assess these matters of noise and of air quality. I think it's going to be Tylee.
Okay. Just when we were preparing the site assessments as part of the work for the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment, Environmental Health were consulted about any concerns relating to noise quality and air quality. A standard practice was to reduce capacity of sites which were close to main roads, such as the A1M and the A414, in the expectation that there would need to be either a noise band or some sort of buffer before development would take place. In terms of air quality, our understanding is that that can all be mitigated and addressed, either through appropriate distances or, if necessary, through mechanical ventilation. And similarly with noise, that my understanding is that noise levels drop off fairly quickly, and that it should be perfectly possible to mitigate those impacts within the site. So that formed part of our assessment.
All right. Mr. Fisher.
Thank you, sir. response just focused on the impacts on the site. We're concerned about the impacts of noise generated by increased traffic on the A414 to the west of the site, and I speak particularly from Mill Green, where significant noise and road safety problems are, which I think would be seriously exacerbated by increased traffic. And a question for the council as to whether they've taken that considered that in their assessment. Review.
Well, not specifically with regards to this specific site, but if the council is to meet the objective assessment of need, or if the council is to meet the housing target, there will inevitably be more road cars on the road, no matter where the sites are. That is a consequence of having to deliver more housing.
Mr. O'Leary.
Yeah, just 2 quick points. I'm slightly confused with the claim that noise assessments have been completed. There have been noise assessments completed by Tarmac with regard to the commercial sources of noise at Burnside and Highlands, which I think was BP Mitchell site. There's been no noise assessments with regard to traffic noise and looking at that. So that was one, and that's admitted in the council's own documents. The other point I wanted to make was noise has another impact with regard to some of the heritage assets in play here. And particularly, you've got Grade 2-star Panzinger Park, which is restoring the Capability Brown landscape just off Panzinger Lane. So there's noise impacts that also affect the tranquility and ability to enjoy the heritage asset at that point and possibly at other points along the A414.
Yeah, but are you suggesting that the noise as a result will be 10 decibels above whatever the background noises are now, which is the standard if we were doing a Section 78 appeal we would end up applying?
Sorry, could you miss the first?
I mean, the usual practice is to look at noise 10 decibels above whatever the background noise is. If it's quiet and tranquil, middle of open countryside, then it can be quite low. But once you start getting towards where there's a lot of human activity, you're often into the 40s and 50s. I mean, are you suggesting it's going to be exceeding those sorts of levels?
I'm not suggesting specific levels. I'm giving you a lived experience of living beside the A414. Certainly within the Panzinger Park area, the noise from the 414 and the surface that's being applied to the 414 most recently has created a noise nuisance. Whether it is reaching those levels, I don't know. But certainly, as you look at Panzinger Lane, part of Panzinger Park, you've got heritage reinstatement of a Capability Brown landscape, which will be very adjacent to the proposed development, the proposed school. And obviously, as you move up to Hatfield Estate, you've got the impact of noise around from the road, exacerbated by increased traffic.
Right, Mr. Wintersgill.
Thank you, sir. Just to confirm that there have indeed been detailed noise and air quality assessments taking into account road traffic noise, the A14, A414, other sources of road traffic noise. Those detailed assessments haven't been submitted to the examination, which is of course there for the planning application rather than for your purposes. But we can reassure you that there's no showstoppers as far as an allocation is concerned.
And the issue of noise that you've raised and the heritage assets, we will pick up in the heritage session as well.
Okay. Well, with that, we're going to adjourn until 2:15 for lunch.
So we'll take, yes. Okay. Can I just, can I just ask the council to make the documents available to Mr. Hill, the appendices?
Well, Madam, yes, we're going to consider it. It was released, the main document was released under a Freedom of Information request. Okay. A number of the appendices are already in the public domain.
Okay.
In relation to those
can I just ask everyone just to sit down or just to allow me to hear Mr. Beglan on the point of the appendices. So Mr. Beglan.
Madam, if I just start from the beginning again. The document, as you've heard, was released in response to a Freedom of Information request. So it's no part of the Council's formal evidence for the hearing purposes. That's why it was released when it was. In fact, the deadline for releasing it expires at the end of today, but we thought it was appropriate that we should put the document into the public domain so that people could look at it. In terms of the appendices, some of those appendices are already in the public domain. Quite happy to take my learned friend through those. In relation to those that are not, we need to consider internally in the first instance whether it's appropriate in terms of freedom of information for them to be released.
Right.
And having had the request this morning, I make no criticism about that, but that's when we had the request, we will consider that.
Okay. Can I just say on that point, now I know what you're going to say, Mr. Hill, and this is an issue of when the information is becoming available, and that you have the opportunity to look at it. So if you can leave that with myself and Mr. Middleton, and we'll come back to you on that point.
Ma'am, I'm certainly happy to do that. I would like you to look at the front page of the report. The reference is plainly intended to be submitted to the local planning examination. The council, not us, gave it an examination, a reference of 59B. It's something the council have put in. They've chosen to put it in with local planning examination assessment on the front of it.
Yes,
We
we've
have to
understood
see
your
it.
point, and we'll get back to you and understand your point on the appendices. And we'll leave it there. Thank you. I'm going to start in a moment, so if I could ask everyone to sit down, please. Say good afternoon to everybody, and we're one matter behind and 20 minutes behind lunch, so we'll see how we get on. Mr. Middleton and I did say that we would address the point raised by Mr. Hill about the outstanding document, the document that was submitted yesterday and put onto the website yesterday. In terms of the hearings, we don't open and close the hearings as you might with a Section 78 case. The examination is the examination for as long as it runs. As I said right at the start, we're on different timescales with the information, and the information affects the authorities in different ways. Clearly, no party should be prejudiced by information, and everybody should be able to have the opportunity to comment if we as inspectors consider that we want more information. So what I'm going to say at this point on that document is that I am going to ask for East Hertfordshire to provide me with written comments on the implications of that document for the plan. So that's in terms of East Herts. The other separate thing is that there are a number of appendices to go with it, and I'm going to ask the Council when they will have looked through them in sufficient detail to decide whether they can be placed on the website. I mean, the Freedom of Information Act is clearly something that's outside our control, but it's for the Council to look at their documents. Mr. Beglin?
Yes, Madam, if I can help briefly with that. First of all, the way in which the documents were uploaded onto the examination website under reference EX59 was under the subheading of Freedom of Information Request from Welwyn Garden City Society, and that's the basis upon which, as we explain, the information was put into the public domain. And that's the basis upon which it appears on the examination website as far as we're concerned. And I just stress again, for those who have any concern about this, that it's no part of our hearing statement, it's no part of our evidence. It's been produced pursuant to a request under a statutory scheme. So bearing that in mind, in terms of the appendices that were attached to that report, the first two relate to reports by Royal Haskening. They are both in the public domain. I understand it have been for some time. Item number 4 is a non-technical report submitted by Welwyn Garden City Society dated November 26. That's also in the public domain. A number of the other entries relate to correspondence between the authority and other authorities. Those documents we are looking through at the moment to decide the extent to which they can be disclosed, if necessary, with appropriate levels of redaction dealing with identity and personal details and so on. So that's being considered now. We're investigating a bit further item 8, which relates to historic records, just so that we understand fully what was being referred to there. And then the 9th item is a peer review dealt with in draft. There is a specific exception under the applicable regulations for disclosure of draft material, and it's probably fairly easy to understand why there's not an obligation to disclose draft material before it reaches its final form, and so that relates to Appendix 9, and at the moment the Council doesn't propose to release that precisely because it was only available in draft form. So that's where we are at the moment. The review is carrying on. We would hope to be able to update you by the end of the day, even if we can't provide the material by then.
The internal correspondence or emails, do they include East Hertfordshire?
No.
They're with Welwyn Garden City.
Yes,
I just want to be clear. where the material is
Yeah,
and what it relates
in terms of the records that we have, I don't understand any of these to necessarily include East Herts. I suppose there is the prospect of people being CC'd in, but we'll only know that when we've looked at the material in a bit more detail.
My understanding is that it was between environmental health officer and the respective authorities referred to in the title of the appendices. My understanding is that they weren't copied to East Herts.
Right. We will continue with the waste session. I have asked East Herts to provide me with that information. I'll come back at the end as to when you might be able to do that, specifically on the document and the implications for the plan, as I've said. Mr. Middleton might take it, but do you want to explain how you'll deal with that document for Welwyn and at what point you might address it? The issue for us is obviously we've had the representations, we've had the matters and issues. You provided your statements without that information, so it's whether we feel that there is any additional issue for soundness.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I will be asking you to make a response to it, the same way as East Hertfordshire are. There are probably some other things I'll be doing the same about. I'll probably have a roundup session after we've finished, really, and set out where we go from here. From Ryan Hatfield's point of view, it's not as critical as East Hertfordshire because the adoption of the plan is not exactly resting on it. We've an awful long way to go before we get there.
Thank you both for considering that over the short adjournment, and I do realise this is new to you as well as it is to us, but simply on the face of the document it seemed to me something that ought to be in the public domain and that you ought to have the opportunity to consider its implications. I suspect there may be more for the Welwyn side than for the East Herts side by virtue of the location of the tip, but that's something that I can only speculate on at the moment. The context of this, of course, is not a Freedom of Information Act request by ourselves. Simply, we are interested parties in this matter. We are very concerned about the presence of contamination on the site, and we have sought over a considerable period of time to understand what the factual starting point is for the Council's consideration of these issues. And as I said to you before, ma'am, we have undertaken correspondence during the course of last year, EX34D, EX34E, seeking to understand what the baseline understanding of the councils was in relation to the waste and contamination issues. We've never had a response to any of that. And this seems to be, one can only wonder why we haven't had a response. And we see a peer review has been undertaken, but that is something that it seems the council don't want to place into the public domain.
Clearly, from our point of view, we are dealing with the soundness. It is up to us if we consider something does affect the soundness. We're hearing representations from you about whether you feel it does or not. And as I say, the hearings, we don't close them. The examination is the examination. If we need to have further information, we will ask for it.
Yeah. Remember, what I'm most concerned about is whether there's something here that could directly bear on the costs of dealing with this site or the extent to which it could come forward within the time anticipated.
Yes, I think those are matters that we would seek.
I think you would want to know about those.
Yeah.
And if this peer review has thrown up some serious issues, let us say, about controlled waters, you would want to know about those and not to have them secreted away in some file in the council offices.
I think we'll leave it there because Mr. Middleton and I, as the inspectors, will follow up if needs be. And as I said, the matter's not closed because the examination continues from until the report is
extremely grateful to you.
So we're going to turn now to sustainable location and movement. Now, some of these discussions we're going to hear in various, or they have effects on a number of matters, including heritage and urban design. The issue for us is the rationale of the dispersed siting. Some areas are remote from Welwyn Garden City, and so the question that we put is this the most sustainable option in terms of access to services and facilities within the city. And I think we particularly have in mind the way in which the site is set out, and for Welwyn that it goes along the south in a sort of long finger, and for East Herts that some parts are close, but there is an isolated section. So, like your comments, particularly related to more isolated parts. So, who would like to start? Miss Pearce will.
I assume you don't want me to introduce the issue.
I'm doing it my way.
You probably heard from me too much already. I promise I shall be short, but I had prepared a few words in response to the request that I do so. On this issue then of sustainable location and movement, there is plenty an overlap with the Greenbelt issues, so I'm not going to go back over the Greenbelt issues. There's also some overlap with the issue of the garden city concept, but that comes, I think, later on in relation to heritage, so I'm going to again leave that to one side. Having read the representations, one can see that there are many parties in the room extremely unhappy with the form of the development proposed. It represents, as one can see from, for example, Appendix 5 to our statements for today, a stark departure from the familiar principles of sustainable development with a compact form of development located in reasonable proximity to key services and facilities so as to promote the use of sustainable modes of transport. And here the problems manifest themselves in a number of ways, but especially, as you've already hinted, ma'am, in the somewhat curious southern tentacle of development along the A414, and also that isolated island of development to the southeast of Birchall Lane. Some of these areas are more than 6.5 kilometres from the town centre, and the location near the A414, as we say in our reps, is likely to encourage movement by private car along the A414 to Hatfield and Hertford, rather than going into Welwyn Garden City, from which people living in those areas will feel extremely remote. Remains to be seen how attractive these isolated fingers and islands development will be to the operators of public transport. As journey times will increase, although there will be, one suspects, limited patronage if one looks at the form of the development proposed and the long, slender fingers of housing. Your well-formulated question should not come as a surprise to the councils, in particular to Welwyn Hatfield. And, ma'am, I just ask you to remember that until the submission draft, and sir, until the submission draft of August 2016, Welwyn Hatfield did not support the southern A414 finger of development. And if we refer back to the process by which this proposed allocation came forward, starting in 2009, throughout the period from 2009 to 2016, Welwyn Hatfield set its face against this dispersed option at the southeastern corner of Welwyn Garden City. Now, if I just refer you to the document, it's LPD 3 in the examination library, which is the 2012 land for housing outside urban areas. This is the assessment of a variety of sites outside the urban areas. We read under Welwyn Garden City, WGC 5, poor relationship to existing development, which would be a barrier to good connectivity between existing and new communities, would result in an incoherent urban and greenbelt boundary to the southeast of Welwyn Garden City. Nothing's changed about those conclusions except the council's volte-face in supporting the current highly dispersed form of development. And, sir, ma'am, obviously the way in which the development is dispersed is entirely driven by the size and shape of the existing tip and the parcels that have been assembled around it. So the question for this part of the examination is whether principles of good town planning and sustainable development should effectively be set to one side to create the misshapen donut of development around an extensive tip site.
So I would like the council, both councils, to explain the rationale for the siting and how you consider that in terms of accessibility and movement. We'll come on to urban design as with the next matter. I don't know who wants to go first. Ms. Pearce, I asked you last time.
I think the assertion that we have been led by the presence of the landfill, yes, is absolutely correct. That is a key constraint on the site, and therefore it's reasonable that we would look to find developable areas around that constraint. I don't see that there's anything wrong with that particular approach. So what we are left with is looking at how to maximise the opportunities that we have with regards to development areas. The isolated area which you point to the south of the B195 adjacent to the A414 within the East Tarts part of the site, that is obviously actually the closest part to the secondary schools. It's also very close proximity to where, in a strategy diagram, we would like to see neighbourhood centres be provided. It's also on a key transport route into the town, and there is existing passenger transport networks, and the intention is that there will be new passenger transport networks associated with the development and the delivery of this site. There is also the opportunity to have circular routes, if possible, around the site. And an earlier strategy diagram looked at a circular bus route within the confines of the A414. We've moved away from that, and we're now looking at public rights-of-way cycle networks instead as a key route. And that's in line with the County Council's strategy for increasing the amount of patronage on non-car and non-road-based methods of transport. So yes, it looks separate from where the rest of the site is if you were just to look at an aerial map. But once you look at the entirety of the development in that location, it would be entirely connected in terms of all those alternative sustainable transport routes. As I say, it's the closest site to the secondary school, and it's also close to the proposed neighbourhood areas as well.
And for Welland and Hatfield, Mr. Studwell. Sorry, what's the question, please? The question was about the rationale for the dispersed siting, and in terms of access to the residential areas. If you could just explain how you and where you considered the sort of form of development in those respects.
Okay, I think there's already been some sort of significant discussion around the constraints to the site, the landfill, appreciation that it can appear physically separate. There has been a sort of comprehensive assessment of the sustainability of the site through the sustainability appraisal. We've looked in detail at the accessibility of the southern portion of the site to key facilities. It's within 720 metres of the doctor's surgery, within 1,400 metres of the Welland Garden City industrial area. It's also important to have regard to the fact that it will be planned as a comprehensive scheme, and given the scale of the site, it will deliver key infrastructure which will help to ensure that it is sustainable. So within the entire site there will be a new secondary school, 2 primary schools, and there's also a proposal for 2 neighbourhood centres, a slightly larger neighbourhood centre in the north and a smaller neighbourhood centre in the south. So all those things combined will help to ensure the sustainability of the settlement. I think the SBD will provide a key opportunity to ensure the site is as sustainable as possible, to really explore things such as sustainable transport and how those can be employed to ensure that it's as sustainable as possible.
Did you look at, or where did you look at that, in terms of links to Welland Garden City itself, how it links through, where the linkages would be? Is that something that you have considered?
That's been considered as part of the transport modelling, the detailed transport modelling that was done for various distribution options, which included this site, both the portion within Welland Hatfield and the East Harts portion as well.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you. With regard to sustainable location and movement, I'd like to bring into this equation the responsibility under the sustainability appraisal to consider reasonable alternatives. And the Council is aware that there are sites surrounding the urban areas throughout the borough which, and I'm referring in this instance to the Welwyn Hatfield plan alone, where there are sites which have been found reasonable, suitable, available and deliverable and reasonable alternatives for nearly 2,000 homes, and if the Hatfield 2 site were included in that it would be 3,000 homes. And all of those sites enjoy close proximity to significant public transport, other facilities, amenities and services, and therefore I'm interested to know how the Council got to a position where on sustainable location and movement this site was considered to be more favourable. And if I put the premise to you that that couldn't possibly be the case, then I'm at a loss to understand how this site has made it into an allocation document, into the submission local plan as an allocation in preference to those reasonable alternatives. And I would remind you that there is a legal duty to consider the reasonable alternatives, not just a case of taking a view on it, shall I say.
Before the Council could answer that, I mean, can I just ask how it did come about, accepting what Mr Hill said about the Council's attitude to the southern parts of this site until fairly recently? One would assume that if you had done a comprehensive analysis of the area and looked at it as a site as to where to put development, where not to put it, then that would have come out a number of years ago. The fact that it's only just recently come out, I mean, would it be fair to say that you looked at these basically to, if you like, build the numbers up so that you could meet your housing need? And is that the driving force, or is the has the driving force got to do with the actual better development of this area, and if so, how, why?
It was a combination of the two factors there. As I said earlier, we had reassurance from the Environment Agency, which we didn't have at the time of the 2015 consultation. So we had reassurance from the Environment Agency that there was no reason why the southern portion of the site could be brought forward as a housing allocation in principle. Obviously they would want to see the details of the proposal, but they felt there was no reason, as far as they were concerned, why the site shouldn't come forward. At the time of the 2015 consultation, or when we were preparing it, we didn't have that reassurance. So that is certainly a factor in terms of thoughts on the southern portion of the WGC5 site. But also our numbers, as you will be aware, have continually gone up every time we've produced a strategic housing market assessment. The numbers have gone up quite significantly for Welwyn Hatfield, so there was a need to find additional dwelling numbers.
What about the points that Mr Perkins was raising about comparative sustainability?
Well, that formed part of the site selection process. The housing site selection background paper went through a number of factors when looking at which sites should be allocated and which shouldn't. So it considered the results of the sustainability appraisal, it considered the results of the HELA and impact on the greenbelt. So those were all factors in terms of the weighting that was given to whether a site should come forward or not.
To what extent is this area actually linked to the rest of Welwyn Garden City? I mean, are there direct footpath cycle links from its edge into the centre or to the industrial areas, or are you left with people cycling up the road network?
Well, you do have the strategic cycle route which runs through the site at the back of the employment area, which goes in. It's not complete all the way into the town centre, but it does go through the town centre. And certainly would be one of our aspirations to ensure that the missing links are completed as part of working with the county council and securing funding through Section 106 contributions and SILs. So that would certainly be one of our expectations, but there is the strategic link which already exists. That does present a good opportunity to achieve modal shift.
I mean, what about the bus routes? Is there any certainty that existing bus routes would actually get extended as far as the southern tentacle?
Well, I think that's something that we have looked at in principle. We have experience of this from the redevelopment of Hatfield Aerodrome, which was a development for 2,000 dwellings. And one of the things we'll need to ensure is that the layout will allow for circular trips, so that you've got the main spinal route will have to be of sufficient width to enable buses to go up and down it, and that you can look at ensuring that I suppose the two parts of the development work together so that you can get a viable bus route, which would then go into Welwyn Garden City.
Have you had any observations out of the bus operators already?
They are consulted. They haven't responded to any of the consultations on that point, but we've certainly had discussions with the County Council on that as an aspiration, and that's certainly something that we will be working up the details on. We are working with the County Council at the moment on a growth and transport plan which covers Welwyn, Hatfield, Hart and Hartsmere and St Albans, and that will be looking at matters such as this, but then we will take it forward into the supplementary planning document, and certainly there would be conditions in section 106 contributions expected from this site to secure the use of sustainable transport modes. That's certainly worked in the past with Hatfield Aerodrome, and we see no reason why it shouldn't work on this site.
Yeah, I just wondered if it would be helpful if I could expand on both of those points just briefly. The library has in it a statement of common ground that we signed with Hertfordshire County Council, and they have considered all of those issues in some detail based on some work that we've provided to them. In terms of the public transport, we do envisage a circular route that extends existing services that run to the edge of Welwyn Garden City and runs through the site from the north, around on the A414, and then back through the northern section and then back into Welwyn Garden City. So we do see them being combined together to serve both the new development, but also some existing improvements to existing residents further into Welwyn Garden City who will benefit from improved bus services. The assessments that we've put to the county show that will be ultimately self-supporting in terms of patronage and demand. It will require Section 106 funding in the early days to prime the service, but in the long term we see that as a sustainable and deliverable situation which will cover all of those areas of the development, including the tentacle as it's become called this morning. I think I'd also like to say that looking at it in plan, and when we've been referred to Appendix 5 a few times is one thing, but I think the accessibility of the site needs to be looked at in the context of what's being provided on the development and why people need to travel, and the importance of the secondary school, local centres and primary schools mean that a lot of those day-to-day movements can take place within the site and are therefore walking and cyclable. For further longer distance movements, the site will be directly linked by the existing Sustrans route which runs through the site to not just to Welwyn Garden City but also to Hertford, which has a relatively significant employment demand, and bus links both to the two urban areas and the railway stations, and of course there's an element of employment trips into London. So looked at in the round, the transport accessibility of this site is excellent and will be further improved by the contributions that we'll make to the infrastructure, as is normal with any planning application. So whatever it looks like on Appendix 5, the reality is that it will be connected to all of the key important areas for people, everyday needs, work, education, retail, leisure and health, and those will all be fitted as part of an integrated transport strategy for the development.
I know we keep saying this point that it's not about the scheme or what you intend to provide, but I would say to the councils, it's what do you expect from the development of that site that you need to make very clear in the plan. If you are expecting, as Mr. Ducker says, they are providing a bus route, integrated transport, you need to be very clear in the allocation that those things are necessary and viable and deliverable if they are key elements of what you're seeking. It's the way the discussion is sort of progressing. It's often Tarmac who are explaining what they have done and why they've done it, rather than the council saying these are the things that we want for the site, and this is how we want it to be developed. And so I would just ask you to have those things. I know you're talking about having an SPD coming along.
Well, the policy does talk about sustainable transport measures. I'm sure we could look at perhaps providing a bit more clarity about what those
Yes, it's what you're
comprise.
expecting. It's what you're expecting from that, and it shouldn't be influenced by what Tarmac are proposing, because obviously a local plan system doesn't work in that way. So it's about making clear what it is that you want. I mean, that's a sort of process point. Ms. Mead.
Yes, just to also draw reference in as far as the East Hart side of things is concerned, that we've got policy TRA1, which majors on sustainable transport and the delivery of such at the outset of occupation. So I think it's made quite clear there that we would be expecting those measures to be introduced from the outset.
Thank you. Just rewinding a little bit, we just wanted to seek some clarity on the statement that the Environment Agency have no objection in principle. We're not sure or aware whether you as the inspectors have seen that written anywhere, and I relate to, just hark back to my point before lunch, that the letter I appreciate was about the EIA, but they certainly were expressing some reservations there. So I just wanted to check that you have seen the letter that says they don't object, because say we have one that raises concerns.
Yes, ma'am. It's just really a point of clarification. I wanted to make sure that I'd written down accurately what had been said by the lady from East Herts when she was talking about the public transport circuit. I thought that the note I made was that East Herts had moved away from that and they were now looking at improving the cycle and the pedestrian links. Is that right?
I said an earlier iteration of the strategy diagram had a road network running across the tip part of that, and obviously subsequent investigation has shown that that would cause potential to cause disturbance to that particular area. So therefore a road and the infrastructure that comes with a road would not be possible for that site.
Understood.
However, there are other connections which are to the west of the site, which would be a road and which is therefore suitable for that circular route.
Thank you very much.
Right, so we're going to continue now with historic heritage. Our matter 7 sets out the background to that. Again, I think we have Gascoigne Estates going to set out their position.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And as I said, I've tried to look through what other parties have said on this issue as well, both historic heritage, and we go on to Garden City principles as well, I think under the same heading. You're happy to take the two together?
I do have the Welwyn Garden City Society. I don't know if you're going to speak separately on urban design and introduce that.
I'm very happy to do either, ma'am. They both come under matter 7.
They do.
I'm happy to stop when we get to the end of pure heritage, as it were, and then hand over to the left for Garden City principles. You've set out the key points that you want to address in this part of the examination. Is there an evidence base that's assessed the sensitivity of development to the nearby heritage assets, including montages of the views as recommended by the HIA produced for the councils by Beacon Planning, is the first of the points. And ma'am, you will have seen that July 2016 document preceding by, I think, 1 month the decision to allocate the southern part of the Birchall Garden suburb site. We say, and you will have seen from our representations, that the allocation was in fact made on the basis of a very thin and partial assessment of the heritage impacts, given in particular the grade 1 status of some of those assets, certainly all of the ones at Hatfield, and it's somewhat extraordinary that they would only warrant a paragraph or two in the heritage impact assessment upon which both councils rely. To that extent, the estate has had to address what we see as a deficiency there by providing the heritage impact assessment from Montague Evans that I hope you've seen, and that I think has the reference EX34C. One has to remember, of course, that up to 2015 the council was not supporting the development of the southern part of this site at all. And this appears for the first time in the submission plan in 2016. The Beacon Planning Report, as you note, asks for further work to be done, but so far as one can tell, the council was already committed at the stage of the submission version of the plan, and all you've seen subsequently is essentially retrofitting. We are keen that you look carefully at the position on the site, and I know you've had the advantage of a site inspection already, but you have at EX37 the belated set of photo montages that, of course, is not a substitute for an HIA. We have made a number of comments about that material, and Ms. Bolger is here should there be any further clarification that she can help provide to the examination. One important point to remember is that the CGIs, as I should call them, they aren't in fact photomontages, should not be used other than with the correct scale available, and I'm not entirely clear whether the examination library has resulted in you being supplied with those A1, but they shouldn't be used other than at the correct scale. If you do examine those, you will see, and we think this is clear from examining the views from the south, that the effect of the development is particularly harmful in the views from the south due north by virtue of its lateral extent, east-west across the view, certainly from the southern slopes of the Hatfield estate and also the Essendon heritage assets in the conservation area there, where you'll look straight across the valley, and bund or no bund, you'll look straight at the full lateral extent of the southern part of the Birchall Garden suburb proposals. And even with 25 years of planting, the development will still be very visible. Light pollution will also emphasise the presence of the development on the valley side. So, in answer to your question 35, yes, most certainly the development will be visible from within and adjoining the important heritage assets that we consider in our evidence. As for harm, you ask at question 36 if they are going to be seen, would the development be harmful to the settings of the heritage assets? The Council don't give you a direct answer to this, but they move straight on to proposed mitigation. But of course you don't need mitigation unless there's harm. Historic England are rather clearer about the existence of harm, and as I've done my best to look at everyone's statement in composing a few words to introduce this, I should perhaps draw your attention to the Historic England statement to this part of the examination. Paragraph 230, and you need to read the detail, not the summary, in my view, of this important document. Development of this scale will inevitably harm the setting of nearby designated heritage assets, including Hatfield House, the Registered Parks and Gardens of Panshagman and Hatfield, Birchall Farm, Horwell Farmhouse, Hatfield House and the Registered Park and Garden are both Grade 1 listed and as such of exceptional value. So Historic England's conclusion is that development of this scale will inevitably harm the setting of these extremely important assets. And the rural feel of the valley, which is such an important part of the settings of these assets, will undoubtedly be altered. Again, that is something that Historic England are very clear to acknowledge. And then you need to read carefully 231 of the Historic England reps, where they refer to potential mitigation and saying that the level of harm to designated assets will, to a degree, be reduced by the mitigation put forward. Historic England, as you know, and say they're now satisfied that should the inspector find the allocation sound in principle, the agreed revised policy and revised strategy diagram offers greater protection to the historic environment. But we would say that's from a very low starting point. Yes, you're putting a slightly broader swathe of land alongside the 414 with some planting and maybe a bund. Its precise dimensions not clear at the present time, but the scale of the change will be stark to those who are familiar with this stretch of the valley and the views across it and around it. So I ask you to note the very tentative language in which Historic England express themselves and the clarity with which they acknowledge the harm to the setting of assets of exceptional value. One other footnote, and then I'll pass on to the left. Holwell Hyde, I do urge you to make sure you look carefully at Holwell Hyde and the views it enjoys out to the southeast. Those will again be fundamentally, irrevocably changed by the proposal. Thank you.
So you're going to turn to the Council and ask you how you considered heritage, the heritage assets and the effect on the heritage assets and their setting in your in the process and in coming to your conclusions on allocating the development in the locations that they're shown. And that also includes where the assessment of harm is and how that's been weighed against the benefits. So, start with Welwyn.
Okay. Just in terms of the Welwyn-Hatfield local plan, Historic England are clearly a statutory consultee and have been consulted at every stage in the plan-making process. Where they have raised concerns about sites, then that has been followed up with Historic England. At Regulation 18 consultation stage, they suggested or stated that a heritage impact assessment should be carried out, which would look at the impacts on Panshanger Park. So this related not only to this site, but a number of sites both within East Herts and Welwyn-Hatfield. The two authorities decided to jointly commission a piece of evidence to look at the impact of, on Pansanger Park, but also to include other heritage assets within the area, including Hatfield House, as we had received a representation expressing concern about Hatfield House. That evidence informed the decision-making of both authorities, and whilst the final report may not have been, finally published and made available until, I don't know whether it was a month before, but shortly before, certainly the information and the drafts were available to both authorities much earlier on, and certainly informed the decision-making. You'll see reference to heritage impacts within the Housing and Employment Land Availability Assessment, and also within the site selection background paper.
Ms Pearce, just in terms of the process.
So similarly, we undertook a number of assessments over the long period of time that we were preparing the initial site assessments way back into the strategy supporting document, where we looked at 69 areas of search and 21 topic areas. Heritage was a key element of that initial assessment. And as Ms Tiley said, we consulted Historic England throughout the plan-making process. In fact, they assisted in preparing the brief for the Heritage Impact Assessment, and looked at the draft reports and commented on the draft reports in preparation for the final report. So they have been a key stakeholder in the preparation of the evidence base behind the two plans, and indeed in the site allocation of this particular area. And we have done a lot of work with officers at Historic England, including the site visit as well. And we've taken account of everything they've said. We've made quite significant modifications to the policy as a result of their involvement in the discussions as well. So we have considered the impact on the heritage assets, and we have taken up where the HIA referenced the need to have mitigation. Obviously, if you're going to stick new housing where there isn't currently housing, you would need to have a mitigation strategy of some sort, regardless of the extent of the development and the heritage assets affected. We've never suggested there's not going to be any harm. There will be harm. The decision is whether that is substantial harm, and whether that substantial harm outweighs the need for the development and the benefits that it would come.
And so where would I find that consideration?
So that was part of, it's set out in the settlement appraisal for the East of Welwyn Garden City site, in East Hartsley's examination library, but it also is part of the heritage impact assessment. It's something which we've taken account of throughout. So there's not one document which says this is the weight we would give to this, in the same way that there isn't on any other particular topic area. It has been an intrinsic part of our thinking throughout all the site allocations.
Right. Well, I'm wondering whether we need to look at Hatfield House and go into a bit more detail on the particular heritage assets. Well, you ask your next question.
Well, I was going to ask English Heritage actually where you sit on this. Have you basically come to a compromise, or do you consider what has happened and the proposed mound with some trees on it along the A414 to be a perfectly acceptable solution?
Thank you very much. Historic England have indeed, I would echo both what Ms Tiley and Ms Pearce have been saying, been very involved over a number of years, and have raised a number of key concerns regarding the historic environment and the impact of the proposed development upon the historic environment. And it is to their credit that they have taken account of our views and commissioned the HIA by Beacon Planning, an independent report, and we thoroughly welcome that sort of approach to assessing the impacts. So first of all, to say in terms of evidence, we welcome the Beacon report. We also welcome the further work that has been presented to the councils by the developers, albeit in respect to their own proposals. But that has enabled us to interpret what they are, interpret the potential impact of the concept diagram and development in accordance with that upon the heritage assets. So there is an evidence base, and we consider that it is a proportionate evidence base in light of the requirements of the NPPF, paragraphs 158 and 169. In respect of, you've asked specifically whether the bund is acceptable. We have had long discussions, both in meetings with the councils and with the developers on site and in our offices about proposed mitigation. And we came to the view that a buffer and a bund with landscaping along the south of the site, along the A414, would, to a degree, mitigate some of the impact of the development. That's not to say there won't be any impact of the development. We've been very clear, as Mr. Hill has said, that there will be harm to heritage assets. Development of this scale will cause harm, but we find that the councils, in their revised strategy diagram and with their revised policy wording, have now got a policy and a strategy diagram that offers greater protection to the historic environment, that pinpoints where there needs to be consideration of settings for listed buildings, for example, that expands the buffer zone along the southern edge, that offers a heritage buffer zone to Panshanger Park, and that seeks to restrict the built envelope of these schools to the southernmost portion of the site.
Mr. Hill, did you want to come back? Oh. Is there anyone else who would like to contribute to the discussion? Ms. Harwood?
We think that perhaps the whole thing hasn't been viewed as a whole as it should be. We have 3 heritage sites, including the Garden City, which of course is a designed landscape as well. And it's the links between them, the setting of all of them, how they react with each other, with the rural hinterland and with the lesser estates on the sides of the Mimram and Lee Valley. We are disappointed that the Beacon report didn't take all of this into a proper account. For example, they didn't take into account the views from as far away as Little Berkhamsted Conservation Area or some of the more northern Mimram ones. So we feel that the assessment is lacking in completeness and also in understanding of just how these 3 important sites, which actually relate to each other and run through 1,000 years of history, actually are as good as an archival document to understand how it has developed. And we would like to see a more robust assessment of the heritage of the area, not just how an impact on a particular asset is viewed.
So I'm going to ask the councils about that. So this is the looking at it cumulatively, looking at the much bigger picture and the contribution that that site makes to the historic landscape as a whole, and the assets that are within it and how they're set within it and how they relate to each other as part of a much wider view. Has that been done?
Well, the impact assessment looked, as I said earlier, it looked at the impact not just on Panshanger Park or Hatfield House, but all designated assets which were considered to be within a sphere of influence, I suppose, a sphere of impact. Clearly it didn't go as far as Little Berkhamsted Conservation Area, but that is further away, so the impacts would be less significant.
No, the heritage impact assessment looked at the landscape in its wider context as well. I mean, it went out as far as Chumbury Farm, and there's very divorced from this particular site, and the heritage impact assessment still included that site as an area. Went as far as Goldings Park in the other direction, so it wasn't a tightly defined assessment. It was quite broad in that landscape scale.
Ms. Harwood.
It was more the links. It's all very well looking at a view from A to B, but it's the way there is a whole cat's cradle of linkages between all the estates, all the historic assets, and not just designated assets. You need to take in the undesignated assets which add to the character of the area as well, and we have not seen that.
Ma'am, I just wanted to confirm with the council, certainly well in Hatfield, that they have been asked to undertake a borough-wide heritage impact assessment because there isn't one at the moment. Is that correct?
That was an initial response from Historic England. We had discussions with them about whether one was required for the whole borough, or whether it was more relevant to specific locations, and whether a development management policy would suffice, which would require a heritage impact assessment for, where there was likely to be an impact, and they were happy with that proposed approach.
Sorry, so is the council undertaking a heritage impact assessment across the borough or not?
No. As agreed with Historic England, it was felt that wasn't needed.
Make any final points on heritage? We're going to come on to urban design, and I'm going to invite Mr. Davis to put your point of view, please.
Thank you. As just an initial caveat, we can only really comment on urban design in reaction to what we know is how it is put forward in the proposed plan. It's fairly high level, and a lot of it seems to be the same, or at least very similar to the tarmac master planning exercise and promotion that they've been doing of Birchall Garden Suburb. So I just wanted to say about, or we wanted to say about Welwyn Garden City, it was really crafted into the landscape. It's sited on a plateau surrounded by trees and hidden by the topography of the land from outside. Trees and hedges were identified from the outset and fitted to a mould that Louis de Soissons, who designed the town, used, and he became an icon of town planning around the world. The examination of the land in question was followed by a plan. But here we seem to have the reverse, which is the plan follows, or is supposed to come after, be retrofitted into a piece of land that the developer has, and we find that to be inappropriate and, due to the history of the site, at this point anyway, possibly hazardous, which we'll come on to in the waste discussion, no doubt. Within the town itself, we have very straight, wide roads, and we have old roads that follow farm tracks, respecting the trees and other features that were there long before the town existed. And it's long been seen as a masterclass in urban design, this town, and it also explains why visitors come from all over the world to see it, and often come and ask the Society for tours, for example. The Garden City principles have been originally the brainchild of Ebenezer Howard, have of course been updated in recent years by the Town and Country Planning Association to reflect modern times. However, now we learn from the proposals that Tarmac is keen to have its own design code, as they call it. Because, well, we wonder if this is because the developer now realises that they are going to be able to follow Howard's original Garden City principles, or indeed the updated ones from the TCPA. This is another example of them sort of retrofitting things to fit their piece of land. So we go from a town designed for healthy living, which was the sort of the tagline for the town, which we have gone from where we are in less than 100 years to a local authority promoting the building of houses in this location, which we believe could be hazardous, as we've said, to human health, and we'll come to that in the waste. We don't think this is what the original founding fathers would have considered or thought possible, i.e. to build such a large development on an area very, very close to what was for many decades a home to waste from London and beyond. So we have this proposal for a development that stretches out into the greenbelt, and we think it's wholly out of step with the current shape of the town, or the heritage of the town, which is surrounded by green space and separated by green fields from its neighbours. In this new development, it could take longer to get into Welwyn Garden City town than getting to Hertford or Hatfield. And of course, even with it screened by the 5-metre bund, it would be viewable, as we mentioned earlier, from 414. Trees on the open part of the site which are planted for the country park, of course, you know, they're going to perhaps take 100 years to establish before that will become the woodland that it would be desired to be. Just taking a bit about the principles a bit further, we were puzzled to learn in the recent submission in the paper Matter 7, Historic Heritage and Urban Design. It talks again about Garden City principles, and there's a piece on there, and I won't go through all of it, but there's a piece on there, page 9, part D. It says, taking into account the outcomes from a stakeholder workshop involving TCPA, developers, landowners, ourselves, the Welwyn Garden City Society, a series of Garden City principles have been derived by Welwyn Hatfield to guide the master planning. So it appears that we've got kind of another iteration, another version of Garden City principles. We, as the Welwyn Garden Society, don't remember being at a meeting where it was proposed that we were going to put together some new principles. We did go to a meeting a couple of years ago, perhaps 2.5 years ago, but that wasn't the aim or the intention of it as far as we are aware. So perhaps Welwyn Hatfield would like to confirm when that meeting was and what that meeting was. So we have out of that, they go on to outline some bullet points with some further Garden City principles, which again are not really the same as the TCPA ones and not really the same as the Howard ones. So it seems that we're perhaps putting together principles to match the proposal. Just a couple of more points. The proposal will drag the edge of town south towards the A1 to the 414 and westward as well. It will change some of the rural routes that we have at the moment, and it will destroy this green space. I know we talked about the corridor, but there's the overall green space that will of course be lost. I think our concerns are whatever fine words are generated in this plan, the Society has been around since the 1940s in various guises and has the scars of trying to protect the town's heritage. We are slightly concerned that the design heritage will be preserved and what will actually happen as a result of this, because in some aspects of the town's history the track record on this isn't good, so we want to get the best that we can. Okay.
I think there are sort of two separate points in that. One is the former development and how it relates to Welwyn Garden City in terms of containment and green space, and then secondly there's what's actually happening within the site in terms of the, I assume this is where the Garden City principles and the design of the site.
Yes.
That's where we're talking about the...
Absolutely, and as we said, the level of detail on that is quite sketchy at the moment.
So there's two issues within that. And one is the bigger picture, as I've said, the containment and the green space that exists now, and has this site and does this allocation continue that? Very important to Welwyn Garden City. We know the importance of it because we're town planners. And then the Garden City principles within the site itself. Mr. Hill, I'm going to ask you whether you want to add anything to that.
Thank you very much indeed. Yes, just a couple of points. On the issue of urban containment and the concept of urban containment, which you quite rightly raise in your question, or joint question 38, it's there for us all to see. It's behind us. We'll no doubt have walked out and about in the town and seen how the founding fathers of the city expressed their concepts in the design and development of Welwyn. It would be difficult to find a poorer example of urban containment than what is now proposed at Birchall Garden Suburb. Urban incontinence perhaps, but urban containment, no. Can I just turn to deal with something else that arises directly in relation to our representations? That's the Salisbury line. I hope I can refer to that now. I think it's probably the most convenient place to refer to it. And just want to make one or two things clear. It has not been suggested anywhere by the estate that the Salisbury line has planning law status, and Tarmac could have saved their money on Mr. Marici's opinion, because it's at no stage been part of our case that the Salisbury line has legal force. But the concept of proper separation and respect between an ancient estate and settlement at Hatfield to the south and a newly planned garden city to the north is an early form of town and country planning, albeit led by public-spirited private individuals. Yes, it was a private law agreement and series of agreements, but it was far-sighted, consistent with the public interest, and indeed ultimately enshrined in the Greenbelt. And we say that the concept of that separation and respect between Welwyn Garden City to the north and Hatfield Estate and the settlement, the ancient settlement, will be violated by bringing development of the Garden City right down to the A414, from which it's always been absent. And frankly, if it comes down to the A414 there, why should it not come down to the A414 at some other location? And we think that would be to the long-term detriment of the Greenbelt and the settlement pattern in this area. I'd just like finally to refer you to one passage at the end of the Historic England representation, where they too, in their, as they sign off at the end of page 12, they too say they continue to have concerns regarding built development in this location, both in terms of the impact upon the historic environment, but also from a general planning perspective, and the desire to ensure the distribution of land uses satisfies the Garden City principles and sustainable growth. This is not just us saying this, it's not just other amenity groups. Historic England continue to have concerns about the form of development being proposed here.
I'm going to ask Welwyn Garden City, Welwyn and Hatfield, this is your city, to explain how you have considered the Garden City principles when looking at this site. I know that you have both said to me that this is, you're considering it as a whole, as an urban extension. I'm going to ask you where the Garden City principles fitted into your overall vision for Welwyn and Hatfield, and in particular how you considered it when you were looking at allocating this. And then secondly, we've heard a lot about why the development is in the places that it is due to the constraints. Where then did you reconsider those issues of having a tentacle of land coming out to the south and having for East Herts having that isolated section? And that's going back to the idea of containment, and with the city being surrounded with by a green area. I'm going to ask Ms. Tyler, is that you who will be answering that?
I'll start, and then Mr. Tugbull can add any detail that I've missed out. Just to go back to the origin of the Garden City principles, which are set out in the local plan. This resulted as a consequence of a number of representations that we'd received that we hadn't clearly articulated enough in the plan. I suppose Garden City principles and the importance of the Garden City. Mr. Davis remembers correctly, he was invited to an event, I think at the time, as a representative of Pansanger people, and Welwyn Garden City Society also attended that event, as did Gaskell and Cecil Estates. And what we were looking at was the concept of healthy living. Did that need to be reinterpreted for the 21st century when bringing forward the plan, where the concepts that Ebenezer Howard came up with in his book appropriate to carry forward into the local plan, or should we reinterpret them in any way? The Town and Country Planning Association were also invited to that, as were representatives from Atlas. East Herts also attended that event. So it had involved both professionals, urban designers, Tarmac too attended that event, landowners, and also relevant sort of residents associations and those with an interest in Garden City principles. And we debated the 10 principles that had been produced by the Town and Country Planning Association and their appropriateness for Welwyn Hatfield and their inclusion in the plan. And the product of that workshop is what you see in the plan. It's fairly similar to the 10 principles identified by the Town and Country Planning Association as being important for bringing forward good development. The reason why we also invited Hatfield landowners because we thought these were principles which wouldn't just apply to Welwyn Garden City, but also to Hatfield, or indeed when you're planning any large urban extension, because they're about good planning essentially, and they were ones that we wanted to enshrine in the local plan, which is what we've done. They're not a detailed design code, so they're not about the look and the appearance of development. They are sort of broader principles about ensuring good quality design, the importance of open space and landscape, the importance about ensuring benefits for the community. They're also about ensuring that there is strong vision and leadership, and that is why we feel it's important that sites such as this should be master planned, that there should be strong local authority leadership about the type of development that we want to see going forward, and that is one of the reasons why we consider there is a need for a supplementary planning document as well. In terms of design codes, we think that as you move through the planning process, there will be a need for more detailed consideration of design appropriate to different character areas. We consider that there may be a need to set out some overarching principles on design for different character areas, but when you get to the planning application stage, you might want to reserve more detailed design matters to be considered at that stage. And that is based on advice that we received in particular from Atlas about not putting too much detail in too early, because which might then prove not to be deliverable as more detailed work is done about site circumstances. So it's the appropriate level of detail at the appropriate stage.
Ms Pearce or Mr Studwell, anything further?
Nothing to add, no.
Okay, so then looking at containment, looking at where the development is in relation to the existing city and the boundaries, in terms of urban design, how did you go about assessing that, whether that was the best option? We appreciate, and you've said already, that there were a number of issues that you looked at, and I think previously Mr Middleton has put to you that was it about finding homes for, or was it about the numbers? So where did this all fit in, and did you reassess it in terms of the shape that you ended up with?
I think we always felt that the East Herts part of the site fits in better with the shape of Welwyn Garden City and perhaps the Welwyn Hatfield side, and perhaps is one of the reasons why in 2015 we only looked at the northern part, which would perhaps fit in better, would be more contained, and the southern bit does extend, I suppose, beyond. Don't want to use the word tentacle, but perhaps I will. That does give you an extension, but there are a limited number of opportunities for meeting the need for growth, and we felt that on balance, subject to suitable master planning, that this was a suitable deliverable site which could deliver a number of benefits and should therefore be included in the plan.
So would it be fair to say that the actual urban form that is coming forward on the southern part of the site, or likely to come forward, isn't really characteristic of Welwyn Garden City?
I think you could, yes, I think you could argue that certainly the southern bit of the southern bit relates less well to the layout of Welwyn Garden City, which comprises of houses grouped round squares and open spaces, that because of the shape of it, it's not going to be able to have quite the same character as perhaps other parts of Welwyn Garden City. But indeed there are parts of Welwyn Garden City which don't conform to that model, as it were. And we didn't feel that that was sufficient reason for the southern bit to come forward, not to come forward.
So in an ideal world, if there wasn't the constraint on finding sites because of the overall Greenbelt, historic parks, etc. position, this probably would not come forward?
I think there are very few perfect sites.
No.
So and it depends what your options are, doesn't it?
Yeah, all right.
Thank you. There are just two particular points I wish to pick up on, really. The first, a few moments ago, I think Mr. Hill quoted from our hearing statement, and he said that Historic England continue to have concerns regarding built development in this location. I just wanted to clarify to the hearing, though, that that quotation was actually taken slightly out of context. If you read the first part of that sentence, it says, whilst Historic England have accepted the Council's position that the school needs to be in this location and agreed that the school buildings should be confined to the southern portion of the site, we continue to have concerns regarding built development in this location. So that wasn't a quote about the whole development, that was a quote about the school. Secondly, I wanted to pick up on the matter of the containment, and I think we've addressed that in our hearing statement to a point. We said that the Salisbury line is important insofar as it seeks to prevent coalescence of Hatfield and Welwyn Garden City. But we go on to say that Birchall Garden Suburb is located to the southeast of Welwyn Garden City rather than the south. And in our view, it does not lead to the merger of the two towns. With careful landscaping, together with a clearly defined geographical boundary of the A414, we think that actually there's scope for development in this location. So I just didn't want to be misunderstood, really, from the earlier comment. And then finally, regarding the Garden City principles, I think it's very hard to argue with the Garden City principles set out in the plan. They're really laudable and a good thing in general. But I think both with respect to the TCPA principles and these principles, there is a notable absence of mention of the historic environment, which is a growing concern nationally for Historic England, and something that we have been raising not just here but across the country. Thank you.
Mr. Winterskill.
Thank you, Ma'am. We've heard a lot earlier today, phrases like curious southern tentacle, long slender fingers, misshapen donut have been referred to by a fair number of people. And some of those have indeed stemmed from Appendix 5 of the Gascoigne-Cecil statement. But I'd like to take you to Appendix 1 of that statement, which I think is the really helpful plan, perhaps one of the most helpful plans that anybody's produced. So Appendix 1, and specifically Map 1A, Birchall Garden Suburb Greenbelt Land Release Comparison Plan. If you look at that, and if you look in particular at Area 1, as identified on that plan, which of course is the allocation, Birchall Garden Suburb, you will see from that plan, Area 1 is entirely consistent with the existing compact urban form of Welwyn Garden City. Entirely complementary to it, entirely consistent with it, so there's no discordance there in any way. And this is because Birchall Garden Suburb, as I emphasised earlier, emphasised this morning, Birchall Garden Suburb must be considered as a whole, as a strategic, integrated, sustainable urban extension centred around a huge informal parkland, which is as much an opportunity as a constraint. It is a constraint in that it's the former landfill site, but it's a key opportunity for garden suburb development on garden city principles, development orientated around a huge informal parkland. That's that point. Secondly, Map 1A is hugely helpful for another reason. In the context of the Salisbury line, the function of that, if it has a function at all, as indeed Historic England have emphasised, is to preserve the separate identities of Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield. Very, very clear from that plan, isn't it, Map 1A, that Area 1, Birchall Garden Suburb, doesn't affect that key separation. It's very much to the southeast of Welwyn Garden City, not between Welwyn Garden City and Hatfield at all. Salisbury line, no purpose at all as regards this allocation. Thirdly, and very briefly on the school, just responding to the Historic England comments again about that, the rationale for the siting of the secondary school, where it is proposed to be sited on the strategy diagram, is because it would accommodate up to 3 form entry worth of secondary pupils from outside the site. It would therefore draw in significant numbers of pupils from outside. What we don't want to do, what neither council wants to do, what no one wants to do, is to draw in significant traffic through the residential areas of the site. So it's critical that that school is an accessible location next to the A414, next to the B to Birchall Lane, hence its location. So Salisbury line, school location and compact urban form. Thank you very much.
Yes, I just wanted to respond on the earlier point from Ms Tiley. It's encouraging to hear about the SPD and that is the plan. As we know in Welwyn Garden, SPDs can work very well and have worked very well in other areas in terms of guiding what development goes on the sites, particularly I'm thinking with the Broadwater site. Although what we've seen from the proposed development and where it talks about the design code, that's not the same as an SPD, and we're also aware that the proposal by Tarmac has talked a lot about putting their version of an SPD out and their proposal. So it would be good to clarify and explore whether the Welwyn Hatfield SPD is going to be Welwyn Hatfield's designed and produced SPD, or rather just something that the developer will put forward and they will accept as really more of the design code perhaps than an SPD in itself.
On the issue of whether something, if there's whether an SPD is going to be produced, is this going to be a joint SPD? So that just
yes, that is the intention. There is a memorandum of understanding between actually 3 authorities, but it would be jointly produced and adopted by Welwyn Hatfield and East Herts District Council, with the County Council being a key stakeholder, because within the site there is an allocated waste site and a number of safeguarded waste sites. So there is a 3-way memorandum of understanding which looks about how we can work together, not only in terms of the local plan, but coming forward in terms of the production of an SPD and in determining the planning application.
And we'll come on to the timing of that a bit later, because that affects implementation and delivery, or you know, I'll ask you about that. But where you're going to leave matters for an SPD that aren't in the plan themselves, it's definitely worth saying the SPD will cover X, Y and Z, and if it's the detailed design principles for the site in terms of this much smaller scale, then just say that that's where it will be, so that it's clear for any developer coming in that that's where they look for the information if that's what you want for the site. Mr. Hill, did you want to?
Just very briefly, ma'am, I'm provoked by Mr. Winterskull, as you might imagine, I wonder whether I was looking at the same plan. I just offer you two comments by way of response. Compatible. The form of development proposed stretches right down to the south, to the A414, significantly further than anywhere else in Welwyn Garden City, completely skews the centre of gravity of the settlement, probably increases it by 30% in size. Second point, compact urban form. You know what underlies that plan. Compact urban form, the blob has been rounded to include the...
well, Mr. Hill,
yeah.
just be careful about the language,
Yeah,
if I might say.
I mean, the compact urban form is it's not my expression. The fingers of development, we know where they lie. The councils have been driven to propose the blob because it's not possible sensibly.
But don't use
to
any
include the
pejoratives.
settlements.
Anything that could be construed as, if you want to
yes,
just
I'll come up
descriptive.
with a different word if blob is causing offence. The point I make is simply this, ma'am, that the reason for the shape is not that it's a compact urban form. The reason for the shape is that to have a sensible sized parcel to take out of the greenbelt, it's necessary to remove all that open green land that in any other context would have been retained within the greenbelt.
Where's my little list?
I think it's me.
It is you. It
Indeed.
is you. Just bear with me one moment.
Of course.
I was just looking at when to have a cup of tea, Mr. Perkins. We've decided it's not yet. So we're going to hear the retail and then the Gypsy and Travellers, and then we'll have a break. So if I could we'll just wait a couple of minutes till people have moved around as they wish. Right, so we'll continue now. The matter of retail, Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. The fragmented distribution of the housing, and we've heard the good reason for that in terms of the landfill and other constraints on the site, has led to a position where, as I understand it, there will be two retail centres promoted, one on the land within the East Herts area and one on the land for the Welwyn Hatfield area. And again, if I've understood that correctly, the larger of those two centres would be on the land in East Herts. I don't want to stray into implementation too far because you will come to that later as a point, but the fact that the two housing areas require their own retail facilities suggests that the two sites can be advanced independently and separately of each other, and having in many respects their own services, facilities and amenities. And I'm sure we'll come back to that under implementation. But in terms of delivering the retail, which is a commercial operation requiring the investment of a commercial operator in order to build and operate the retail premises, two things follow from that. The first is that until a critical mass is achieved whereby that is a viable business, these retail facilities will not be provided commercially unless they're underwritten in some fashion. And that is important to the local plan at this stage rather than an SPD or a planning application, because it begs the question of, if the retail opportunity, the retail offer on the Welwyn Hatfield site, because I have more confidence actually in the East Hart site, if the retail offer on the Welwyn Hatfield site is not going to become viable at any point in the future, not least because there's a retail centre on the East Hart site, then it begs the question of whether the site itself would have been allocated in the knowledge that a retail offer would not be part of it. And that takes us back to the sustainability, because the sites are not connected sufficiently that you would say there's a sustainable link between the retail centres. And as I say, that is particularly, I think, relevant to the Welwyn Hatfield site. And I therefore consider that at this stage of allocation, the plan needs to deal with that point and to make sure that if through the SPD or a planning application the retail falls away, then the whole allocation of the site falls back into question. Thank you.
Do you want to do this?
I mean, first question, has there actually been a joint capacity assessment as to what retail facilities are required in this site, and, you know, also in the residential areas on the eastern side of Welwyn Garden City close to it?
Thanks, sir. There hasn't expressly been a joint assessment across the two sites. It was a wish of this council and East Harts that each part of the site should be supported by a neighbour centre to ensure that they are as sustainable as possible. This council did seek evidence from Tarmac to demonstrate that a neighbour centre could be sustained on the Welwyn Hatfield portion of the site. They did provide that in 2013 in the form of a neighbourhood centre viability report. That report indicated that 1,200 dwellings could sustain a neighbourhood centre of up to 4 retail units, and that did include some consultation with specialist developers as to how realistic the delivery of that would be in the context of 1,200 homes. Tarmac also provided case studies of a number of other locations where small neighbourhood centres have been delivered to support developments of this size. So we have every reason to believe that that should be viable and deliverable. With respect to deliverability and when that happens, I'd suggest that that would form a key part of the future SPD, which will look in detail at phasing of the site and what would be most appropriate in regard to that.
I mean, how important actually is a retail centre to the development?
I mean, I would suggest it's very important in the context of maximise the sustainability, acknowledging that this location is some distance from the centre of the garden city, so we would consider that to be important in terms of assisting future occupiers to meet their day-to-day needs within walking distance of their home.
So, you know, given what Mr. Perkins says, if it's not viable, is the whole development viable then?
Sorry, just to add to what my colleague was saying, clearly it's important that this is planned as, or the council think it's important that this development is as sustainable as possible, and we wanted to ensure that neighbourhood centre was provided for both parts of the development.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of access, though, to other neighbourhood facilities, the sustainability appraisal does indicate that actually the Welwyn Garden City side is accessible to the Hall Grove neighbourhood centre, and also facilities provided at that neighbourhood centre.
Okay, I mean, if it is important, and it, you know, if you like, it's a cornerstone of the development, do you not need then to consider strengthening the third bullet point in your list of points to be covered? You know, and basically you have a threshold. You know, you build so many houses, and then you build a retail centre, and you don't build any more till you've built it.
We could certainly look at improving the policy in that regard, sir.
Yeah, I mean, from my experience, I think it's an uphill struggle to get it, but that's not to say you shouldn't try. But
the whole area is not really big enough to certainly support the Tesco's of this world, let alone probably the Aldi's and Netto's. So you'd basically dependent on corner shops. Yeah, you probably get an all-purpose grocery store selling newspapers, and it will probably be successful if they could persuade the post office to let them have a post office there. But 4 units, it's going something.
Well, a number of our neighbourhood, we have a range of facilities in our neighbourhood centres. Some are small neighbourhood centres which have 1, 2, 3, 4 shops, and I think a number of the supermarkets have developed as a smaller model akin to a local centre, and indeed we do find them in a number of our centres, so we were envisaging it would be something of that nature.
Yeah, you're only really talking about a catchment of, what, 3,000 people?
Well, the evidence submitted, which we've reviewed, would indicate that that would be deliverable.
Okay. Well, thanks.
Yes, I think those questions are answered. Anything else on retail? I'm going to move on to gypsies and travellers. You're welcome to sit through it if you so wish, because we'll just stop for a cup of tea after that. We could just crack on. And Mr. Davis, if you'd like to set out your views, please.
I shall try and keep this brief.
Before you do, could I just say we are having a separate session on gypsies and travellers in Hatfield when we start to talk about development management policies. So it's not an appropriate time to start discussing whether or not Hatfield have consulted properly with the gypsy population, whether the overall need for gypsy sites in Hatfield is appropriate or not. It's about the suitability of the proposal to put additional gypsy and traveller sites in this part of Welwyn Garden City.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification, because that changes my approach slightly. Firstly, obviously, it goes without saying that the accommodation of gypsies and travellers is always a fraught issue for planners. I do not believe that the plan is sound in its proposal for a 15-pitch gypsy site at Birchall Garden Suburb, as I don't believe it's either justified by the evidence or consistent with national policy. I do not believe that Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council has delivered a robust evidence base for their proposal to site the 15-pitch site at Birchall Garden Suburb. And I believe that Birchall Garden Suburb is not an appropriate site for an additional gypsy site, given the presence nearby of the 39-pitch Holwell site and the, I believe, 11-pitch Barbourville private site. The proposal is too close to the existing Holwell site, located in what's currently Greenbelt, subject to all the discussion earlier today, away from easy access to services, and represents a considerable accumulation of gypsies in one small geographical area. And if it goes ahead, it can only exacerbate the issues that myself and my neighbours at Holwell Court have with the existing Holwell site, contrary to Planning Policy for Traveller Sites 2016.
Ms Highland, are you going to take us through this?
Thank you, Madam. Yeah, and please stop me if I stray too much into the next session. So, how did we get here? Well, we've been consulting on this issue since 2009. We've carried out a call for sites. We are proposing to allocate a number of sites in the plan where there was a shortfall and where it wasn't possible to deliver that shortfall within the urban area. We have turned to the strategic development sites to deliver a proportion of gypsy and traveller sites proportionate to the scale of those developments. In terms of the location, we are examining the plan The plan does not identify a location for a gypsy and traveller site at Birchall Garden Suburb, neither does it identify a location on any of the other strategy diagrams for the other strategic development sites. So there is no proposed location. They will all be resolved through the master planning process.
I mean, I've not looked carefully at the distribution at gypsy and traveller sites around the borough, but I mean, is the point that Mr Davis is making that there's already a large gypsy and traveller site down the road from this one unique, or is that pretty general vis-a-vis the other? Would it end up, if you like, in a disproportionate distribution?
There are a number of sites spread across the borough, and all the strategic development sites will make provisions. So sites north of Hatfield will also be required to make provision. The Simons Hyde New Village is being required to make provision, whether that's on a Ross site close by. Yes, there is a large site. In fact, there are 11 public sites in the county, and the Holwell site, which is located in one in Hatfield, happens to be the largest public site in the county. There are 39 pitches. When we carried out early consultation, we were asked to review whether existing sites were capable of expansion, and the Holwell site is not capable of expansion. And also the consultation that we carried out with the gypsy and traveller community, service providers, Herts Constabulary, all pointed towards the need to develop smaller sites of between 10 and 15 pitches, with 15 being around the maximum. The Birchall Garden Suburb site provides the opportunity to meet need or contribute towards the need for both East Herts and Welwyn Hatfield. And sorry, sir, to answer your question, no, I don't consider results in a disproportionate allocation in one part of the borough than another.
Can I ask for East Herts to explain to me their position on gypsies and travellers and this site in particular? Again, we have had a wider discussion about that already, but if I could ask you to let Ms. Mead.
Certainly, ma'am. I think we've discussed at the previous more general gypsy and traveller session that we had at East Herts about the approach that we've taken. So we've been through several rounds of public consultation in the not only the assessment of accommodation need for gypsies and travellers, but also in terms of the identification of potential sites. And we've been through a number of streams of looking at where existing authorised or unauthorised sites could potentially be expanded, where the call for sites was undertaken, not just with gypsy and traveller communities, but wider. So anyone that had submitted through the SHLA or call for sites process was asked if they would consider making land available for the provision of gypsies and travellers. We've had a surplus council and public sector land search carried out. And also looking at the proposed strategic allocations. Now, with the exception of one existing site, which is a private site that will be expanded to meet its own needs, the only course of action left to the council was to look at the strategic sites and the site allocations coming forward, and those have been identified through our policy HOU 9 in the plan. In terms of bringing them forward at the times they are needed, that's another big consideration for us, because obviously sites are being developed at different times during the trajectory that the plan's proposing. This site is the only one that will be able to meet the needs of the gypsy and traveller community in a timely manner for that particular period.
Ms Hyland, you did say that we're looking at the plan and that it doesn't set out exactly where we're looking at, what parts is going to be looked at. So will there be where will the consideration be of the existing site that's there already and the relationship with wherever it is the new gypsy and traveller pitches are cited on the allocation?
National planning policy on traveller sites makes that comment in relation to planning applications. It doesn't actually make that comment in relation to plan making. However, it's reasonably sensible advice that we will consider. So through the master planning process, we are agreed between the two authorities that an appropriate location that serves the needs of the Gypsy and Traveller community, as well as any overall design issues, are considered at the master planning stage. But if you look at every strategy diagram in the Welwyn Hatfield local plan, and obviously the shared plan that we have between East Harts and Welwyn Hatfield, there is no location shown. So there's an assumption being made by Mr Davis that there is a final location that has already been predetermined, and that is not the case. That will be done through the master planning process in consultation with the local community, including the local Gypsy and Traveller community.
And again, it's making sure that the allocation explains that.
Makes that clear.
Have you decided at this stage which local authority it's going in, or is that an argument still to be had?
So it's the allocation as a whole.
Firstly, can I pick up the issue about East Harts? East Harts have conducted what appears to be a very thorough accommodation needs assessment for gypsies and travellers and come to a need for 6 pitches. They're proposing to place 4 of those pitches right on the boundary of their borough, in a borough that covers something like 140 square kilometres and doesn't have another single local authority or county run gypsy site within the borough. At the moment, all of the other sites within East Harts are private gypsy developments. Picking up on the location within the Birchall Garden suburb, in the Matter 9 response that Welwyn Hatfield submitted to this hearing, in issue 43 paragraph G, they've actually said new provision at Birchall Garden suburb will be capable of addressing the need arising from the Holwell site in reasonable proximity, with the final location of the Gypsy and Traveller site within the overall BGS development to be identified through the master planning process. That strongly suggests that it needs to be somewhere close to the Holwell site if it's going to provide that facility. Also, where am I looking? Another of my documents. In here. Tarmac's statement for this hearing, Appendix 6, is a response to planning application from Hertfordshire County Council. Quite a long document, and on the second page includes the statement, the Gypsy and Traveller site, 15 units, will be located adjacent to the existing civic amenity site and will be accessed from the existing access onto the A414. That's consistent with the plans that Tarmac have produced, albeit that I quite accept that they are not documents for the local plan. But there's a strong theme emerging from there that that's the preferred site for it. Indeed, in Tarmac's first public consultation hearing, that's the first that we at Holwell came to hear about the idea of gypsies, when one of my neighbours attended, raised the issue of gypsies in relation to the gypsy horses that graze the landfill site at the moment and what was going to happen. And the response that they got was, oh, well, we were planning to put the site to the north of the old landfill site, but came up against lots of objections from the local residents, and therefore we've moved it to the south of the site.
In terms of soundness of the plan, the way the plan is set out.
Yep. My particular concerns hinge around planning policy for traveller sites policy A, item 7A, where it says that authorities should pay particular attention to early and effective community engagement with both settled and traveller communities. You can draw whatever conclusions you like from that about what they mean by the settled communities.
Yes.
But I would contend that that would be the non-traveller communities that would be affected by the site, and I feel that that consultation wasn't effective. Further on, in the same policy document, Policy B, under item 10D, it states that authorities should relate the number of pitches or plots to the circumstances of the specific size and location of the site and the surrounding population size and density. Now, if the final site for this traveller site happens to be within one of the two blocks of urban development that's proposed with Birchall Garden Suburb, I have no issue with it, because it will be related to the size of the adjoining properties. But if it does end up in the country park area, the nearest existing population will be our 17 properties at Holwell Court.
Is there anything further you want to add? And this is to do with the plan and what's in the plan.
If it's possible, ma'am, to respond to two of the comments from Mr. Davis.
Yes, go ahead, but I'm really interested in the soundness and what is in the plan. But do make your response.
Thank you. I'll be as quick as brief as possible. In terms of early engagement and compliance with national planning policy, we started engagement in 2009 with the wider community, and at that point,
I think you're actually getting into the bigger picture here.
Okay.
Are you able to narrow it down to this particular site? Because I know you are going to deal with the bigger picture, right?
Yeah. Okay. Okay. I was simply going to say we received over 1,000 responses to where sites should be allocated, and the preferred option was urban areas identified for urban expansion. In terms of when the broad locations for growth would be making a provision, we first consulted in 2012, 2015, and then again in 2016 with the wider community. So there has been plenty of early notice that it was the council's intention to allocate site at either broad locations for growth, or as they're now called, strategic development sites. The council does consider that it has a robust evidence base. The point that Mr. Davis made about Holwell was in response to your the inspector's questions about whether there was a robustly proven need for the overall number of gypsy and traveller pitches proposed in this locality. And as part of the Welwyn Hatfield needs assessment, we have considered the waiting list for a pitch at Holwell. And there is a need that arises simply from that site of 12 pitches alone. And yes, so we think that justifies an 11 pitch provision within Birchall Garden Suburb, within the general locality, but not necessarily next door to the site, or, you know, we haven't decided where the precise locality will be. But yes, we do believe that there is robust evidence to demonstrate why there is a need for additional pitches in this locality generally.
Thank you. I firmly believe that if the additional 15 pitches is used with the intention of accommodating the people who've expressed a preference to live at the Holwell site, then effectively it will turn that into a much larger site spread across two adjacent developed areas, and effectively we will be living in the middle of that. We already get an awful lot of gypsy foot and vehicle traffic across in front of us and through us at times to reach the Coal Green Way, and that can only be exacerbated by placing a further traveller site on the other side of the road.
And you're going to be looking at a master plan, and at that point in time will that identify where you are expecting the gypsy and traveller site to be located?
Yes, it will, ma'am, and then that will be subject to consultation, obviously.
And it will include the wider impact of that site, and clearly there'll be consultations. Okay. I'm going to leave it there now on gypsy and traveller, and we'll have a very short break. 10 minutes? Oh, you want a longer break? Okay, past. We'll resume at past. Can I ask everyone to take their seats, please? So, we're going to continue now with matter 10, which is waste. There are two aspects to this. One is the existing waste operators with functioning premises in the area, which we're going to take first. And the second is the refuse, historic refuse landfill site. So I am going to turn to, will it be you, Miss Meaton, just to speak about the existing operations and the allocation.
Thank you. BP Mitchell, who we are representing, operate a very successful and growing inert waste recycling facility at Birchall Lane in the middle of the Garden Suburb proposal. In addition to this site, they also operate another site to the south called Burnside. Both operate independently to one another, but are complementary and are both vital to the continued success of the BP Mitchell business, and also the county's construction and waste infrastructure for the provision for the county. The Birchall Lane site benefits from a waste allocation and a permanent planning permission for it to operate. In essence, it will continue to operate in this location. That is the business plan. And with the proposal, it's hoped that there will be a sensitive design that would incorporate a suitable landscape buffer between the existing operations and the new residential proposal that will ensure the continued viable success of the business and also, I guess, the amenity for future residents.
What is it exactly that you are concerned about in terms of compatibility with the residential units? Can you just take me through the key points?
Okay. So what is vital is that this is continued to be a successful business, and that the site is allowed to operate to its potential, and that there is obviously a neighbouring compatibility conflict with future residents, but we would hope that this could be overcome with some suitable buffering to the site that would ensure that there isn't a political in a political context, some nuisance complaints in the future in terms of noise and dust, etc. But this is it is an operating site with a permanent planning permission, and until such time that there is an alternative viable site anywhere else, which through a separate process, there may well be a site search with the County Council in the future, but until that time they will be remaining here, and they want to ensure a successful business that they can operate to their capacity.
In terms of noise and dust, are you aware of any studies that have taken place to assess the noise and dust that have come or that arise from the waste premises?
Well, we through the master planning exercise, we'd envisage that for the placement of residential on the site, that would be something that would be looked at to ensure that buffers are compatible.
Okay. So that's really a point I'm going to put to the council now. I just wanted to see whether you had information on that. But these are obviously key sites. You've set them out. They're still in the and on the allocation. And so, how have you gone about considering the compatibility of the uses and the effects in terms of noise and dust and a satisfactory residential environment.
Thank you, Mark. I think we acknowledge the key relationship between the existing waste facility, particularly at Burnside, the southwest of the WGT5 allocation, the key relationship between that existing facility and the protection afforded to that facility in the framework, and also the need to protect the amenity of future occupiers. We are proposing to address this in detail through the SPD process, something which you've heard a number of times today. We are aware there will be a requirement for a buffer to ensure that there is a proper relationship between those two facilities. The Hertfordshire Waste Local Plan Site Allocations document indicates that a buffer of around 100 metres would usually be appropriate for these sorts of facilities. That's certainly advice we'll have regard to. Tarmac have previously supplied some noise and dust assessments to the council. I think that we acknowledge they didn't quite meet our standards for full assessments, so there will be a need for further detailed studies at a later point in time, but Tarmac certainly have regard to that, and there will be an expectation that at the master plan stage the council has receipt of detailed studies to scrutinise and ensure that buffer is appropriately managed, and indeed if any other mitigation measures are required, that those are delivered to.
Bullet point 4 of SB19 seems to be imply that by the end of the plan period you're expecting the waste recycling and the concrete proposals to move. Is that no longer the case? I mean, for benefit of everybody else, it says an employment area in a visible and accessible location in accordance with an up-to-date assessment of need. This area would incorporate the holdings in Welling Hatfield together with land off Birchall Lane, currently allocated as a waste site in the Hertfordshire Waste Site Allocations document.
No, that was the employment allocation was intended to incorporate the waste site, not in anticipation of that use leaving the site.
Is there much else, you know, I mean, there's obviously concrete works there as well as the waste site. I mean, is there much else actually on the holdings that's available for anyone else to use?
Well, but the holdings itself has been given planning permission for B1, B2, B8 use, so that's an
Oh, I'm sorry.
existing
Yeah, the hold. I'm confusing it. Yeah, I understand the holdings. It says when you get together with the land off Birchall Lane, currently allocated as a waste site. You're not expecting any redevelopment there, then, or are you?
Not currently, but I anticipate there would be potentially could be an opportunity in the future. But it seemed to us that it was suitable to be designated as an employment area, particularly given the planning permission given for the holdings. The holdings is within Welling Hatfield. Eco Aggregates is largely within East Herts, but the boundary between the two authorities does go through the site.
Sorry, if I may help here. So if there was an opportunity to relocate through an exercise that would be a search for a suitable waste site within the county that BP Mitchell could relocate to, then that would be something that would be explored in the future. But until that time, which is likely to be a long way off, but until that time we would be remaining here. But if that situation did arise, then it could be a possibility.
Thank you. If I could just come in on that point. In terms of the County Council's Waste Planning Authority, we identified the site as a waste allocation through the Waste Local Plan public examination. And it has since then been taken forward through the local plan process to be identified as employment land allocation, which we have supported because we see that employment land uses are waste uses can be accommodated on employment land uses, so we support that change in designation from Greenbelt to employment land allocation. In terms of the importance of this particular facility, just to add to the points made by our senior projects, this is a strategic facility for the whole of Hertfordshire, dealing with a considerable amount of construction and demolition waste, that's why it's allocated and also safeguarded as a strategic site in the waste site allocations document. We are currently at the very, very early stages of review of the waste local plan, and we have already been in correspondence with our senior projects to talk about their long-term aspirations for the site. And at every meeting that I've had with both councils and with David Locke Associates with regard to the master planning of this site, the whole area, I have always said that the waste sites, the 3 waste sites, would need to be safeguarded until such time as they can be suitably replaced, if that is an option to be dealt with in the future.
I think we're moving away from the point, which was about the compatibility that we have shown within both plans. You spoke about a buffer, 100 metres, for what, noise and dust? Would that be right? As an advice.
Waste allocation document. It may be a different buffer subject to the outcome of those assessments, so it could be larger or it could be smaller. It would really depend on the detail of those assessments once we receive them.
And again, it's about making sure that your policy says what you're expecting a buffer to do. So these are uses that are important, and you need to make that clear, and what you're expecting any buffer to achieve, so that there is compatibility with any residential development that comes forward. That's your point. Yes. Want to say anything further? Mr. Hill, on that point?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to check in relation to Burnside, or whether the council have undertaken any specific test to see whether the primary school is appropriately located downwind of the Burnside site. I see they're put immediately next door to one another on the latest layout, but I appreciate that's not the same as the strategic diagram.
Our preference is for the layout shown in the strategic diagram. We haven't received any evidence, but that's obviously something that we would consider potentially as part of the master planning process. But yes, clearly the primary school is sensitive use, so we would need to be satisfied that the location is appropriate and there wouldn't be any adverse impacts.
Back to my point about what you put in the plan to ensure that the uses on that site, where there can be, we know that there can be conflict, which is why you're here, that is, you make sure that whatever buffer or whatever mitigation you want will serve the necessary purpose. Mr. Perkins.
Thank you. I said I'd return to this point earlier, and I'll just remind you briefly. I'm not trying to give expert evidence on noise because I'm not an expert, but I did advise you that, in fact, my father in his retirement years worked at Burnside, and I therefore have first-hand experience. And if you have ever stood next to the engine that runs a concrete crusher, or if you just pause even to think for a moment about what would be involved in the process of crushing concrete, it'll come as no surprise to you that it's a noisy activity. It's a nuisance noise. It's not like a passing train or the odd lorry going past your house. This would be a noise that would be occurring on a regular basis. It would be ongoing, and it would be a severe irritation to anyone that was in close proximity to it. Now, I'm not going to recite the World Health Organization decibel numbers to you, not least because I can't remember them all, but I do know that they make clear points about the quality of life next to noise, and you're taking people to the noise rather than the other way round. The noise and the nuisance is there today. Absolutely no reason in the world why that couldn't have been properly measured, properly documented and considered. I know from our own evidence that we've had to provide evidence about noise from a train line that's 200 and odd metres away from our site, and that evidence is all with the council for our site in a very comprehensive report. I wonder why it hasn't been done here. And as was said a moment ago, in fact the primary school has been located. I know it's only a master plan, things might change around, but if it's not the primary school, it'll be residential, it'll just be flipped over. The primary school is in the juxtaposition with this site, which means that the playing fields will be even closer in terms of both noise and dust. Children will be trying to learn in school classes, teachers will be trying to teach, and purely from personal experience, I can tell you that 100 metres for a noise and continuation of this nature is nothing like enough. Nothing like enough. And if I was to put to you that it might be 200 or 300, or it might not even be anywhere within the southern area that this can be achieved without that level of irritation, what does that do to the housing numbers? What does that do to the location of the primary school? At what point does this site not become viable because it can't be delivered? None of these things have been addressed. And again, I go back to the point I made earlier. These are all the questions, but I can't find any of the answers. I'll just make one final point as well. BP Mitchell run their site, to, as far as I'm concerned, to the very, very highest standards. But as we know, the trucks that come in there rely on, if there's demolition work, the grab that puts it in the lorry, when the lorry arrives at the yard and is unloaded into the machines that sort and then crush, if asbestos sheets were amongst those and innocently and mistakenly were then crushed, you'd have a primary school right next to the source of that activity. And as I say, I make no suggestion that BP Mitchell would do that in any other way other than by accident. But it is important to think about risk assessment. I know it's not a petrochemical works with a blast zone, but I still think you need to think about risk assessment in these situations. Thank you.
Can I just ask Mr. Oakenfold, did you have an additional point to make, or was it the same?
Only personal experience to reply to that is that I live 300 metres to the north of that site. The predominant wind is from the south. We have dust, and more importantly, we have
Mr. Winterscale.
Thank you, Mel. Just very briefly, I can reassure you that noise and quality in relation to Burnside have been thoroughly assessed. But again, for planning application rather than for local plan allocation, if I can take you to our response to issue 52, that's all set out very clearly for you. Planning application work, not your business, as you've reminded us, but very definitely not a showstopper as far as allocation is concerned. Thank you.
So my question is to the Council about feasibility and deliverability, and how you have gone about considering that when you have uses which we know do make very loud noises and do create dust. What evidence have you relied on to be sure that those uses will be able to come forward? Well, the residential will be able to come forward, and the school, without there being any complaints or any issues that might have repercussions for the waste uses.
Well, as we said earlier, we did ask for the submission of the noise and dust survey. And whilst we had some reservations with the results, which was suggesting that development could take place between 50 to 100 metres, we did think the general principle that development could take place with appropriate mitigation, and that subject to satisfactory survey and more detailed assessment at a later stage, there would be no reason why development couldn't take place. So in forming that conclusion, we consulted environmental health. We also consulted colleagues at the County Council, the Waste Authority, who perhaps have more experience of such developments, and that general conclusion was supported by them, so that formed part of our assessment.
Did you take into consideration what area of land might be needed and how that might affect the developable land available?
Well, the strategy diagram has indicated a buffer. We worked on the basis of 100 metres as being the general guidance. We anticipated it could be larger, but also the evidence that we'd received had actually indicated that it could be a smaller area. So that was factored into our considerations, and also in terms of the density assumptions that we made for the site.
Ms Pearce, is there anything you want to add from East Hart's point of view?
Not in regards to this particular part of the issue, Ma'am.
Thank you.
The next part of waste leads really into the implementation, because it's about the waste tip, what is happening to the waste tip, and whether what needs to happen to the waste tip has any ramifications for the progress of development on the site. We asked Gascoigne Cecil again.
Thank you, sir. So if you'll forgive me, the questions posed are quite specific and detailed. So I'll just take this at a reasonable pace so everyone can follow the material without taking too much time. The first point you raise at questions 45, to what extent has the extent and content of the waste tips within the site been surveyed and analysed? And then 46 relates to that. Has research been able to demonstrate the full extent and nature of any contaminants in this area, their risk to human health, and the necessary remediation measures required to make these areas safe for use by the general public? And you will have seen our response to that, and I hope you've also had an opportunity to glance at the two reports that come from my client, one from Wardell Armstrong and one a more general one dealing with technical matters more broadly. The answer to your question in relation to the tip in the centre of the site is, so far as we can see, barely any analysis. The focus of the analysis has been very much on the areas proposed for development around the perimeter of the tip and beyond. Within the tip, there has been a small number of investigations. It seems to us in excess of 100-metre centres, and again, so far as we can tell, no deeper than a 1-metre hand auger, so far as analysis is concerned. There has been no attempt to assess the waste mass, either its depth or its chemical composition, and no attempt to identify the scale of pollution of the principal aquifer, the secondary A aquifer, or the other protected water sources. You might find it helpful just to look at the appendices to the tarmac material for this session of the examination. There is a outline remediation strategy, and just briefly look at Appendix 8 and Appendix 10, which reveal Appendix 8 is areas of likely gas migration, so we can see in terms of what impact the tip's been having beyond its boundaries, those hatched areas in the land to be developed to the south of the tip site, and if you've been able to pick that up, it's Appendix 8. There are red hatched areas, quite extensive ones, showing area of likely gas migration, all on the southern side of the tip. I'll just allow you to track that down. I don't know what scale you've got the material. That's the plan. That's the plan I'm examining.
That's not it.
No.
Appendix 8.
It's within the outline remediation strategy, so which is I think it's the last of the appendices.
Appendix 10.
It's Appendix 8 within the outline remediation strategy.
Oh, I see. All right. Right.
So that's showing the areas of gas migration from the tip out into the area proposed to be developed, and then a couple of appendices further on, Appendix 10, so within this same document, the outline remediation strategy, we've got the plan showing the area of leachate breakout, including an area hatched red directly above where the primary school is proposed. And if you pick that up on that copse, and there's another area over to the northeast. So that's just what's been picked up so far. That's obviously those areas of leachate are all discernible on the surface. But my principal point is that we simply don't know anything like enough about the waste matter within the central tipped area. It's important to bear in mind, and I think there's agreement about this, that it's not just domestic waste, it's also commercial waste. I don't think there's any dispute about that. Yesterday we had this document EX59B arrive, and we're even shorn of its appendices. One can glean a little bit more about the information available to the Council in supporting this allocation, and this of course is the report of the Environmental Health Officer, or the Environmental Health Officer's position statement, which we've not seen prior to yesterday evening. Just a couple of references I'll draw to your attention in the time I've had to glance at it. One picks up on page 10 that the Environment Agency had only a limited resource available to assist with understanding the nature of the tipped area, page 10. And if we turn on, perhaps more pertinently, 614, 614 on page 14, available data does confirm significant concentrations of gas within the landfill mass, but the absence of gas flow rates for the majority of the locations means that gas-specific flow rates cannot be calculated. So that's 614, page 14 of 17, within this newly arrived document, EX59B. And then on the discussions and recommendations, page 16 of 17, just draw your attention to a couple of points there. 714, the Council, that's Welwyn Hatfield, and its third-party consultant have reviewed the data provided, along with the additional information submitted by Tarmac. Much of the raw data cannot be readily interpreted, and as such, it's difficult to comment upon them. Tarmac would need to resubmit the raw data in a report format where analysis, interpretation of the risks and conclusion are presented. This must be done at a future planning stage, but the implication is that those risks have not been presented prior to the allocation being taken forward. Then 7.2, uncertainties and risk. 721, significant shortcomings in the sampling and monitoring phases remain, and these must be addressed through a detailed risk assessment. 722, particular attention must be made to those matters highlighted by the third-party consultant appointed by Welwyn Hatfield. Well, of course, that's the third-party consultant report, Appendix 9, that we're not being allowed to see. 723, the developer must ensure a robust, achievable mitigation strategy. The developer must factor the cost of construction and maintaining any infrastructure associated with the mitigation strategy, and consider the risk of unplanned mitigation measures which may become necessary during the development process. Again, the implication that none of this has yet been considered. So our position is that for a site of this nature, a detailed quantitative risk assessment should precede an allocation, whereby the waste mass is characterised, its potential impact on human health and controlled waters is assessed, and one can reach some sensible and reliable conclusions about the scale of works that might be required to tackle these issues, particularly in the context of the aquifers. Can I just draw attention, and coming to the end of this answering this first point, to one other important point. The reports from Haskoning that are before the examination came in 2014. They're all dated October 2014 or slightly earlier in 2014. They were the basis, apparently, for the Council deciding in 2015 to go ahead with the northern part of this site. In 2016, they decided to add in the southern area, but there were no additional reports submitted as between 2015 and 16 to support that change of stance. That is a curiosity that we've been unable to resolve, despite our attempts and the correspondence with the Council. So apparently 2015 they felt there was enough in those 2014 reports to justify allocating the northern part, but then with no more material they changed their mind, one suspects, worrying about the housing figures, and took the gamble. Well, so we would say that is not an appropriate stance, and more information is most certainly required before allocating that southern part of the site in particular. I just want to make one short point on Tarmac's response to question 45. And that's to what extent, so this is the question, to what extent has the content of the waste tips within the site being surveyed and analysed? The suggestion provided there is that they've been surveyed and analysed over many years, and there are all sorts of investigations relating to those areas. That is not the case. There certainly have been extensive surveys and investigations on the sites proposed for development, because of course they were being looked at for their potential for mineral extraction. But it's not the case that there is a substantial tranche or back file of information relating to the tip site. So I'll move on, and the rest of it can be dealt with very quickly. 46. I think it follows from what I've just said that the answer to that question, viewed objectively, must be no. Question 47. How long are the methane vents expected to remain? Well, in the absence of the information I've just outlined, one simply can't say. 48. Is there a short-term remedy to the outflow of methane from some stroke all of the tipped areas? And well, we can't answer that. Is the site capable of being considered as non-contaminated land? We would say no in the light of the controlled waters and the risks as yet unquantified to those controlled waters. If not, what further remediation measures are likely to be necessary, and when will they be fully implemented? Well, so all seems to hang on the excavation and laying of an interceptor drain about 200 mil, 6 metres deep along a line. And I'm afraid Wardell Armstrong have no confidence that that is going to address the scale of the problems that may subsist at tip site. So I'm sorry I've taken a bit of time over that, but the matters are quite fine, and I felt it would be helpful to you to have those documents drawn to your attention.
Thank you. Can we go back to what was handed in earlier, the Environmental Health Officer's position statement? I mean, it says Borough of Welling Hatfield local plan examination. At paragraph 7.2.1, significant shortcomings in the sampling and monitoring phases remain, and these must be addressed through a detailed risk assessment. Particular attention must be made to those matters highlighted by the third party consulted appointed by Welling Hatfield Borough Council. Why on earth is that not before this examination? I mean, you know, it's what he's referring to.
So I think we explained earlier the way that this document came into the public domain. It doesn't represent the evidence base that the local planning authority is advancing for the purposes of the exam.
Isn't this part of your evidence?
No. It's an officer opinion expressed in an earlier document. Since that document is generated, there have been further consideration of a number of issues. We have the consultant who's assisting the authority at the moment, who has provided more up-to-date expert views about that. He's here to assist if the examination wants to hear more from him. But that document has essentially been superseded by material that the authority has put into the examination. Now, under freedom of information, it is a fact that authorities generate documents of a wide variety of descriptions, which they don't necessarily rely on as being their final word as to an opinion they formed on a topic.
So which is the authentic document that I'm meant to be relying upon?
The hearing material has been produced for the purposes of the hearing.
Not what the Environmental Health Officer is saying then?
At that point in time, no.
Anyone else want to contribute? Mr. Davies?
Well, I'll try and summarise. We, as the Welwyn Garden City Society, have been looking at this subject and the site history for at least 3 years. So there's a lot we could say, but I'll try and summarise. We've uncovered quite a lot of detailed information about historically what's gone on there, and also uncovered the fact that there are lots of gaps about what's gone on there when it was landfill from late 1920s up until 1990, according to the Environment Agency's map of sites. We've put together all of our findings in firstly about two and a half years ago in a paper that we sent to the council and put into the public domain, and we updated it and we sent another one. We've never had any comment back on what they say, and there are 28 pages of information, historical things and stuff that's gone on. Back in October, we sent a 17-page letter building on that, asking specific questions, knowing that this was coming along the line. We never actually had any replies to any of those questions, only an acknowledgement, and then the fact that all of this will be put forward to the process, and that this will be basically talked about today. It will be put forward to the inspector. So it seemed we didn't get any response to our questions, but everything we did put in, we were told would go forward to this process and to yourselves. So we're kind of wondering when any of this detail and these things that we found are actually going to be looked into. But these are all included in appendices, so we won't go into them here, but there are a lot of them, and we do hope that they will be gone into. And the purpose of the FOI request that has just been talked about was because we weren't getting any feedback to our letters, we put in an FOI to actually try and find out something. And we're very pleased that it was responded, and we're very pleased that we got that document back that you're talking about, the Environmental Health Officer report. Would have been nice to have seen that some time ago, because we accompanied the report writer on his visit to the site back in, I don't know, late summer. We are concerned. If I just, the evidence that we've found or that we've talked about is there. I mean, this site goes back to 1929. It was highlighted and singled out and described in a central government report that set the blueprint for how London's waste was to be managed. And that particular site was talked about, and we've got evidence of that. And the operation there, and the fact that 40,000 tonnes of waste was delivered by rail into that site, even back then. So we think there's quite a long, well, we know there is a long history, but it doesn't seem to have been drilled into in any meaningful way. The Haskoning reports, we've looked at those, and they really gloss over, to some extent, the history of what was actually down there. We've heard from local people about what they remember being put there, and we've had I'll say anonymous messages from people who worked in the chemical industry, of which there were many chemical companies around this town, who have told us what they remember being taken there. We can't prove that, of course, because it's all deep below the ground, but there are significant concerns, and we've raised all of this many times in the several papers and emails, and we just don't see it being actively looked into by anybody, and that is a concern.
So, Council, has it been actively looked at?
Well, clearly, sir, because Environmental Health accompanied the Welwyn Garden City Society on a site visit to look at their concerns. The evidence on contamination, the first piece of evidence we received was in 2014. The evidence was incomplete at that time and was not completed until October 2014. We consulted in the Environment Agency on receipt of the first report and then subsequently in 2014 on the robustness of the evidence and any issues which it might raise. Because the evidence was incomplete, I think it was April 2014 it was first submitted, because of the bad weather, the consultants hadn't been able to do as much testing as they'd hoped. The Environment Agency raised concerns at that particular point. When the survey was completed, it's October 2014, we did forward, as I said, the information to the Environment Agency. However, at that time, there was also serious flooding in the country, and the Environment Agency resources were obviously focused on other matters. It therefore took us some considerable time to get any sort of response from the Environment Agency, hence the issues raised in the 2015 consultation document, because we had not had a response to our satisfaction from the Environment Agency about the evidence. Subsequent to that point, we received a communication from the Environment Agency which stated that there was nothing to prevent the allocation, that in principle any matters could be mediated through the planning application process as normal. We also consulted our environmental health officers. Now, environmental health officers have looked at the information again in response to the Welwyn Garden City Society's concerns, but also because the personnel within environmental health have changed, so new officer wanting to look afresh at that evidence. And in order to support environmental health in their assessment, LQM were commissioned to support our understanding. Hence the draft report, but the draft report has not been finalised because you may be aware round about that time we had a whole new set of evidence being submitted to the examination. I think it was around about October, November time, and therefore we needed to focus on what the new evidence said. The draft report did contain one or two inaccuracies, particularly about the planning process and where we were. So it is draft and it's not been amended. But LQM have subsequently been assisting both environmental health and the planning department in preparing the information that has gone into our statements, and that does represent the advice we have received from them. Yes, there is a need for further monitoring, but in principle, based on the evidence that we have before us, there is no reason why the allocation shouldn't go ahead. There's, I think, as you mentioned previously, ma'am, you don't know what you're going to discover later on in the process, and there will be a need for a remediation strategy and continual monitoring, hence the amendment to the policy. My understanding of how the process works is that you will get more information at the planning application stage, but you will require ongoing monitoring even during construction, and if there is ongoing monitoring, and if any new information comes to light, then that would influence the remediation strategy, and there might be a need to amend the remediation strategy. But based on the evidence which we have at the moment, which is proportionate for the local plan process, there is no reason for the allocation not to proceed.
Okay. Mr. Fisher? Yeah, just concerns about the offloading responsibility to the Environment Agency. My concern, I welcomed your question, sir, on question 49 about the Part 2A of the Environmental Protection Act.
I'll come to that in a minute.
Okay, do you want me to come back to that later then?
Yeah, if you should do. Yeah.
Fine.
Mr. Ockenfall?
Just a supporting piece of information is that on the 1st of May 1st of May 2016, I did a Freedom of Information request to Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council, who I know Environment and Health had been looking at the leachate problem on the brook that runs from Holwell Pit. Several months passed, and I received a letter saying that it was not possible to do it because of the cost. So they refused any information to do with that or the pollution incidents which were occurring along Hatfield High Brook.
Okay. Mr. Perry, assuming this all goes ahead, what do Tarmac think they have to do to the waste tip to make it clearly safe for people living in houses close to it to start wandering onto it?
Okay, so as I alluded to earlier on, we have undertaken an investigation over the area of the waste tip. It was a shallow investigation. Sorry. It was a shallow investigation which covered the whole area of the waste tip. There has been deeper investigations in the northern part of the tip and in the southern part of the tip, and we do have information from them boreholes. Tarmac themselves have borehole information across the tip from several years ago, which give us an indication on the extent and depth of the waste material. But in terms of risk to human health, we were particularly interested in that top capping layer, which covers the waste material. We assessed that for over 155 different parameters at each of the 50-odd locations. We did identify some hotspots. We've since been back and done a further delineation exercise and further assessment, and our conclusions are that site is suitable for the proposed end use, does not represent a risk to human health.
What needs doing to actually get it to a state where it can be reused by humans?
Well, it does not represent a risk to human health. So
What do you need to do, or we don't need to do anything?
we don't need to do anything in terms of soil contamination. Now,
So you're quite confident that if we take the right back, just started digging up there and then your children followed them into whatever they...
if what did, sorry?
You're quite confident if, say, something like that just came up and started digging up there, they wouldn't get through to contaminate it, then, you know, wouldn't get picked up by children playing there?
We considered this when we looked at the particularly with asbestos, because we did find some evidence of asbestos across the site, but below the laboratory limits of detection. But that, you know, it could still be present. But we used current guidance to assess the potential for that material to become exposed, and I think that's also applicable to other contaminants to a certain extent. And we feel that it would not represent, if that scenario occurred, it would not represent a significant risk to site users. Taking a step further as part of any remediation strategy and ongoing maintenance of that site, as part of any aftercare strategy, the site would be monitored on a regular basis, and if them kind of events occurred, they would be rectified at that time. Well, I assume that the aftercare strategy will continue indefinitely, given that it is a former landfill. You know, everybody is aware of that, and there'll be a strategy in place to monitor and manage that moving forward.
So Tarmac and Gizzy's being involved in this almost forever then?
Well, not necessarily forever, I guess, but for in some form for the foreseeable future, yes.
Now, what about the sort of methane vents?
Okay, well, I was going to come on to gas. We have done gas monitoring. Gas is something that clearly a number of objectors are very concerned with. We have made it very clear that gas monitoring is ongoing. We are now using more sophisticated continuous gas monitors to monitor the gas on a I don't know, every 15 minutes throughout the day, throughout the week. We will assess that data, and we will use that data to determine what the actual gas mitigation measures that are required. And as part of that, then vents may need to be refurbished. There may be a need for more vents, but based on the data we have at the moment, we feel that the vents that are there, once they're refurbished, will be acceptable. Mitigation in terms of residential or other structures would be in the form of gas protection membranes. It's worth noting that the drawing that Mr. Hill showed in Appendix 8, which showed the extent of the likely area of gas mitigation measures, that was adopting a very precautionary approach. The gas monitoring data across that part of the site generally shows that the gas mitigation measures are not required. There was one borehole where we had a positive flow, a very low flow, but nevertheless a positive flow. And we took that as a worst case scenario, and that actually just took the mitigation, what we call the gas characteristic situation, from one level to the next level, which then meant there was a need for mitigation measures. So the risk on that site is very, very low. There's very little evidence based on the monitoring data that has been undertaken by us on that site. But as I say, just to reiterate, gas monitoring does continue. And will be assessed again to refine the mitigation strategy.
So on the methane vents, perfectly safe for children to play?
I don't see why not. Why would they not? You know? Well, I think by the time there is no evidence, I accept. The objectors will say that the tarmac data does not always have flow values, but certainly the monitoring work that we've done, we never or very, very rarely pick up a positive flow. So when you do monitor and pick up a high methane value, it's probably just a little pocket that's developed over time. But there's never any positive flow there, so I suspect that what's coming out of them vents, by the time it actually comes out the top of the vent, it's so dispersed that it doesn't represent an issue. So but that will be backed up by more data.
So you envisage housing being built as close to it as the allocations allow whenever whoever builds that decides wants to build it?
Well, the housing is not directly adjacent to the methane vents anyway. It's some way further south than that. No.
Is the area going to be generally on to the front way?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So anybody can wander around them and...
Yeah, as they can now.
Well,
People wander around them.
But it's not exactly in close proximity to fitting all the flows, is it?
Well...
you have to go out of your way to get to it.
Yes. Yeah, you do. You do.
Mr. Day?
I think the thing that's coming out of here is that the tip that we're talking about, it's already been alluded to, is in fact an extremely old tip and an extremely deep tip. There is lots of research being done on these various tips, but the research only goes back to tips that are about 30 or 40 years old. Nowhere in the world could I find anybody that's done research on really old tips, and it is not known at the moment what happens in these tips when the time scale gets really long. So, the likelihood, or the point is that there are risks attendant to an old tip, particularly an old tip like this, which is not known what has been put in it. And it's also extremely difficult, I would say, if most probably impossible, to suggest any mitigation that might be put forward. It seems to be a favourite word this afternoon. It's been overused a bit, but I think this is a very much a potential problem, and one that we know very little about. No depth has been done, as indeed the Gascoigne-Cecil reports announce. Very little has been done about the underground plume that runs from this tip, where it goes, what's in it. There's loads and loads of questions I would have thought would need to be answered long before you need to start talking about putting properties and houses and schools and playgrounds on top of this type of material. Thank you.
Going back to the council, I mean, do you envisage, if all this goes forward, that housing can commence in the Welling Hatfield part of the development at any point after planning permission is granted, or do you envisage conditions being put on that something has to happen to the tip before there can be any development?
Well, we currently envisaged that some development could take place within the first 5 years. I think we've got in the region of 100 dwellings coming forward within the first 5 years. Clearly, by that stage, we will have had the outline planning consent. We will have had the opportunity to consider in detail the remediation strategy, and any appropriate conditions would be applied at that stage. I've not been advised of any reason why work couldn't start that early. I have asked the question, and I've not been advised that monitoring would need to continue for some time before development could take place. But of course this would all need to be revisited at the time of the planning application and when we look at the details of the remediation strategy.
But at this point in time, it's the council's opinion that effectively whatever remediation needs doing to the tip, if there is any, it can go on in parallel with the development of the housing.
That's my understanding, so yes.
Okay. Mr. Perkins?
Thank you. If I heard correctly, the testing which has been done on the site has been relatively close to the surface. And I think it was Mr. Davies made the point that he doesn't know what is below the site. And he said it almost in a way as that it was the responsibility of the representatives to know those facts. The opposite is in fact true. It is the responsibility of the promoter to find out what's in the site and to ensure that the council is properly informed in order that it can make decisions about this site. And it doesn't appear to me that that information is available. And this is particularly important because of the topography of the site. And I'm sure we all know it, but I'll remind you that there's a significant rise on the site away and above the housing area in the Welling Hatfield area to the south, which means that groundwater going into that site and then by gravity passing underground and then onto the flatter areas of the site, which of course is precisely where the housing area is intended to be, is where that water could gather. And I think we do need to pause at this moment and remember that if these houses are built, hundreds of millions of pounds worth of capital value will be tied up, but they will be individual families owning a home worth a few hundred, or in this area probably more than a few £100,000 each. And if there were to be any kind of suggestion that there was a higher incidence of leukemia or any other health-related issue with this site, all of those people would face the most dire financial circumstances with their homes. Unsaleable, loss of value, etc., etc. All the bits that go with it. But I can also tell you as a chartered surveyor that for every valuation, all of the mortgage lending companies ask if there is any proximity to landfill or contamination. And the surveyors are going to have to tick that box yes, because the surveyors won't know whether or not the site, what work's been done. And there may be a whole wall of site information behind that, but the surveyors at individual level won't know that. And therefore, even the prospect of raising mortgages on this site is going to be a challenge. And all this comes back to delivery now, but my fear is, and you posed the question, what about 10 or 15 years' time? Who is underwriting the value of these properties for individual families who work hard, have children and have bought a house in good faith if they suddenly find that they're on the front page of a national newspaper because of contamination on their land? Thank you.
Mr. Hill.
Thank you. Just very shortly. I think we're still left with the question, where is the detailed risk assessment? Because it's not in the public domain if it exists at all, and I suspect it doesn't. So you picked up the point that the EX59B document, it's the last thing we have, the last word we have from the council on this. 24th of October last year, the EHO felt the work was completely inadequate, really, and incomplete, long after the allocation, and nothing that I'm aware of has remedied those deficiencies. We're told that the draft report of the independent auditor was effectively put on hold, so it's still draft, because there were other requirements to complete work for the examination. So that's not been taken forward. Who is looking at all these important issues for the council? Two short points. The continuous gas kit on the site, supposedly monitoring the production of methane. So far as I'm advised by Wardle Armstrong, there are only 2 points across the whole of the tip where that is undertaken. On the question of methane generation, I do take you back to 614 of the EHO report, which talks about significant concentrations of gas, and that's last October. And then last point, so far as I'm aware from the council's trajectory, they're expecting 250 houses off this site in the first 5 years, not 100.
Okay. I'm just going back to the council. I mean, let's bottom this point. You say that this report from the environmental health officer shouldn't really have come before the examination, along with the appendices that it refers to. Well, you say that things have moved on.
So that's not what I said. What I said was that was the view of an environmental health officer expressed at the time. It was released pursuant to the Freedom of Information request, and precisely the reason we put it in front of the examination was because we thought it was proper that it should be the subject of debate today if that was sought by any party. So that's why it was released when it was. But things have moved on. We do have further expert advice. We do have further information from the Environment Agency. And Mr Ogden is here. If you want to hear any further information from the council, you've heard what Ms Tiley says his expert advice is, because it's encapsulated in our hearing statements, which are our evidence for these purposes. But if you want to hear it straight from the expert, he's here.
Well, you take me to the hearing evidence in the relevant paragraphs.
So, sir, starting at matter 10, we have, first of all, the response to question 46, and I'm going to take it that you've had an opportunity to read and consider this in some detail. So, sorry, I'll just wait.
Yes.
You've got it there. So, question 46 on page 2, response to D. This contains part of our analysis about the material that's been provided to us. So we haven't simply looked at that material and accepted it lock, stock and barrel. We have analysed that there are limitations within that material. The question is, are those limitations so significant that they demonstrate to us at this stage that there is something that means that the site shouldn't go forward for allocation, so that more detailed investigations can be undertaken in due course? So we thought about that issue. As we turn across through the pages, we can see that that is a theme of the evidence that we have produced for the purposes of this hearing, that we recognise that further assessment is going to be required in due course. But that is far from, I would submit, surprising in a case where there are risks of contamination within the land. Within the Council's responses, it continues on page 7. So we have, for example, towards the foot of that page, in response to question 49C, specific consideration of the passages of the MPPF that our attention was drawn to in the questions and our answers there. And in particular, sir, and this is, as I say, all written with and consistent with the advice of experts that we have assisting us, let us see, there is nothing within the Royal Haskening evidence which is considered would preclude the site coming forward in accordance with paragraph 121 of the MPPF.
So who's saying that? You or someone else?
This is the Council's evidence.
Yes, I know that.
Well, so you've asked me the question, I'm trying to explain. This is the council's evidence being put forward as the council's position, supported by expert evidence. And as I've indicated, we have the expert in the room, so if you want to ask him any specific questions, then I'm sure he'll be quite happy to field them. I understand intuitively why there's a concern about an internal council document that's dated in October coming out, but the simple fact of the matter is it's not the council's position on the expert evidence and analysis that it has available to it.
Right. All I'm asking you is, what is the current council's expert evidence?
There is further expert opinion that the council has access to, and it is consistent with the bottom line that I've just read from the hearing statement, that the assessment is essentially that, as at today's date and the material that we have available, the material is proportionate for the terms of the MPPF for where we are, and it's sufficient to support an allocation at this stage, bearing in mind that there will plainly need to be a series of more detailed investigations as the site moves forward if it's allocated.
Yeah, you still haven't really answered me. I mean, Section C says there is nothing wrong with the existing Royal Haskoning evidence. Well, Royal Haskoning evidence is tarmac,
yes.
Okay, which is considered would preclude the site coming forward in accordance with paragraph 121 of the MPPF. Contamination which is identified through the initial risk assessment will need to be explored further as part of the more detailed risk assessment. Okay, I take all that. All I'm asking you is who is actually saying that.
Well, should we...
I presume it's not you.
No, it's not
Right.
me.
Well, maybe the person who is saying that should be answering the questions.
I'm quite happy for Mr. Ogden to step forward. He's been waiting patiently through the day. I'm sure he can deal with these questions.
So it'd be helpful just to know if this gentleman is the gentleman who's produced the report.
Well, I was going to ask him to identify himself. That's the next question.
Certainly,
yeah.
if he's the author of the report that was put on hold in October, that would be helpful to know as well.
Right. First question is, my name is Dr. Richard Ogden. I work for a company called Land Quality Management. We, as a company, were asked to support the Environmental Health Department initially, and then the Planning Department for Well and Hatfield. The initial report, which is the appendix to 59B, I think, was reviewed in the context of a planning application and not in light of a local plan application. For a variety of reasons, that's what we anticipated and understood that we were being asked to do. So that's the status of that draft report. Is if those reports were submitted for planning application stage, were they sufficient? And the answer to that was no. And I can completely understand and do not downplay in any way the amount of interest and concern about contamination at the site. It is a relatively contentious and, for good reasons, could be seen as a higher risk site. However, what we're dealing with at the moment is the local plan allocation. The evidence that's required there, paragraph 158, I think, is proportionate. It has to be adequate, it has to be up to date, it has to be relevant. We've re-looked at the reports that have been submitted. Those reports have all been produced not, and they specifically state, they are not for supporting a planning application. They are there to support a master planning process, which is essentially where we are. They do not contain all the information that you would expect to see, as several people have pointed out, at a later stage in the planning process. In terms of allocation within the local plan, they can be considered to be reasonably proportionate. They have a low number, but not a very low number of sample locations of information. The tarmac representatives have been talking about additional data that they have access to. In terms of the evidence submitted by Hatfield, Hatfield Council, the words are not mine, but our report probably underlies many of those words. We were asked specific issues in relation to the reports, particularly the two reports from Royal Haskening, which we have looked at and concluded that, along with Royal Haskening, that there's nothing in there that definitely precludes it from being allocated within the plan.
Right, I really have to make a judgment at some point as to whether parts or all of this site should be allocated for development, and secondly, the sort of timescales that development can take place. And at the present time, it is assumed that site will be delivered by 2032. Is it your professional judgment that is perfectly capable of being achieved?
I'd never say anything was perfectly capable because of the uncertainties inherent in any sort of contamination issues. It doesn't matter whether it's next to a landfill or any piece of agricultural land. There is some possibility that unforeseen circumstances will be encountered, and they would have to be dealt with through the standard planning controls that would be put into place. I don't foresee, from the evidence that's been submitted, and I'm going on the evidence submitted, that there's anything in there that says that it shouldn't be able to be delivered within that sort of timescale.
So on the balance of probability, you don't have any reservations in saying this would happen?
I always have reservations. I don't trust anything. But
yes, but
well, can I
on the
just
balance
say,
of probability,
actually,
there's nothing there that says that
yes.
it shouldn't be delivered.
Can I make a point that it's the council who are defending and, well, justifying, not defending. We're not talking about an inquiry, and you're representing the council at this point. So I'm concerned that you're saying there's nothing that says to me that it can't be done, because it's not about somebody else's evidence. In a sense, it's about the council demonstrating that they can justify and have the evidence to move forward. So just a bit concerned about the way you're framing it. Now, I haven't seen anything that tells me otherwise, but it should be that your evidence demonstrates. Does that make sense? I'm just talking about the way in which we have to
but the
deal with it.
nature of a contaminated site doesn't allow you to prove that something is going to happen.
No, it's just, yes.
I'm saying there's an absence of evidence that it isn't.
Yes.
And I don't foresee there's any site that you could answer that question otherwise to.
I mean, you presumably sent a more recent than October report to the council.
We've had ongoing exchanges, yes.
Yeah. So are we in due course going to see that?
I can't speak for. I'm working for the council. I present them with my opinion, and that opinion is then brought forward. I can't tell you what they're going to do with that information.
Well, it presumably says why you effectively agree with Royal Haskening.
I agree with Royal Haskening insofar as there doesn't appear to be anything in the evidence they've submitted which is, to coin a phrase, a showstopper.
Right.
I don't necessarily. I'd love to sit down and have a long, deep and meaningful conversation about the pure details of what they're saying, but that isn't for a local plan stage. That is for a planning application stage, when that detailed information needs to be supplied and a detailed remediation strategy agreed.
Yes, but it is the function of a local planning examination to, assess the council's delivery trajectory. And the last thing we want is the council relying heavily on this site contributing to first their 5-year supply and then the development plan delivery over the next.
I can only answer the technical
is.
issues about what the evidence that has been provided to me by the council is telling me, not what they're relying on in their housing delivery plans.
Okay. Right. I'm not sure we can take this much forward. I mean, will we be getting anything else, or is this a sum total of it?
Well, so that's something I need to take instructions on. But plainly, this situation has been evolving in the relatively recent past. We need to work out what of the information from the Freedom of Information Act needs to be shared and where we go from that. And as far as we are concerned, as I say, subject to take instructions, I can't see any difficulty with you having that material. It's a question of whether it assists you to have further from the expert what is essentially our position anyway. But if you would like that to be entered into the examination documents library, then the council will hear that, and I imagine that document will be forthcoming.
Well, you what the third parties have said, which is largely due to unanswered questions. I think it would help the examination if as much as that, if you like, could be put to rest as possible.
I was just going to add, sir, that if you feel that would assist the examination, then we'd be happy to provide an update to our position.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Perry, do you want to come in?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on a couple of points that were mentioned earlier. I think I alluded to one of them earlier on. This comment that we don't know what's in the waste tip, and as I said, whilst we've not sampled material at great depth within the waste tip, what we have done is through a desk study and an understanding of the conceptual site model, we believe the main pollutant pathway is via the shallow groundwater, and we had several wells within the southern and western part of the site and sampled that groundwater to identify what's in there. So I think the comment that we don't know what's in the waste tip is actually incorrect. Just because we haven't investigated the waste tip by actually drilling lots of boreholes through it, we targeted the potential pollutant pathways from it, and as a result of that, had an understanding of what the materials are. And again, as I alluded to earlier, all samples have been submitted for analysis of 155 different contaminants. So I believe we have a reasonable idea of what's there. I'd like to pick up on a point that Mr. Perkins made about building houses next to landfills and how disastrous it is, and you can't get a mortgage, etc., etc. I can think of a site in my hometown of Cheshire where there are new houses being built directly next to a waste tip, which is actually only just finished accepting waste, and they're still in the closure periods. And finally, just to dwell on the EX59 document, whether it's evidence or not, it's interesting to look at the conclusions, and it clearly says that the Colgreen former mineral workings at the Colgreen site do contain contamination. However, the assessments and surveys which have already been carried out have not identified contamination at levels which are likely to prohibit the relevant development cease from taking place.
Can I just make a point that, as Mr. Middleton has said, I don't know if we can take it much further. And as I said before to Mr. Hill, the hearing session doesn't close, the examination continues, and we're at a particular stage in both plans. And it is a matter for the inspectors whether they want further information, where we identify the areas where we're concerned about soundness and where we want further information. Mr. Middleton has suggested that is the case, and we might have a discussion before we come back to you about exactly what it is that we want and when. I don't know if we're just going to be repeating the points and not being able to move it on any further. It's for us to determine whether the plan is justified, we know that, against the test of soundness, and whether we need further information. I don't know whether you want to continue the discussion or you want for you and I to
more different points they want to make.
Yes, unless there's different points that we'll come back and say exactly what it is that we want. But if there are different points, I know it's mainly Llewellyn.
Sorry, just returning to the vents, the gas vents. I had a useful dialogue with an Environment Agency person a couple of years ago who told me that where most of the gas vents are now, on the northern part of the site, are perhaps within 50 metres of the Thistlegrove houses, and they were there because there was a risk of ground gas seepage under where those to where those houses are, so that's why they were put in. However, on the southern part of the site, where there's never been any housing, but was also part of the landfill, there aren't any methane vents like that, because there was never any housing. And this is how it was explained to me they weren't needed. But of course now they're looking at putting houses on that part of the site. So I don't know how that leaves the situation with regards to gas venting, because they had to put it in previously to the houses that were already adjacent to the landfill site. So that's one point I wanted to raise. And then just another one, just about the evidence you mentioned on the evidence submitted. I would hope on the evidence submitted that all of the evidence was looked at, including some of the things that we put through as the Welwyn Garden City Society from testimony and people that we had spoken to that recalled and reported seeing, drums of chemicals being put in the ground there. We would hope that all of it is taken into account rather than just, some of it.
Yes, very quickly. I find it rather concerning. Sorry, I find it rather concerning that the Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council, in re-looking, if you like, at the evidence for possible contamination on the site, have only asked for the Royal Hassaining report to be re-looked at again. If that report is actually not accurate, is actually giving a slightly biased view to the problems on the tip, what I would have hoped for was that the Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council would do an independent look at the site rather than rely on evidence supplied by Tarmac. No.
Yes, I don't think there's any thought that what's been presented is inaccurate. It's just there is a need for more information.
What? Yes, I'll be very brief. 2 points, just to pick up. A site in Cheshire which has recently completed landfill and is now being developed adjacent there too will be a site that is filled under all modern regulations. Everyone will know exactly what's gone into that site, and no doubt it's been found to be safe with reliable, robust and substantial evidence. That doesn't exist here. That's the first point. Second point, as no one else has raised it, I'll just remind you that paragraph 47 of the planning policy framework requires in footnote 11 for sites, and part of this site is being delivered within the first 5 years, to be considered deliverable, sites should be available now, offer suitable location for development now, and be achievable and realistic prospect that housing will be delivered on the site within 5 years, and that development on the site will be viable. Now those are the tests. They're in the National Planning Policy Framework. Paragraph 47 has been well rehearsed in many arenas, but that test is required of this site, and I have not, as I'm repeating what I said earlier, I keep hearing questions and I'm still waiting for the answers, and I don't believe paragraph 47 is anywhere close to being satisfied.
I know what paragraph 47 says. I've read it many times. I'm also conscious that the council are talking about 100 dwellings in 5 years.
I believe, I'm happy to be corrected. I think the trajectory, it's 1,200 dwellings over the lifetime of the plan. We do consider that early phases can come forward within the last 2 years of the 5-year plan period, and I think we've got a tranche of 100 and then 150 to come forward in the last. So sorry if I got my figures wrong, but I'm happy to be corrected that it's 250 rather than 100.
And with due respect, paragraph 47 isn't qualified in that respect.
Okay, yeah, I know what you say. Mr. Davis is back up again.
Sorry, just one last point that's come up. As part of our investigations on the site, we found, looking back at the archives and the maps and aerial photographs, that some of the ground in the area that was declared to be virgin land, we don't believe is virgin land, looking at the maps in the archives. So we would also be keen to see that the entire area and what happened there is looked at, because certainly some of the claims that were made as this is virgin land, we don't believe that to be the case in terms of the evidence we've found, which again is in our submission.
Yeah. Mr. Hill?
So can I go back to where I started, which was your point 46. Has research been able to demonstrate the full extent and nature of any contaminants, their risk to human health, and the necessary remediation measures required to make these areas safe for use by the general public? The answer to that remains no. It's absolutely clear it remains no. And I'm afraid we don't gain much additional confidence or comfort from what's been said. What has been said is, I agree with Royal Haskoning, as there isn't anything in the evidence submitted that amounts to a showstopper. The point is that that evidence has been analysed, and you've got a document before you, EX59B, that says there are significant shortcomings in the sampling and the analysis.
I'm assuming that there's a document subsequent to that which has moved it forward. Well, we will wait and see.
Let us see, sir, but I do think it becomes increasingly important for us to see this material, and not something that's been produced after today, what it was that was the basis for the Council's matter statement to you for this session that we've all prepared for.
Yeah, agreed.
And the last point, sir, is this. I'm afraid we say it's not good enough to say it's just a local plan allocation. Not in this particular case with this particular set of circumstances. You've got to look a little bit deeper, which is why you've asked the very pertinent questions you've asked. It's relevant to whether we can actually develop what's been proposed here, it's relevant to the cost of that development, and it's relevant to the timetable for that development.
Okay. Final word then from Mr. I can't remember your bottom now.
Again, it was just to pick up on the gentleman's point about gas fence in the south of the site, and just to reiterate that the gas monitoring data in the south and west of the site exhibit extremely low concentrations.
Okay. Right, we move on to implementation then. Is the site realistic, likely to deliver over 2,500 dwellings within the planned period? And what are the implications if one part of the allocation is found to be unsound? Who was going to introduce that? So really?
It is me, yeah. Shall I wait for a...
Do we have any new people that need to come and sit down, or is everybody here?
Just got some swapping round to do.
You keep taking over now.
Put the mic on this one.
So, is everyone here who wishes to be? Just check first.
I think
Mr.
so. There's a
O'Leary.
bit of in and out. I think we've finished.
If you'd
Okay.
like to.
Yeah, thank you. I've been asked to respond or open the discussion on implementation. Just a short statement, a few words and comments. The respondents and the PC, the Parish Council, welcome the inspector's raising of this fundamental question of this site's ability to deliver the 2,500 dwellings. Respondents believe that the aggregation of key matters of concern on greenbelt, on ecology, on land contamination, on sustainability, on heritage, and on other environmental factors such as noise, water and air pollution are quite overwhelming. As a result, many of us do suggest that at this point, this site cannot be assessed as deliverable in the planned period. Both councils have not been prepared to apply the appropriate level of rigour to assess this site prior to its allocation in both plans. They have not looked at its real constraints. The site has also been promoted as a strategic cross-border site, requiring additional statutory duty to cooperate. It has therefore been rather disappointing to see low levels of commitment to getting to and analysing the key issues and constraints before allocating this site across two council boundaries. Issues highlighted by numerous statutory consultees, voluntary groups, parish councils, neighbourhood planning groups and other subject matter experts have been too often ignored until this inspector's hearing. However, despite these further discussions and submissions today, many gaps clearly remain in the necessary evidence, which we would have expected to have been assessed in order to make this allocation sound. There's an additional question on the implication of one part of the allocation being found to be unsound. Birchall Garden Suburb has always been promoted as a single strategic cross-border site, and that has been supported in exactly the same way by the landowner. They have not looked or even considered splitting of the site. So it has been allocated as a single strategic cross-border site and allocated as such by both councils. Therefore, aside from obvious issues of viability, the parish council questions whether one significant part of the allocation can be withdrawn and whether this would leave the plans sound, or the plan sound, plan and plan sound. It calls into question whether other sites previously screened out by either council should then need to be further considered. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We've spoken quite a lot about sort of constraints on this site, particularly in terms of it delivering and building out by 2032. What we haven't spoken a lot about is the contribution it's going to make to the 5-year land supply. So it might be useful if both councils could say now how many dwellings they're expecting this site to contribute in the next 5 years, and exactly when does your 5-year land supply run from, or when will it run from when your plans are adopted, if that's different.
Yes, I'm going to say that I have asked for that information previously in terms of the 5-year housing land supply, so we are somewhere ahead in terms of detail, but that's still a key point for this site. So Ms. Pearce.
So for the East Arse District Plan, the 5-year land supply period runs from 2017 to 2022. Within that plan period, we are proposing 210 dwellings to come forward on this particular site. We envisage that coming forward post 2020.
How have you considered the delivery in terms of the different parts of the site and the different constraints? So the minerals, where do you see the 210 dwellings coming from if we look at the site?
So in terms of specific locations for development, that is still a matter for discussion as we move through the plan application process, and we do have indicative phases from the site promoter with regards to where the different parcels can come forward on different time periods. We have, as we mentioned earlier, looked at the time taken to extract minerals, so obviously that's a factor which will be built in, but we're confident that that could be brought in parallel with regards to the implementation of infrastructure to access the site, so highways infrastructure, drainage and things like that can all be being brought on in parallel with the extraction, and indeed some of that infrastructure will need to be put in place to be able to extract the mineral itself anyway. So in terms of the delivery of the northern part of the site in particular, those matters will be determined in terms of phasing as we move forward through the master planning process, because obviously a part of that consideration is also when the schools need to be brought in, whether there's an immediate need for the primary schools or whether there's sufficient capacity within existing schools for the first maybe year or two of occupation. So all of those details are for later discussion, but we're confident that based on several outlets of house builder and with regards to the infrastructure lead-in times, that we can still deliver within the first 5 years of the plan period.
things that I've asked East Hertfordshire to do throughout the examination and the hearing sessions is look at the what ifs. What if something goes wrong? What if it doesn't deliver? What if something unexpected happens over all the allocations, and I have asked for a series of monitoring criteria and trigger points, which I have already received. So this is why I'm saying that we are slightly ahead. So in terms of delivery, I've asked for those already, which apply to all sites, and how they're going to deal with what if something goes wrong. You don't know how that's going to happen. Whether that's going to happen, and we know that's the case because we're continuously dealing with 5-year land supply in other ways through Section 78. So we know that things do change all the time, and so it's how you're going to monitor that and what you're going to do if it doesn't come along as it's as suggested. That's just a wider point. But Mel, do you want to follow any of the 5 years?
Well,
supply
I
up
will be
with?
coming to the sort of things that Mrs. Thorpe has just been referring to in due course. We need to get a bit further down the line in terms of discussing sites.
But we do need to look at the issue of the interrelationship between the two sites, and what East Hertfordshire might do, or I'm going to put it to you. Have you thought about this, and what options have you come forward with? How would you like me to look at that? I'm going to put that to you.
Yes, indeed, ma'am. The Council's statement on matter 11 sets out the position with regards to the what-ifs. Because of the interdependencies in terms of the secondary school in particular, that has been a key consideration in what if one part comes forward over another or instead of another. And obviously the key the advice that we've been given from Hertfordshire County Council Education Planning Team is that provided that land is still secured for a secondary provision, even though there wouldn't be the demand arising if it was just the East Herts part of the site to justify a whole new school, provided that the land was secured for that longer period, whether it's a site delay or a site postponement for a longer period of time, there is sufficient capacity within the Welwyn Garden City area and within the Hertford secondary schools to accommodate several years' worth of delay if that was to be the case. But the advice is that we would still secure the secondary school provision. And there's also different models with regards to how you could have a through school for a temporary period and things like that. So we're confident that the site within the East Herts portion can come forward independently if necessary. However, as we've said all along, it is a joint allocation. We have always envisaged that. As the two authorities, we're keen to ensure that is still up for consideration. But obviously that's a key matter for you to discuss.
I'm wondering if there are options available to think about some sort of... I'm thinking about timing. I'm thinking about options if one of us needs more information in order to say that, so it might not be known, that's what I'm thinking, that there might be, because we're at different timescales, it might not be known whether the sites can continue, or there's further information needed for one part to justify it. And so you've said to me that they can continue it independently, and it's what the implications are, which might not be known, whether that can be dealt with in the plan with a whether it needs to have something in it to say that the site will have to be reviewed at the point when the report is issued on Welland and Hatfield. So it's just options, Mr. Jameson.
Well, I was going to come on to this question of where the two plans are at, and
yes,
in particular where we are at East Hart. We'll consider your last point. That you know where we are up to, and that is that at the conclusion of the hearings into East Harts, we have been submitting main modifications with a view to making sure that we're on the right lines for publication of modification for consultation. Those will go to the full council of East Harts next Tuesday. And what we're therefore left with now, and what I would like to do before we finish, will only take me 5 minutes, is run through the notes I've made and what additional modifications we're going to make as a result of today's session, so that you can say yay or nay to that. And we will, for example, in considering the report that went on to, when we are making any comments on that, that is going to be within the next 24 or 48 hours, as indeed are the few extra main modifications we're going to make, because we're on a timetable which gets us to full council next Tuesday. So when the moment is right, I'll just run through, I think there are about 5 or 6 where we're proposing further modifications to let you have sight of in the next 24 to 48 hours.
Okay. Just going to see whether anyone, Mr. Perkins, did you want to make a point? I'll come back to you, Mr. Jameson, in a minute.
Thank you, yes. I too have a greater confidence in the land in East Harts to be delivered, and from what I've seen it could be delivered in isolation from the land in Welland Hatfield. I don't believe the opposite is true, so from that point of view it's fortuitous that your plan is the one that's running ahead. But I believe, as I say, I have a much greater confidence in the East Harts site, and from what I've heard and seen, I believe it is deliverable. With regard to the Welland Hatfield borough site, as well as being, I believe, contingent on the delivery of the East Harts site, when one looks at the issues in Mr. Middleton's questions, and just to run through some of the headlines: Greenbelt, heritage, transport, movement, environment, contamination, noise and the like, it's quite possible that one or more of these can be dealt with through or overcome through some form of mitigation. But it's a formidable list when it's taken together, and the point was made earlier about the cumulative impact of these things. And it takes us back to the sustainability appraisal as well, where some of those, not perhaps Greenbelt so much, but many of the others on that list would come into the sustainability appraisal and the reasonable alternatives. And that takes us again through the allocation process to the sequential approach in terms of looking at sites that are suitable, available, deliverable, and of which have been found to be suitable, reasonable alternatives. And sites for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of homes have not been allocated because apparently there is a primary school capacity issue. Now, when one compares the reasons for not allocating sites that have been found suitable, available and achievable, reasonable alternatives, with none of the issues on the list for SDS2, the Welland Garden City site, there is an obvious inconsistency in the way the Welland Hatfield plan is being advanced through this examination. And I would say to you that there might come a point where all of the suitable, available and achievable sites and all of the reasonable alternatives have been allocated, but you still haven't met your objectively assessed need. And at that point, a site like this might then need to be considered and weighed up against the fact that if it's allocated, there will be issues that need to be resolved, but if it's not allocated, the council won't meet its objectively assessed need. And I suggest that that is the point at which this site needs to be measured, not not where we are at the moment in the Welwyn Hatfield local plan examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Just in relation to your question 55, you may wish to sort of take some references back to the earlier stages of the Welwyn Hatfield plan, bearing in mind that East Hart's plan has always been ahead of the Welwyn Hatfield plan. At the time when Welwyn Hatfield were formulating their ideas about site allocations, they produced, and we heard earlier on today, their emerging core strategy, it was called, then in November 2012, which was also accompanied by their consultation on land for housing outside urban areas. That the references are LPD3 and LPD4. East Hart had already sort of indicated that they saw some merit in development on the east side of Welwyn Garden City, and initially Welwyn Hatfield were concerned about that, but then further on in their processes they decided actually that was probably quite a good idea, particularly in the context of them of it meeting their housing needs. And I think that's all a matter of record in terms of those two documents. So should you find that the Welwyn Hatfield part wasn't to come forward because it was unsound, then I think you could conceive of a situation where part of the East Harts part could still come forward, I think, and would be supported by the main authority being Welwyn Hatfield Borough Council. You will see in our evidence, our hearing statement, that we've also suggested that only part of that East Harts part should come forward anyway, based on the assessment work that we've done, in particular our client's landscape consultant has done, and that's in our appendices in our hearing statement. But I think it still stands the test of time that part of the allocation could come forward without the other part.
Is there anything? Mr. Jameson, well, for East Harts, there are two points that have come out today that I just need to consider. One is when we were talking about the justification and the exceptional circumstances for the green belt, we were looking at the urban extension. So that is a point that I just need to consider. I think I just need a bit of time to think about the information that's been submitted today. But I appreciate that most of the open land is in fact within the Welwyn and Hatfield side. So that's just one point. And the second is the urban design issue. Again, because it's an urban extension and it reads as a whole, and that then justifies the way in which there's an isolated piece of land. So that's another point that I just need to take and consider following the discussions that we've had today. So those are the two areas that I just need to think about, and can do that very quickly.
Yeah.
And
well,
get back
I
to you.
gather from that, Mum, you're not suggesting in any way that we halt our currently planned progress. And you will fit in with that. I mean, I think so far as, well, let me just say, may I, what I think we're doing and what we're going to let you have very quickly. Is that helpful?
Yes, but there's just something in
go on.
in my thought process. Hold on.
That's my fault.
My thought processes aren't really what were. No. Yes. It's just about whether or not, and you might want to think about this, whether or not something needs to go into the plan that acknowledges that there might be implications for some part of East Hertfordshire, if there are, if the Welwyn and Hatfield, well, we don't know what's going to happen. So what I was thinking of was something that says, when the report is received, or at a particular point in time, you'll review what you have within your allocation in terms of the schools or the centres or anything else where there was some interdependency, you might want to rethink depending on what happens.
Yes.
But it's going to be down the line.
We'll
So
think about that, Mum. I mean,
yes.
currently, and the evidence we have sought to produce puts us in a position, as East Herts, in a position where we are confident that we can deliver the East Herts portion of the site, and on all planning principles which you will be taking into account, it would be sensible to do that, and it would be a sound allocation. So at the moment, unless you very definitely tell us we've got to have a review mechanism when the Welwyn Hatfield plan comes out, we would hope that when you reflect on it and look at the evidence, you would agree with us that if it were necessary for our part of the allocation to be brought forward independently, then it would be sound to do so.
Okay.
That's currently our position on that, Mark.
Right. I'm just going to...
Think about it.
Well, I'm just going to ask Welwyn and Hatfield whether you have any views on that.
I think that's a sensible way to proceed, because obviously we are now at quite when we started, we submitted only a few months apart. We're now at quite different programmes for the adoption of our plans, and hopefully we'll be able to get to a position where we adopt our plan. I can see that East Herts want to make progress, and I wouldn't wish to hold up the East Herts local plan moving forward. So I'd be happy with that as an approach, and no doubt if such a situation were to arise, we would have duty to cooperate discussions about how we should proceed.
Mr. Jameson, do you want then to go through the modifications you're proposing?
Yes,
or do you want to come
thank
back
you,
to me?
Ma'am. I mean, I think the other point is that if there were potential for us to have to review at the outcome of the Welwyn Hatfield report, that may well have implications for our 5-year supply. Because if we've got to build in a review mechanism at that stage, it might throw out the whole question of where our 5-year supply is then. But I think supported by Welwyn Hatfield, we will ask you to consider that it can be brought forward independently on the basis of the evidence. Yes, I'll go through my points, ma'am. Our policy is EWEL1, as you know, and we are going to incorporate within that policy as main modifications the following points. First of all, we'll explain what the plan seeks to achieve via the buffer to the A414. Secondly, we will similarly set out in the plan what the local planning authority seeks to achieve from the green corridor. What are the aims and objectives of the green corridor? Thirdly, we will look at whether we need to expand policy EWEL1H, it is, which deals with sustainable transport, or are those matters adequately covered, as was suggested this morning, by policy TRA1, but we'll let you know which of those options we think is necessary. And we will make reference in the plan and in the policy to the matters which will be covered by the SPD, so that it's clear within the plan itself those matters which fall to be dealt with by the SPD. So far as our comments on the written note on the document which you've heard referred to, from what we've seen so far and the debate that there has been, our written note is likely to be short, and it's likely to say that we don't believe it has any implications for the soundness of the East Herts plan, but we'll have a look at it overnight and tomorrow and confirm to you our position on that, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Was there anything else you wanted to say, Ms. Pearce?
Only that it was my hastily written note which may have confused Mr. Jameson, in that we do have some flexibility within the trajectory. So we could, if the review process is
Oh, I see.
required, then we do have a little bit of flexibility. But in terms of the 5-year supply, we are okay with that.
Yes, I think it's a matter of, I mean, I've heard evidence from a number of people today about whether it or not it can continue, and you've looked at that, and so I will bear that in mind, but just need to give it some thought. Anything else?
No,
Are we there for today? Are we finished? Is it time to go home?
We're going to come back and say things.
I think I've said everything we need to.
Yeah, are we going to...
Oh, about like to do, sorry, I know it's late, is just have 10 minutes just for us to discuss timings and matters that we might want further information on. So if you want to stay, by all means do. But if you'd like to go, that's fine. We obviously need the council here, but anybody else who wishes to stay, and that's just coming back with what information we might need separately or together, and timescales. So we're just going to have 10 minutes. I'm so sorry that it's late, but are you happy to stay? First of all, just want to ask you. Thank you. Right, are we happy to just continue? I'm going to go first. I would just like to think about those two matters. In fact, we've had some discussion about it already, which I'll tell you about in a moment. But if I could get back to you by the end of tomorrow, as I know sometimes it's after the working day, because I'll just get back to you tomorrow on that. And my thoughts on that, we've discussed the. I know we're slightly going back into the discussion, but we discussed the isolated part and the other part. And I think the discussion today has made me think about the form of development that is shown or could take place there. So the part that is adjacent to Welwyn itself, the urban form, which you've shown, although it's a garden city with gardens, it's still the grid form with it's still an urban form of development. That the other part, you might want to think about making it a slightly different, more responsive to its location, which is slightly outside, so getting towards the semi-rural. So putting some criteria in about responding to the landscape, so that you have the part that is related to Welwyn Garden City, and that then continues the urban form. And as you move out towards an area that's slightly further away, you look at the design criteria and responding to the landscape. And that would, in a way, that would address some of the urban design issues that we looked at looking at a whole. If it's at a whole and you look at development coming around one side and continuing around the other, you might be looking at a more homogeneous type of development. But if you're looking at it, this is why I'm asking you whether you want to consider reviewing it. I actually don't think it is necessary, having heard your points, but it's whether you want to and whether you want to reconsider. This is long term, because this is across the life of the plan, so you don't have to decide everything now. What you want is, or what I want is, the 5-year housing land supply, to know that that can come forward. But you do have options, obviously, further along to make some considerations or changes to the scheme. So I will get something to you by the end of tomorrow, and you will get your modifications to me by end of the week? Okay, and you need my reply by end of the week? Yesterday?
We could try and get them to you by Thursday.
And then my response by Friday would fit in with your timescale. I'm quite happy to do that, because I know that's the timescale, and I can get back to you on that. So that is my part. Over to...
Right. I've got a number of concerns about where we are, but in terms of the principle of some developments here, I'm of the opinion that in the northern part of the site, then development could take place. In fact, I don't have a great issue with development most of the way down to Burnieside, but it'll have to stop short of that because of noise, etc., if it's housing. And anywhere to the west of the Bridle Way, path on the western side of the area that's been tipped. Okay, my main concerns are about these sort of fingers of development along the southern side, from, if you like, an urban design point of view, from a greenbelt point of view, and also, as has been explained vis-a-vis East Hertfordshire, exactly what it's going to look like in a way. Could you tell me where you've got with the extra work you're doing on the greenbelt? Have you appointed consultants yet, and exactly what are they doing?
Sorry, sir, no, we haven't appointed consultants
fine.
yet. We've been otherwise occupied, but we do have a draft brief which we do need to finalise, and I'm hoping we should be able to finalise that shortly and get out to tender.
It probably doesn't include this site, would I be right?
I don't recall, but if you wish it to,
Well,
I'm sure we could ask them to look
I mean,
at
the
it.
area that I'm concerned about, it doesn't really figure very prominently on any of the plans, but if you actually drive along the A5 after 414 or you walk down the southern part of the site, there are a series of copses. They're not all actually linked together. There are gaps between them. But it's the area between that and the A414, I suppose, more than anything that I'm concerned about. And given that this area was looked at in something of a broad brush term, you know, it was an area even bigger than Birchall Garden Suburb that was looked from the Greenbelt perspective. I think it will be helpful if this sort of southern slither of land where these fingers of development are could be looked at from a Greenbelt perspective and in the context of how it relates to the land at the other side of the A414 and, you know, what its significance is. And I think if that's independently looked at and whatever it concludes, it will take us a long way. Going on from that, I know what's been said about creating sort of screening in terms of a bund and a belt that's going to have some elements of woodland in, some elements of balancing ponds, maybe arable land, etc., etc. And it's talked of about anything from 50 to 80 metres wide. It would be helpful if somebody could put on a plan between the tip and between Burnside exactly what area will be affected by that, okay? And then see what is left between that land and these copses, and in that context, to what extent it can easily be developed. All right? And similarly, there's sort of areas north of the copses as well, when you get to the east of the bridleway next to the tip. Again, just how viable are they on their own as development areas? Now, it may be that if there's some sort of low density type development, as Mrs. Thorby was talking about in the context of the East Hertfordshire site a minute ago, that those areas could be developed. It might be, but you may need to do further work, that there are, you know, corners of the tip that could be included into it to make, you know, what would be a more viable area for development north of these copses. Okay. Having said that, you've got a green corridor to fit in somewhere. I don't know, it probably needs to be looking at. I would say if you are re-looking at it, you know, please do it in consultation with the people who, you know, are most concerned about the green corridor, so that, you know, they may not agree with everything you say, but at least you will have taken on board what they've said. Have a look at what's been said about noise and air pollution. I can't be 100% confident that a 50 to 80 metre strip is adequate, but it may well be. There's also what has been said about Burnside and the noise it's doing, whether it's an appropriate location for a primary school, but if it's not, there are plenty of other places to put a primary school. I'd like to know, if it's possible, to what extent the development does need surface water attenuation, and to what extent, if it would come southwards, this proposed belt of 50 to 80 metres would be capable of accommodating it all. I may well come back to you for more information on the actual tip and the ramifications of it. I need to go and read through all the evidence. I'd appreciate if you could let me have your latest reports on it. Okay, and I'll weigh it all up and come to a conclusion as to whether I think it's a showstopper or it's not a showstopper. We discussed about the retail centres and the fact that maybe the bullet point perhaps needed changing, and the changes that East Hertfordshire are proposing, you know, for consistency, they ought to go into here as well, unless you've got real reasons why they shouldn't, and then you presumably ought to tell them pretty soon if you don't like what they're saying. All right. Gypsy and Travellers, I don't personally have an issue unless something comes out of the discussion on the overall need for Gypsy and Travellers in Welling and Hatfield. But we're certainly not encouraged to reduce Gypsy and Traveller provision, and it's usually the other way. And unless you've got any questions, that's all I've got. Okay, thank you.
Right.
All right.
Thank you all very much for your contributions, which are much appreciated, and for staying so late. So thank you all. Good evening.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's better than coming back tomorrow, even though it's late. It'll probably have taken twice as long to do the last 3 or 4 items if we come back tomorrow. Mr. Jameson appeared from the inquiry about 2 years ago. I have 2 sites about 250 houses. It's me, yeah. If it has a railway station, it would create a town expansion place. It really would. Have they? Yeah. It's just a pity it's got no good transport links apart from the A11. Yeah, but I mean, I wouldn't have any intimated in my report. There was also a proposal to redevelop the Sainsbury's depot, which is effectively an industrial estate for housing, and I thought, this is the wrong thing. We should be having more employment so people don't have to commute. But no. So, yeah. No. No. Oh, have you? Yeah. All right. I've never done anything here till the local plan.